Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Got a Symbiote Power Unleashed? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Kakakin. You're being mean. He didn't do anything to deserve this. Izuku Midoriya, the local quirkless loser, did his best to stand tall in front of Katsuki, Kaken, Bakugo's most recent target. His body was visibly trembling and his eyes were wide with panic. Some kid on the playground had accidentally angered the blonde, and quickly learned the hard way that that was a bad idea. Oh, the little Deku thinks he can fight against the big boys? Well, you're wrong. Bakugo flexed his fingers and let loose a quick series of sparkling pops from his palms. Each miniature explosion sent a ripple of fear through Izuku, who had received more than his fair share of punishments from the bully. Tell you what, if you can beat me, I'll let you and him go, scot-free. But when you lose, I'll make sure to show you again why a quirkless loser like you can't hope to be anything more than a useless, little Deku. Izuku ran home crying that day, covered in burns and bruises. He cried into his mother's shoulder. She was the only person he trusted enough to see how weak he truly felt. I said I'm sorry. I didn't mean anything by it. Izuku Midoriya, one of a mere handful of quirkless students at the school, all but cowered under Bakugo's glare. Did you actually think you could make it into UA? I'd laugh if I wasn't so disgusted. He placed his hand on Izuku's chest and used a small explosion to push the boy into a wall. It would leave a mark, but none of the teachers dared to punish him. After all, he was going to be the first student from this garbage heap to make it into UA, and a worthless loser like Deku wasn't going to ruin it for him. I mean, it's worth a shot. Even if I don't make it in, I can at least see what I can do, the green-headed teen weakly replied. As soon as the words left his mouth, he could feel Bakugo's anger rise. You're not capable of anything. You don't have a quirk, you don't train or even work out, and you think you can so much as step foot into UA's entrance exam, the blonde shouted, more of his signature pops going off in his palms. Honestly, I can't believe you haven't killed yourself yet. I know I would if I was quirkless. Izuku's blood froze in his veins. Evidently, Bakugo had his fill of tormenting his former friend, because he stormed out of the room with a laugh with his lackeys on his heels. But Izuku just stood there, staring at the door Katsuki had walked out of. His first friend, the person he looked up to for so long, just implied that he should kill himself. Finally, his feet moved. His steps were heavy as he made the short trip down the halls and out the front door. No one else was around, everybody had left as soon as possible. Once he was far away enough from the school, he pulled his bag and dug through the contents. Still walking, he pulled out a pencil and a standard notebook labeled Hero Analysis for the Future and flipped through the pages. Eventually he stopped at a page with a sketch of Bakugo. He brought the pencil tip to the drawing and dragged the lead back and forth. Quickly, the scratching became faster and more violent until the entire page was reduced to a mess of dark gray scribbles and tiny rips in the paper. He hadn't realized he started crying, but quickly wiped away the tears and shoved the book back into his bag. He didn't need anyone, especially Bakugo, seeing him in such a sorry state. Something in his chest twinged. He grasped the pained area and did his best to rub it out. It only got worse. Izuku fell to his knees as the pain rose. He started coughing. It hurt his throat. His chest hurt. He coughed more and more. Something red flew out of his mouth. More coughs came with red specks littering the sidewalk below. Hey, are you okay? Some stranger had heard the sudden coughing fit and went over to help. The child didn't respond, only coughed more and more with an unsettling amount of blood coming from his mouth. Despite the struggle to breathe, Izuku managed to raise his head and made eye contact with the stranger. His eyes yelled, "Help me." The man quickly pulled out his phone and dialed. After 2.5 rings, he heard the sound of someone answering. 119, what's your emergency? Some kid is having a terrible coughing fit. He can't answer me and he's coughing up some blood. I'm probably only a few minutes from Aldra Junior High, between the school and the nearby residential area, the man frantically explained to the woman on the other end. An ambulance will be there soon. If he can breathe without coughing, Keep him there until help arrives. I will. Just hurry. The other line went dead as the responder hung up, likely proceeding with the emergency situation process. Hey kid, just keep coughing. You're going to be fine, you're going to be fine, the man assured. Izuku couldn't really stop coughing for another minute and a half. After what felt like an eternity, he felt the pain in his chest subside enough to breathe without forcibly expelling the air again. The man started patting his back as if to help clear whatever was in his lungs. It's okay. Help is on the way. You're going to be fine. Izuku took as many deep breaths as he could, savoring each gulp of air as if it would be his last. Thank you, sir. The man nodded and backed away a little to give him some space now that he could actually breathe again. I'm Akio Tanaka. And you are? Izuku Midoriya. The sounds of sirens cut through the air, and Akio jumped up and waved his arms to get the driver's attention. The ambulance came to a stop and the back doors opened for a stretcher. Can you stand? The man with the stretcher asked. Izuku nodded and slowly stood up so he could climb into the rolling bed, which was expertly maneuvered back into the vehicle as various tests were run on the boy. Akio jumped in the back with the team and the doors slammed shut behind him. Izuku felt a JRK as the ambulance took off to the nearest hospital. Are you feeling better? Can you talk? One of the paramedics asked. She had light red skin with opposingly blue eyes. She gently placed her left pointer and middle finger against the boy's throat and awaited his answer. A little. But do you have anyone you can call? Mother, father, older sibling, or guardian? Yes, I can call my mom if you want me to. I would recommend it. Tell her you're being taken to the local hospital. As instructed, Izuku dialed her number and waited for her to pick up. Hey sweetie. Is everything okay? Normally you're home by now. I'm better. Coughing fit on the way home. It got pretty nasty, so I'm being taken to the local hospital right now. Are you okay? How bad was it? Oh, it must have been really bad if you're being taken to the hospital. Her nervousness was evident in the tone of voice she used, along with how fast she spoke. I did cough up a little blood, but it's over for now. I was really scared, but there should be a simple explanation, Izuku assured her, trying to convince himself as much as he was trying to convince her. You coughed up blood? She practically screamed on the other end. I'll be there as soon as I can. Please, just let me know if anything like that happens on the way. I promise. I'll see you there. The line went dead, and Izuku was quiet for the rest of the ride. The paramedics professionally took what assessments they could and prepared to hop out. The bed was soft, much softer than the one at home, and the pillows were fluffy. He had been moved to this room shortly after arriving at the hospital and undergoing more tests. Thankfully, there was an intern with a quirk that allowed her to produce brief flashes of radiation within the X-ray frequency. With her on hand, the tests went by much faster than if they had to hook him up to an actual machine. Just outside the room, the sound of footsteps rapidly increased as the source got closer and closer. Izuku, his mom cried as she nearly tore the door off the hinges. The woman rushed over and gave Izuku a bone-crushing hug. Are you okay? What happened? It's like I said on the phone. I just started coughing really bad. Someone noticed and called emergency services. That would be me. The green-haired mother and son turned to the door, where the man from earlier stood. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mrs. Midoriya. I'm Akio Tanaka. Is he feeling better? The man was strangely calm for barging in on a stranger's hospital room, but Inko wasn't about to let this pass. Thank you so much for helping my boy. I don't know what I would do if something really bad happened. It's nothing to thank me for, I was just doing what any decent person would. Izuku started coughing again, gaining the attention of both grown-ups. The two hurried to his side, his mother preparing to hand him the glass of water from the table next to his bed. The coughing was bad, but not as bad as before. However, his throat was still raw from earlier, and having two adults stare him down did little to help the situation. Finally, the coughing died down and Izuku took a sip of water. Hello? I'm here with the results, a nurse declared from just outside the door. She quickly opened a folder which projected a holographic display of the boy's internals. A handful of small, faint white spots were visible between the ribs. Another display emerged, which highlighted shallow cut-like lines along his respiratory organs. I'm sorry to tell you, but he has both lung cancer and notable lesions along the inner tissue. Inko stared at the woman in silence. This couldn't be right. But the woman showed no signs of realizing she made a mistake. But how? He doesn't smoke or breathe in harmful chemicals, and there's no history of lung disease in the family, Inko desperately asked. Surely there was a mistake. Izuku wasn't fit, but he was healthy. He was a good boy who would never take toxic substances behind her back. Kaken, Izuku whispered, already putting a few of the pieces together. Smoke is a byproduct of his quirk. I've hung around him for years, so I've probably inhaled dangerous amounts of smoke, Izuku reasoned aloud. The worst part is, it's terminal. We estimate he has half a year left, the nurse gloomily added. She had been forced to be the bearer of bad news far too many times for her taste. But there has to be someone with a healing quirk, right? Someone can help him, can't they? Inko demanded, eyes threatening to let loose a barrage of tears. That's the problem. Healing quirks only work on what isn't already healed. For the most part, tumors aren't injuries or damaged tissue. Just the opposite, in fact. They're collections of cells that shouldn't be there, that reproducing faster than they should. It's like trying to put a new engine in a car that still has the old engine in. Until it's removed, there's nothing you can do, the nurse calmly explained. Then remove it. Get them out of him so he can be healed. Inko shouted, getting up in the nurse's face. Desperation leaked from her being. Izuku, the only family she had left, was going to be taken from her in half a year, and apparently there was nothing anybody could do about it. I'm sorry, but we can't. The tumors are attached to the bronchi. If the slightest thing goes wrong, his life would be in more peril than it is now. I'm sorry, but we just can't help him. The woman looked down in shame. Much like the heroes everyone looked up to, nurses, surgeons, and doctors were expected to be able to cure any medical issue. But, just like the heroes outside, even they couldn't always win. There were times where patients died under their watch or were sent out to enjoy what little time they had left with those they loved. I might be able to help, Akio suddenly offered from Izuku's side. Inko turned to him so fast that her head could have twisted off her neck. What do you mean? Can you really help him? It's not guaranteed, but I work at a lab currently developing more organic means of fighting instances like this. We haven't made any breakthroughs yet, but your son could be the key. When he was questioned by the paramedics, he mentioned he was quirkless. Is this true? Yes, he's been quirkless for his entire life. But what does that have to do with anything? Akio turned his face to the boy, who also awaited the explanation. See, most subjects' bodies reject the biomass of sorts. The organic substance is driven out by the quirks. However, your son may be the first person whose body accepts the cure. With no quirk to interfere, he may prove to be a valuable test subject. I don't know. It sounds expensive. I'd pay any amount if there was a chance to save my little Izuku, but I don't want to get our hopes up just to find out we can't afford the procedure. And there's so much we don't know about this. What kind of biomass even is this? What would happen if his body still rejects it? If it works, are you going to keep him locked up to experiment with? Inko rattled the questions off in quick succession. She ever so desperately wanted to help her son, but there were too many unknowns. Don't worry about finances, it'll all be covered. In fact, I'm sure my higher-ups would be willing to pay you to let us treat Izuku. As for the biomass, it's easiest to describe as a living bundle of nanobots. A natural nanomedicine, if you will. And so far, anyone whose body has rejected the treatment came out just like they were before. No better, but no worse either. But as for if he proves successful, I truthfully can't say. All I can say is this is a potential win-win for both of us, Akio replied. The man was clearly eager to treat Izuku, maybe too eager to be comfortable. I'll do it, Izuku strongly stated from the bed. But Izuku, what if his mother started, only to be cut off by her son. I know there's a lot riding on this, but I'd be glad to be of help. If by testing on me, this biomass is proven to be worth further development, Who knows how many will be helped in the future? Fully curing cancer is something modern medicine can't do even after so many years. If Mr. Tanaka's company were to come out with a breakthrough like this, I'm sure more and more research will be put into curing other ailments. That was the son she knew and loved. Always willing to do what he could to help others, even if he could get hurt in the process. But this wasn't just standing up to his bully of a friend. His life was actually on the line this time. She wanted to back him up, tell him he was doing the right thing, but she just couldn't agree right now. Can I have a few days to think about it? I don't want to rush right into this, Inko requested, to which Akio smiled. Of course. Here, take my card. I'll be waiting for your decision. While speaking, he reached into his pocket and handed her a standard-looking business card. Inko inspected the affiliation, rather startled upon finding out he was part of Life Foundation, one of the leading names in scientific advancement. I hope you feel better, kid, he kindly offered with a pat to Izuku's shoulder before heading for the door. Thank you for being there for me, the green-haired teen blurted out. Akio looked over his shoulder and smiled, then left the mother and son with the nurse. Is there anything I can do for you? She offered, which was turned down by Inko. The woman also left, leaving Inko with her little boy. It wasn't fair. First, he had to befriend Katsuki of all people. While she wouldn't openly complain about his choice in friends, Bakugo had always been a little too high of a horse for her tastes. But then he had to find out he was quirkless. So many hours worth of time watching heroes, trying to use her or his father's quirks, and coming up with hero names had been washed down the drain with one X-ray. To top it off, Bakugo, and a fair chunk of society for that matter, suddenly started treating Izuku less than poorly, and now he was going to die because of it. But now she finally had a chance to really help him. He was willing to risk what was left of his health in the name of science. And what kind of a mother would she be if she kept putting him down? Like that one day he pleaded with her to know if he could still be a hero. Okay everyone. Class has started, so sit down and let's go through attendance. As requested, the group of middle schoolers dispersed and took their assigned seats, some sitting more respectfully than others. Bakugo just sneered as the teacher read out each name and awaited a response. Shouldn't this guy already be able to tell who was and wasn't present just by seeing which seats were filled? Katsuki Bakugo? Here, the explosive teen annoyedly replied. More names, more extras replying here, or present, to the teacher. Seriously, he couldn't wait until he was in UA and far away from this dump. Izuku Midoriya? Izuku Midoriya? The teacher looked up from his clipboard and scanned the room. The teen's seat was empty, so he marked the child as absent and simply continued down the list. Why the hell isn't Deku here? That nerd never skips class. Bakugo thought to himself. Sure, there was what he said yesterday, but not even Deku would be that stupid. The blonde scoffed and put the question out of mind just in time for the teacher to start going over the day's lesson. I know I've already asked so many times, but are you really sure you're willing to do this, honey? Inko held Izuku's hand and felt his grip match hers. If I can get treated while helping those in the future, I think it'll be more than worth it. And Mr. Tanaka already mentioned you could get paid as well. She had asked him the same question at least 5 times ever since he ended up in the hospital the previous day, and every time he answered with a resounding yes. Inko sighed and pulled her phone from her purse. Then, I'll call him and let him know we're willing to do this. I just want you to know that whether or not this works, I love you, Izuku. I love you too, Mom. Inko gave a nervous smile before letting go of his hand and stepping into the hallway. Her other hand retrieved the card from her pocket, and she dialed the number on it. A short while later, the dialing tone was replaced by a man's voice. Akio speaking, the man answered. Hello? This is Inko Midoriya. We met yesterday? Ah, Mrs. Midoriya. What a pleasant surprise. Have you come to a decision yet, or are there more questions you wanted to ask? We're willing to go through with it. Is there any paperwork or meetings involved beforehand? There will be a few signatures needed, but everything else is already prepared. I was hoping for you to say yes, after all. Drop by my office this Saturday at noon, if you can. Is there anything else? No, I don't believe so. Thank you, Mr. Tanaka. Certainly. I hope you two have a good day, Inko hung up and returned to the room, where Izuku still rested in the bed. "Well, how'd it go?" a man whose ID tag read Drake asked. "Luck is on our side." She agreed to the treatment. "If all goes well, we may be taking the first step into a grand future." Akio and the man next to him looked down from the observatory into the bustling laboratory below. Several dozen people, all wearing protective gear, scurried from station to station. Some carried little test tubes filled with liquid, while others brought digital readouts of data and analytics to those who needed it. A few transported equipment to and from tables, and one was giving instructions to a team. Akio and his assistant made their way down a flight of stairs and approached a rack of lab coats, goggles, gloves, and face masks. Carefully donning one of each item, the two entered the lab and made their way to a certain station. "Any progress on quirk compatibility?" The worker in question quickly turned away from a screen filled with readouts and figures upon being asked. "I'm sorry, sir, but still nothing. It's as if this thing is intentionally avoiding prolonged interaction with quirked individuals. More so, nothing we've done has been able to change its physiology or anatomy." The researcher returned to the screen and scrolled to another page. The two walked away, one rather disappointed and the other curious. "Pardon me for asking, but what if this experiment doesn't work? What if this Midoriya kid just turns out like the rest? Then we keep trying. This is just too valuable to give up on. Imagine, pairing anyone with this would be more than enough to gain funding. And from there, we may learn how to alter this creature's genetics to a more quirk-friendly state." His tone was confident, but those who knew him well enough would know he was actually much more conflicted than he appeared. After all, he was throwing generous amounts of cash to keep this project going, yet was met with little to no success. Akio fell silent as he approached a heavy-duty door and entered a 7-digit passcode, then swiped a card that was in his shirt pocket. A small, red light flickered to green and the door slowly slid open. The room was small, just large enough for a group of the scientists to collect around a table in the center. On the table was a box made of thick glass on 4 sides with a locked hatch on the top. It was only 3/4 of a foot in each direction. Inside the box was a red substance. Almost like an illusion, the puddle of crimson shimmered like a gasoline spill. However, the most notable feature was its movement. Small tendrils, only a few hairs' breadths thick, would stretch forward and grab the slick glass floor before pulling the rest of the sludge with it. It repeated this process to move in a circle around the inside of its cage, occasionally climbing a few inches up the glass. "You are admittedly getting on my nerves, but I believe I will have a suitable host for you soon," Akio muttered as he bent low enough to look at the substance at eye level. If the thing in the box could hear Akio, it either didn't care enough to show anything resembling a response or simply ignored him. After a day and a half at the hospital, Izuku was cleared to leave. He was prescribed a painkiller for his lungs and was given a portable nebulizer for if he experienced another fit. His mother kept a close eye on him throughout the drive home, and insisted he leaned against her while ascending the stairs to their apartment. Even though his bed wasn't as comfortable as the one in the hospital, it felt good to be in his own room, surrounded by his all-might merchandise. His mother had told him that she would have to head to Akio's office within a few days, and that she wanted him to go too. He was okay with that. Akio had been there and stayed by his side until someone else was there, so he could at least be there to thank the man again. But on the other hand, he had school again tomorrow. That meant Bakugo would probably be demanding to know where he had been, if he didn't start throwing more explosions first. That brought up another issue. The whole fact that he now had cancerous growths and cuts in his lungs came up out of the blue, but how much worse would it get if he was suddenly exposed to more of the smoke that likely caused his health issues in the first place? Izuku sighed as he sat up in his bed and planted his feet on the ground. Careful not to suddenly jar anything in his body, he walked over to his desk and sat down at his computer. After 2 hours of catching up on hero-related news, Izuku found an interesting article. Apparently, All Might had actually been near the middle school the same day Izuku met Akio. Some sludge villain had led him on a wild goose chase, but was obviously caught by the symbol of peace. "Ah man, I could have met All Might. There's so much I could have asked him," Izuku complained internally, but decided to let it go when he realized meeting his idol could have been at the cost of being attacked by the villain. Izuku, dinner's ready. Inko called from the kitchen. Izuku quickly turned off his computer and walked to the door. When he opened it, his mom was already there to help him walk to the table. It was clear she was afraid the slightest physical strain could cause another coughing fit. Then again, Izuku himself wasn't quite sure how much his body would allow before his lungs decided enough was enough. So he allowed her to be her slightly overprotective self and let her hold him all the way to the kitchen, where the two ate and talked. Izuku sent his third blessing to All Might that his first day back at school was a Friday, so he would have a full weekend to catch up on schoolwork and avoid any classmates who were actually interested enough to ask about his absence. He felt a familiar pain rising in his lungs, so he pulled out a medicine bottle from his backpack and unscrewed the cap. When he carefully tilted the bottle, 2 pills landed in his open palm, which he quickly chased with water. A few coughs escaped his mouth, which only grew in intensity. While one hand covered his mouth, the other fished in his left pocket and pulled out his nebulizer. Fighting the urge to keep coughing, he placed the device in his mouth and switched it on. Relief immediately overwhelmed him as the medication traveled into his lungs, and he let out a quick exhale from the ordeal. Minutes later, he could feel the painkillers take effect in his chest. Luckily, class was starting, so no one could bother him without interrupting the teacher. Most of the material was reviewing old stuff, with only a little being related to the material from the day before. Classes started and ended, with no one bothering to ask Izuku why he had skipped. Part of him felt relieved that he didn't have to explain his new condition, but another part of him was upset that no one actually cared enough to ask. Well, that concludes today's class. Have a good day, students. See you all on Monday, the teacher announced. Most of the students excitedly packed their bags and ran off to go home, while others, like Izuku, stayed behind for their own reasons. Izuku had read the bottle's label earlier in the day, and each dose lasted a little shorter than the school day. Deciding to take another 2 pills just in case, he pulled the container from his bag and dumped 3 into his palm. When he tried to put the third one back in, it slipped from his fingers and rolled on the ground. It stopped at a shoe and was picked up by the owner's hand. Bakugo just stood there, inspecting the dropped capsule. "What's the sheet?" he demanded, somewhat less angry than usual. Just a painkiller," Izuku nervously replied with an outstretched hand. He had a feeling things were not going to go smoothly, yet he hoped Bakugo would be reasonable enough to return the pill. Evidently he was. Izuku quickly dropped the pill in the bottle and popped the other 2 into his mouth, which he swallowed with some water. "What's the matter? You trip and fall? Is that why you were out yesterday?" The blonde sneered upon implying Izuku's frailty like usual. Instead of clamming up like usual, though, the green-haired teen just looked down and mumbled incoherently. "What's that?" Bakugo shouted. The minute he needed to learn to speak up. "I said, I have lung cancer," Izuku replied, much more venomously than anyone would have expected. He grabbed his backpack and stood up, turning his back on his classmate. "Thanks for that, by the way." Before any more could be said, Izuku ran out to the hall and through the main doors. He completely ignored the possibility of another coughing fit. All he wanted to do was get home where it was safe. His mom pulled up by the school, and he eagerly threw himself into the car. Izuku and his mother sat in a spacious lobby. The Life Foundation logo took up nearly half of the wall behind the chairs the greenheads were sitting on. All around the other walls were either newspaper articles reporting Life's successes or generic stock photos of scientists with phrases like, "Here at Life, we spend hours to make yours better." Inko had picked up one of the person's magazines that littered the little tables around the room and caught up on recent events among celebrities. Izuku, on the other hand, found himself deeply interested in one of Life's own magazines. The article that grabbed his attention was based around their current space travel projects and how they hoped to make a commercial space trip program within the next 2 years. "Hello, Mrs. and Izuku Midoriya," Akio greeted as he strutted up to the two. He wore a very formal suit with a tie and dress pants that went all the way down to his dress shoes. He shook the boys' and mother's hands before leading them to an elevator. When he stepped in, Izuku quickly noticed the fact that there were 8 floor buttons despite there being only 3 visible floors from the outside. I hope you guys haven't seen The Decline, Akio joked as he pressed a button labeled B2. The elevator slowly descended, giving Izuku and his mother views of the underground offices through the glass wall in the back of the elevator. Soon enough, the metal box came to a stop and let out a quiet ping, which was accompanied by the doors opening to a normal-looking hallway. The man led the two down, occasionally waving to those he passed. After the third turn, he grabbed a door handle and pushed the door inward to reveal a surprisingly large room with windows that looked outside, despite being well over a dozen feet below ground. Enjoy the view? Akio grabbed a remote-like device from his desk and pressed a red button. Immediately, the view of the ocean and trees outside disappeared, leaving walls filled with paper documents and various photos. "Please, sit down," the man said with a gesture to 2 chairs next to a large desk. The 3 sat down, and Akio opened a tab in his computer with the Life Foundation name and logo. "I trust you brought your insurance cards and identification?" "Yes, of course." Inko lifted her purse to her lap and dug through the bag. Eventually, she pulled out a smaller zip-up bag and opened it to pull out a few cards. Akio looked at the offered cards and typed the required information into his computer. For half a minute, the only sound in the room was the clacking of the keys. A printer from his side of the desk began to hum and spat out a page, which the man took and reviewed before handing over to the visitors. "Read over this if you would. It's a waiver that holds us accountable for accidents on our end, but not for unforeseeable circumstances, such as citywide power outages, natural disasters, and so on," Akio explained. After a quick skim of the text, Inko fished a pen from her purse and signed the paper, which was replaced with a new form. "This one you can keep. It's an outline of what will and will not be allowed on the day of the procedure. It also lists any services we can provide in the case of an emergency like the ones mentioned earlier." The green-haired woman scanned the page, noting that video recording devices, aside from personal phones, were not allowed whatsoever. But even then, there were restrictions on where and when she could use it. There were other odd details, such as the listing of 30 days of rations under provided emergency care. "And lastly, I need Izuku to sign this sheet." Yet another paper was grabbed from the printer and slid to the visitors. It lists the potential side effects of the treatment, along with a disclaimer that there is no guarantee that he will be better after this should you decide to continue. The list seemed to include every imaginable health detriment from sore muscles all the way to death. "I don't know about this. Are you sure, Izuku? This could go much worse than we expected," Inko worriedly asked as she looked over the list. If this did indeed go wrong, Izuku probably wouldn't be around long enough to suffer from another coughing fit. It felt like too much of a risk, even if it could cure her son. But before she could voice any more complaints, Izuku scribbled his signature onto the sheet and slid it back to Akio. "Thank you. With that out of the way, when would be the best time for you? We have an opening this Tuesday at 1:30. Inko, still taken aback that Izuku potentially signed his life away without answering her question, turned back to the dressed-up man. I think so. Izuku has school that day, but he's a smart kid. Catching up shouldn't be an issue. Right?" "I don't think so," Izuku replied. "Excellent," Akio cheered. A few mouse clicks later, everything the Midoriya family needed to be there for was completed. Throughout the trip home, concerns and worries ran through Inko's mind. Sure, this was a new, practically experimental process, but there were so many fine details she noticed that raised some concerns, such as the rations she had read about and the expansive list of potential results to her boy. She wanted him to live, which was the only reason she was willing to go through this far. But that didn't mean she felt comfortable. So, if you take the square root of b squared minus a and c times 4, you'll see that the root is negative, so it has to be an imaginary number. Therefore, there are no real solutions to this question. The green-haired teen quickly looked back and forth between the teacher's notes and his own notes, making sure to get everything down letter for letter. With his other hand, he brought the nebulizer to his mouth and switched it on long enough to get a large inhale of his medication. Words could not express how thankful he was that the machine was silent. He would die from embarrassment if it made a loud hum every time he turned it on. Izuku Midoriya, you are being picked up. Please report to the main office. According to the clock, it was just past 12. The day had gone by a bit faster than he had expected. Regardless, he eagerly packed his bags and was halfway to the door when a few students piped up. "Whoa, check out the wheels on that one," one of the boys exclaimed. Izuku stopped and looked outside, seeing a large, lightly armored car in the school parking lot. Already figuring out what was going on, Izuku speed-walked to the office, where his mom signed him out before leading him to the attention-gathering vehicle. Isn't this a little extreme?" Izuku asked. Two similar cars pulled up behind the first one. The one in the back was nearly identical, but the middle car had less armor and was closer to a normal vehicle than the other two. Akio stepped out from the middle car and held the door open with a gesture for the two to get in. "I hope you don't mind riding in style," he said nonchalantly. The door closed and the three cars immediately drove off. The inside of the car was surprisingly empty. The trunk had been completely removed and the middle row of seats was reversed, giving the seating situation more of a train-like shape. "I'm sure you both remember the rules for when we get there?" Akio questioned, almost like a warning. "Yes," both replied in unison. Inko had nothing but the bare essentials on her, and Izuku had only brought what he had absolutely needed for his first few classes. "You can leave your bag in the car when we get there," Akio offered as he pulled a phone from his pocket. "Drake? We're on our way." "Yeah, I know we're a little early. Just wanted to make sure we'd have enough time." "Figured." "Anything else?" "Then see you there." He then turned to the two passengers. "Remember what I said when we first discussed this treatment? How I mentioned that it was like a bundle of living nanomachines?" Izuku nodded and Inko gave a yes. "Well, just keep that in mind when we begin. It may look a bit odd, but what Izuku's going to go through is the same thing everyone else has gone through." With the cryptic message out of the way, Akio quickly switched over to making small talk with Izuku. He listened intently as Izuku listed off his vast interest in heroes and how he had hoped to be one even after being diagnosed as quirkless. Inko, on the other hand, spoke about her life, how quirks had changed from when she was a kid, and told funny stories about Izuku, the teenager blushing every now and then. The Life Foundation building came into view. Instead of driving into the parking lot Inko had used to bring her and Izuku last time, they were taken through a ramp that led directly underground. Dim lights stretched down the concrete path that seemed to stretch for miles. Finally, the vehicles came to a stop and the drivers hopped out. All three were approached by guards that held devices resembling flashlights up to their eyes. "All good. Good here. Same. Let's get a move on." Each door was opened by one of the guards, who stepped aside to let the passengers get out. "Mr. Tanaka," the guard respectfully offered with a bow. "Thank you, Rin." Still followed by the guards, Inko, Izuku, and Akio were led through a plain door and into a suspiciously regular service desk. The man behind a computer noticed the man standing there and slid a small pad forward. Akio pressed his thumb against it, and the tiny device let out a friendly beep. The man then pressed a button underneath the computer screen, and a soft click sounded from the door beside the desk. "Izuku, Mrs. Midoriya. Are you ready?" "Yes, I'm ready," Inko replied. The man walked over to and pushed open the door, which led to another hallway. "It'll be a little walk. I hope that doesn't bother you." "If I may, why is it so far from the surface to here?" Izuku asked, hoping not to somehow offend the man. "That's a good question. This area was designed for containment of more contagious substances. While none of them were much more dangerous than a bad cold, I think it was a good idea to keep this area as isolated as possible. Just in case something bad did happen. That, and security." By the time Akio finished his answer, he had led them into a new room. Truthfully, laboratory was a more appropriate term. Except for the fact that no one had protective gear, it perfectly represented the labs Izuku saw in movies. While looking at the various computers and whirring machines, Izuku noticed the obvious fact that one wall was mostly made of glass. On the other side of the glass was a bland room. No computers, devices, or even papers decorated the room. It was just barren, like a cage. "We're ready. All we need is Midoriya." Drake, a tall man with white hair and deep blue eyes, came up from behind the three and handed a checklist to Akio. In his other hand was a black suitcase. Good. Akio turned to Izuku. If you're ready, Drake will lead you to the next room over. Come on, let's get this party started, Drake offered with a serious yet friendly enough tone. He and Izuku walked into a different connected room and away from Inko's view. There's no way to say this without sounding unprofessional, but I need you to remove your shirt. Excuse me? Izuku stuttered. Take your shirt off. Same for your shoes and socks. We'll need to attach monitor nodes to your body so we can keep an eye on your vitals. As Izuku removed his shirt, Drake knelt on the ground and opened the suitcase. Each hand grabbed a small, circular object that was carefully placed on the boy's chest. 3 more were added around his torso. Give me your hand, Drake ordered. The green-haired teen complied, and the man pulled 2 lancets from the suitcase. This will prick a little. We just need a small sample of your blood to compare before and after the treatment. The man quickly used both devices to draw blood, then returned them to the suitcase. Are you ready? As ready as I'll ever be, I guess, Izuku nervously replied. Inko watched as Izuku, sans shirt, cautiously stepped into the room. How are you going to treat him without any machines? Inko asked. Remember what I said in the car? Yes. You said something along the lines of, the treatment will be odd. That I did, Akio replied before tapping one of the computer managers on the shoulder. Release the biomass. The man quickly typed in a special sequence of commands on his computer, which caused a small panel to open inside the room Izuku was in. The green-haired teen and his mom both focused on the hatch, and were equally terrified when a red puddle pulled itself from the shadows and crept towards the boy. Me, Mr. Tanaka? What is this? Izuku questioned as he pressed himself against the opposite wall. Regardless, the red mass continued its advancement, slowly but surely getting closer to the panicking boy. That is the cure I told you about. If you remember, I referred to it as a cluster of nanomachines. However, their first programming is to search out humans that may require assistance. I know it's scary looking, but please get closer to it. Maybe hold your hand out? Akio spoke with a slightly unusual, near emotionless tone. Almost like he was much too interested in the results. His entire arm was shaking, but Izuku reluctantly approached the red sludge. The moment his fingertips grazed the substance, it wrapped itself around him and slowly began disappearing. Initial contact has been made. Heart rate jumped a little, but that's not surprising. Ever since Izuku had stepped into the room, a quiet heart monitor had started beeping. Inko held her breath as the red slime coated his hand and the monitor's beeping quickened in pace. Suddenly, Izuku recoiled in pain. His hand felt like it was being torn apart from the inside out. Heart rate skyrocketing, the man at the computer announced. The peeps had changed from a consistent beat to a sound that resembled an alarm. Perfect for the situation in Inko's eyes. Her boy started thrashing around inside the box. The red goo was completely gone, presumably inside him now. Messing with his insides. Stirring his internals. Killing him from the inside out. It hurt. It hurt so much. It hurt so much he wanted it all to end. He couldn't feel his own body, but it still hurt more than anything he'd ever felt. The bully's beatings, Bakugo's explosions, nothing he could remember came close to this level of agony. He couldn't breathe. His lungs were doing everything they could to get oxygen into his system, but it was all expelled in his screams and thrashes. He couldn't even cough. Through it all, one weak thought pushed itself to the front of his mind. Is this how I die? Please. You need to get that stuff out of him. Inko shouted. Akio and Drake together were holding her back, as she had started trying to break through the glass. All around her, objects took a light green glow as they levitated or flew around the room. Everyone not out of the way ducked and hid beneath desks to avoid getting impaled by pencils or smashed in the head with staplers. She didn't care. All she cared about was Izuku. He was in pain, so much pain. But she couldn't help him. His screams, even though muffled by the separating glass, rang like gunshots in her ears. Not even a minute in, without a warning, his spasms slowed considerably, then stopped entirely. No. He couldn't be, he just couldn't be. But He wasn't moving. He was just lying there. It worked, one of the men stated amazedly. His eyes were glued to a computer. Taking a moment to collect herself as much as possible, Inko realized that the bleeps from the heart monitor had slowed back down. Everything else is normal too. His heart rate is about the same as someone who just finished a workout, but he's fine overall. He would be okay. He was going to live, albeit with a very traumatic experience behind him. He could go home and go to school and grow up and maybe get married later in life. I'm sorry you had to see that, Akio offered with a hand on her shoulder. No one should have to watch that, but I figured you would prefer to be here in case something went wrong. Can he go home now? The woman asked after politely brushing his hand off. Not today. We'll need to keep him here for observation, but you can visit anytime. If anything remotely worrying starts happening, we'll call you and send transportation immediately. Drake, would you be so kind as to escort her to the surface? Can I stay until he wakes up at least? The mother begged. He would be scared when he awoke, and all alone unless he knew she was there. I am sorry, but we cannot allow that. Besides, he will need to be moved to a sterile, isolated room. Even if you stayed, you would not be able to see him. Inko's shoulders slumped, and slowly walked up to the glass. Her hand gently touched the surface between her and her son. Goodbye, Izuku. I'll be back soon. Without another word, she and Drake returned to the parking lot, where the same vehicles awaited. She was scared. The sight of Izuku's agonized spasms were burned into her memory. She wanted to trust that Akio, Drake, and everyone else there knew what they were doing and would keep Izuku alive, but something in her kept insisting otherwise. Once she was dropped off at her apartment, she placed Izuku's bag on his bed and went to bed early. She wanted it to be tomorrow so she could visit Izuku when he was awake. Izuku groaned. His head ached and his muscles felt sore. He recalled the ordeal he went through. Well, he didn't know how long ago he passed out. Mom. There was no reply. He finally opened his eyes and took in his surroundings, or lack thereof, in his case. It was another empty room, but the walls, save the one made of glass, were all white. He had been changed into a light blue patient gown at some point. Oh, good morning, Izuku. A new man stepped into view on the other side of the glass. Glass walls, that seemed to be a constant in this place. How are you feeling? Are you hungry? Thirsty? Tired? And really hungry, Izuku groggily answered. A small panel on a side wall opened and held out a tray of mush, plastic silverware, and a water bottle. Sorry we can't offer anything more savory, but until we can be sure your stomach can handle regular foods, you're going to have to live with purely nutritional blends. Izuku took the tray and scooped a spoonful of mush into his mouth. As soon as he got the first taste, he needed more. Spoonful after spoonful was shoveled into his mouth. In all actuality, it wasn't half bad. The texture reminded him of applesauce, but the taste wasn't the best. Still, he finished the food in a few minutes and downed the water bottle. Please slide them back under, the man requested with a point towards the hatch. The teen complied, and the little door closed. Where's my mom? Can I speak to her? Izuku wanted to see her so she could see he was all right. She was told to leave shortly after you passed out, but she will be allowed to see you soon. For now, though, tell me how you feel. Do your lungs feel better? Izuku took a few deep breaths and focused. It was weird. I feel like I'm getting more air. Or maybe oxygen. I don't quite know what aspect of breathing was affected by the damage. That's good. I have to go, but before I do, the man started as he pressed a few buttons next to the room. The glass wall dimly lit up as a screen the size of a household television appeared. To keep yourself entertained. We're not savages after all. The man left to do whatever he needed, so Izuku sat down and scrolled through the channels. Eventually, he found a station covering All Might and let his hyperfixation take over. What do you mean by, I can't find it? Akio demanded. His face, usually serious but a bit kind, had turned into a glaring frown. That thing was detectable in every other subject. Why can't you find it inside him? The man shouted. I don't know, sir. It's like it just disappeared. There's no sign of it anywhere, a woman tried to explain. She showed him a multi-level X-ray of the boy in the small room, but nothing abnormal jumped out at him. God damn it! Akio screamed. He grabbed a stack of papers and roughly shoved it off the desk. Some fell in a heap, whereas a few from the top of the stack flew up and slowly descended to the ground. We finally find a subject that doesn't die, and the FING thing is just gone. The question, laced with anger, frustration, and general rage, was more directed at the air than it was any of the workers. He paced around in a small circle, grabbing and pulling handfuls of his hair. Calm down, Akio. You don't know what's going on, they clearly don't know, and the boy sure as hell doesn't know, the man internally reasoned. Sir? What are your orders? One of the men frightfully asked. We keep him here for 3 days. If something shows up, we find out what. And if not? Akio quickly turned to the one who asked the question with a stare that sent a chill down his spine. If, after 3 days of monitoring, there's still no sign of it, we let him go and finally consider this project a failure. Face the facts. We've probably just lost the thing that this entire project was created to study. So, you're feeling good now? Yeah. Better than I have in a long time, actually. It might be this super clean environment, but I feel like I've never had more air in me, if you get what I mean. Inko sighed in relief. She had awoken many times throughout the previous night. She was just too worried to stay asleep. But here he was, better than ever with that bright light in his eyes. I'm glad. They said unless something comes up, you'll be able to leave in 2 days. Think you can hold out until then? As long as the television feature keeps working, Izuku joked, which got a light chuckle from his mom. I have to go. There are things I need to get done at home. I'll see you tomorrow. I love you. I love you too, Mom. Inko hesitated for half a second, but dragged herself away from the glass pane and away from the boy on the other side. Had she stayed another second longer, she might have seen the green in his eyes briefly shimmer a crimson red before returning to normal. Before you leave, did you notice anything different about Izuku? Not at all. He said he didn't feel any different besides being able to breathe more easily. Why do you ask? Just making sure. If you saw anything worrying, we'd want to be able to check on him as soon as we found out. Thank you for your concern. And again, I'm so sorry about the mess I made. I understand. You're a mother who thought you were watching your child die. It's only natural you'd panic. Well, I'll be back tomorrow, Mr. Tanaka. Thank you for everything you've done so far. Akio nodded and watched as the car drove away. She was a pleasant woman. Much better than some of the clients he dealt with. On the way back to the lab, he braced himself for more bad news. What would it be this time? The boy's health was suddenly getting worse? The research team all quit for some reason or another. What was in store for him this time? Anything? He asked the moment he entered the observation room. I'm sorry, sir, but still no sign of it. There's been no new changes in the boy's health. I still don't know how to explain it. Every other subject showed signs of the thing inside them before dying. Akio sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. Was this really how Project Symbiosis was going to end? It had been over a decade since that thing had crawled out of an asteroid one of the space exploration teams had brought back. A full 11.5 years and millions, maybe billions of dollars, about to go down the drain. The only thing he had to show for it was the fact that the boy claimed to feel better than before. The X-rays backed up his statements. The tumors and lesions had all but vanished overnight. But what was the point in proving that it worked if they couldn't study it anymore? He was in pain. The scientists on the other side of the glass watched in fascination and horror as his body twisted and contorted at unnatural angles. Despite his screams for help in a voice that wasn't his, no one moved. He could feel something in his throat. It was like he was throwing up, but whatever was lodged in his trachea was taking too long to come up. His lungs burned in need of air, but he couldn't give them the air they desired. Whatever was in his throat finally reached his mouth. It felt awful. The slippery, moving substance crawled around in his mouth before shooting out from his jaw. The last thing he saw was the tip of that red sludge emerging from between his teeth before everything went. But before everything went silent, Izuku awoke with a gasp and shot up like a rocket. He was still in the little room. He felt all over his body, not finding a trace of the red slime that had been in his nightmare, and the same room as him before that. It was just a nightmare. It was just a nightmare. He repeated the short mantra multiple times while doing his best to control his breathing. It was about to be his last day here. He didn't want to cause Akio and the others more trouble just because he had some bad dream. But it was so real. He could remember in vivid detail sensations he never felt before. And that voice. It wasn't his, even if it was choked out by the thing that stuffed his throat. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and laid back down. Tomorrow was going to be fine. He would go home and return to school. He was going to be okay. Izuku? What are you doing? Inko watched as her son did a funny little bounce on his feet while watching television. Sure, she knew he got antsy when heroes were the focus, but right now he was just watching a movie from the pre-Quark ages. I don't know. Ever since I got home, I felt more energetic than usual. I don't know why, but I think it's because my muscles and organs have more fuel to burn now that my lungs are in a better state, but I don't know how much that would. Anything after that point was lost to Inko. Even with her years of learning to decipher his habitual muttering, he still sped up too much for her to understand. Honey, if you have so much energy, why don't you go for a run? She gently pushed down on his shoulders to temporarily keep him still. Are you sure? I guess that could help burn energy though. See you later, Izuku replied before jogging to, and then out the door. Inko, now alone, let the laugh she had been suppressing come to the surface. He, like any other person, had certain triggers that got him hyped up, but this was entirely new. But if he was willing to get a little fresh air and exercise his legs, she wouldn't complain. The softly blowing wind felt great in his hair. As he ran down the sidewalk, he let the feeling of his pumping legs take him away from everything around him. When was the last time he felt this great? He came upon the staircase that led to the beach. Taking a minute to rest, he gazed at the collection of garbage that had been there for as long as he could remember. Somebody should do something about that, he thought to himself before turning around and running back home. When he finally climbed the last stair, something in him wanted to keep on moving. So, he walked down the stairs and ran back to the beach. This time, instead of turning back at the staircase, he hopped down them and ran alongside the shore when he could and alongside the mounds of trash when he had to. Come on, if we pull here, we should be able to dislodge this. Not too far from where he was, a group of teens had gathered by one of the many piles and were trying to wedge something out. Hey, what's going on? Izuku asked once he got to the group. A quick look told him enough. They were trying to get a newer-looking car dislodged. Well, my friend here says this isn't. It's not in the best condition, but we think if we can get it out and make a few repairs, it would be street drivable, one of the guys explained with a tug on the frame. And even if it doesn't work, we could take it apart and make some good money selling the scrap, another guy added. Could you use another set of hands? Sure thing, man. Izuku walked to the passenger's side and braced his hands against the window frame. 1, 2, 3. Push, the first guy shouted. Many arms and legs strained in an attempt to budge the car, and managed to move it half a foot. Again. 1, 2, 3. In unison, all 4 teens pushed, managing to get the car another 2 inches before 3 of them gave up. Izuku, not realizing the other 3 had stopped, continued applying pressure on the vehicle. Little by little, the hunk of metal rolled out, broken toasters and televisions tumbling to the ground as the supporting frame moved. Hey bud, why don't you take a dash? A loud, thundering avalanche of trashed appliances and furniture threw everyone aside as the car that so much junk had been balanced on shot a full 2 feet back in one go. The 3 teens, wide-eyed and open-jawed, turned to Izuku, who was leaning on the car and taking deep, heavy breaths. Hey man, you good? The first teen asked as he approached the green-haired one. Yeah, I'm fine, he replied between gasps. Just pushed harder than I have in a long time. Here, drink this. A water bottle was held in front of the teen, who gratefully took it and downed half of the contents in one swallow. Thanks. I think I'll be heading out. Good luck with this. The 3 wished Izuku well before pushing the freed car to a parking lot. Sorry I took so long. I got caught up helping a few guys at the beach, Izuku said once he stepped into the apartment. The first thing Inko noticed was his filthy clothes. His shirt had large grease and dirt stains, which matched the sand and mud stuck to his jeans. But the second thing she noticed was a shallow, bleeding cut on his hand. "Are you okay? How did this happen?" she worriedly asked. Careful not to aggravate the wound, she cradled the hand in hers as if it would make it heal faster. "Oh, I don't know, actually. I think it may have happened when I helped some guys pull a car out. But I don't recall feeling anything like this." "Well, wash it out to be safe. And if you ever feel the need to go messing around on the beach like that again, make sure you take a pair of gloves with you." "I will." "Sorry about that." Izuku apologized before heading to the bathroom. If there was one thing Inko had more than enough of, it was triple antibiotic. It was a necessity when her son insisted on hanging around someone like Bakugo. Without needing to look, Izuku pulled the top right drawer open and grabbed the tube of ointment. As he rubbed the ointment into the wound, he could have sworn he saw something red in his eyes. He leaned forward and squinted, waiting for something to happen. A minute and a half later, he gave up and went back to cleansing his injury. Then his hair started changing. A narrow streak of his emerald hair slowly turned to a blood-like red. It was a full half an inch thick. Izuku ran from the bathroom and into his room. The paper Akio had given him was in the main drawer of his desk, so it did not take him too long to find it. Scanned the list of potential side effects, and found pigment alteration in hair and/or eyes, halfway down the list. Okay, so this wasn't something bad. Why was that even listed? What would his mom think? "Hey Mom," he called out from his bedroom. "Yes, Izuku? I think I'm starting to see one of the unintended consequences of that treatment." He stepped into the kitchen and played with the red lock of hair. His mother practically materialized in front of him and also inspected it. "It doesn't hurt, does it? Maybe we should call Mr. Akio. I'm sure he'd want to know about this," Inko rambled. "Well, the list does mention this, so maybe we should wait and see if it becomes a problem," Izuku replied. "If you insist. Just let me know if anything else unusual happens." "I will. Don't worry." Izuku returned to his bedroom and inspected his hand. Looking back, he actually did feel something cut his hand when he pushed the car by himself. He quickly got off his bed and opened a fresh notebook. Once again reviewing the sheet, he discovered that increased strength was not one of the mentioned possibilities. He jotted down change in hair color, expected and maybe increased strength, unexpected into the first page and shut it with the list inside. He could experiment a little tomorrow after school. "Hey sweetie, how's your hand?" Inko watched as Izuku wolfed down his breakfast at record speed, even filling another plateful before appearing satisfied. "It's good actually," he offered. He showed her his hand, which was healed to the point of a mild scar remaining. He had already jotted faster healing, unexpected in the notebook. "And your hair?" She ruffled his locks, not finding any more red strands. "Same as yesterday. Maybe the pigmentation will go back to normal when it grows out. I better get going. See you later." The green and red-haired teen grabbed his backpack and dashed out the door, leaving his mother to clean up what was left of the mess. He even liked the plate clean, Inko chuckled as she loaded the dishes into the sink. Surprisingly, it felt good to be back in school. Maybe it was because he was tired of being stuck in small rooms with glass walls. Maybe it was just getting back into the routine. "Hey Deku," a familiar voice called out. Izuku instinctively turned towards the culprit and felt the usual fear overtake his being. "Where'd you what's with your hair?" "Oh this? I guess the treatment had a few side effects," Izuku replied. "So, you're back to the same old Deku but with a bit of red hair?" Izuku tensed and waited for the more physical bullying to happen, but was only pushed to the side when Katsuki less than gently shoved past him. That was unexpected. Spanish Inquisition in the background. Now that he thought about it, Izuku realized that Bakugo had been unusually gentle with him. Or as gentle as Bakugo could be. He hadn't used his explosions recently, and any time he did search out Izuku, which had become less frequent, the torment lasted much shorter than usual. Maybe he's finally maturing? The jitteriness returned to Izuku minutes into his first class, which he dealt with by bouncing his knee as fast as he could without making a lot of noise. For the first time that year, he actually actively participated in gym class, much to his classmates' shocks. "Hey Midoriya? What's up with you recently? First you don't show up, only to have an inhaler thingy, then you're called out to ride in some kind of VIP ride, just to disappear for a few days, and now you're back with a red streak and a lot more energy than usual," one of the more neutral classmates asked as the two changed after gym. I got diagnosed with cancer and underwent some kind of experimental treatment that had a bunch of after effects. Sounds like a movie where the main character slowly develops some kind of superpower. Like, Toxicant. Ever see that one? No, I haven't. The two went their ways to their next classes, which was also the last class of the day. On the way home, Izuku took a quick detour to the beach. Nope. Not yet, maybe. I could start there, probably after half a year. Perfect. A small pile of anything imaginable stood before the teen, who grabbed an old wooden chair. Two of the legs fell off when he pulled, and the entire back snapped in half the moment he freed it from the pile. The nearest junkyard was a full 2 miles away, so he'd need to find a wheelbarrow or something to transport the heavier objects. But for now, he could manage prying smaller pieces of garbage and separating them from the main pile. A toaster, 2 more chairs, a portable television. One by one the teen removed appliances until a new pile had formed. He scooped up 2 chairs and a toaster and took off. His legs burned and his chest was sore from the effort, but it also felt good. It reminded him that he had always taken physical activity for granted before he found out about his lung issues. By the time he finally dropped everything at the junkyard, it was way past when he usually arrived home. He knew his mother must be worried sick about him. "Mom, I'm back. I just got a bit distracted on the way home," he called out. "I had a feeling. You've been acting a bit different as of late, so I guess I just assumed you were doing something." She looked upset, but also relieved for some reason. "I'm sorry that I worried you. Are you going to be okay?" "I'll be fine. It's just good seeing you finally coming out of your shell. For so long, you mostly stayed indoors and only hung around Katsuki. But now you're going for runs and helping strangers. I guess I was just waiting for something like this." Izuku was left speechless. Truthfully, he had expected his mother to be afraid of the idea of him going out more often. But here she was, telling him she was glad he was finally growing up, in a way. 8 months. That's how long he had until the UA entrance exam. He had already spent 3 working at the beach. In that short amount of time, he had cleaned out plenty of spots where the dark and grimy garbage heaps now gave way to the beautiful shoreline. More than once, he found himself just staring out at the water. The rippling waves had a way of just stealing attention. His body, once frail and weak, had filled out a little over 3 months of labor. He was already slightly above the average strength for his age, but he was willing to pin that on the treatment from a few months ago. Of course, there was the one time he pushed a half-buried car by himself, but nothing like that had happened since. But that wasn't the only change. The red streak in his hair had more than doubled in width, and it seemed to stretch all the way to the roots. Every now and then he would catch glimpses of crimson irises instead of his usual green when he looked in the mirror. But aside from those, nothing unusual had occurred, so he pushed the occurrences aside in his mind and went about his day to the best of his abilities. "Look out," someone called out. Izuku quickly turned and saw a baseball flying towards him. Instinct took over and he brought his arms up to protect his face. What he didn't plan on was a bloody red tendril emerging from his arm and catching the ball, smothering it in the tip of the tentacle. The elongated or extra, depending on how he looked at it, appendage shot back into his arm, dropping the ball to leave a small indent on the sandy floor. "Nice quirk. Mind tossing it back?" one of the boys said with a punch to his catcher's mitt. Izuku grabbed the ball and tossed it over. "Thanks," the kid shouted before running off to a group of children. Izuku stared at his arm, completely and utterly dumbfounded. He wanted to tell himself that whatever just happened didn't just happen, but whatever just happened did in fact happen and he couldn't deny it. Turning back to the pile, he raised his arm and tried to recreate what had just happened. His fingers wriggled as he attempted to summon the tendril, but nothing came from his arm. Was it a fluke? Izuku asked himself aloud. All of these changes were starting to get out of hand. Well, I take it you're the mystery kid that's been cleaning up? A man's voice asked from behind. The teen turned around and nearly fainted. Kamui Woods. The famous rank 10 hero, one of Izuku's personal favorites, only beaten by All Might, was standing right there. Where was his notebook when he really needed it? Yep, that's me. Could you use a branch? I have some free time and you look like you could use some help. Yes. Absolutely. Izuku shouted, then embarrassedly covered his mouth. I mean if you don't mind. Woods gave a hearty laugh and patted the teen on the back. Don't worry about it. I get a lot of loud fans. The arbor user extended his arm and morphed the wood in his hand to cover many times its original surface area. With his altered limb, he grabbed a large pile from the top and dropped it beside Izuku. How do you do that? Kamui replied as his hand returned to a more human appearance. Shape-shifting. How do you do it? I don't think you've actually spoken about the intricacies of your powers before. I understand. It actually took me a while to find out I could do that. Throughout most of my childhood, I thought I didn't have the ability to change my shape. The hero held his hand palm up and sprouted small, root-like extensions from his fingers. One day, I was watching a superhero show. One of the main characters was a shapeshifter, and in one episode he stretched his fingers to impossible lengths to ensnare a villain. I figured I would give it a try. And it worked. Izuku expectantly asked. Not really. My fingers just grew a bit longer. But it was a sign. At that moment, I realized my shape wasn't fully restricted. Ever hear of proprioception? Izuku shook his head. He would need to look this up later. I figured. I never heard it until I looked up other quirks with shape-altering abilities. Simply put, proprioception is a basic understanding of where certain parts of your body are. Like when you walk upstairs without looking. Your mind can approximate how much your foot is raised, so you don't need to watch your feet every time you walk up or down a flight of stairs. I think I get where you're going. You trained yourself to manipulate your proprioception to a state that would match if your limbs were different shapes. Kamui chuckled and gave the kid a friendly hand wave. Yes and no. That was a big part of it, but there's also spatial awareness and orientation, kinesthesia, and a few other factors. You literally have to predict how your body would respond if it had an entirely different shape, and then deal with it once it changes. Why do you ask? Having trouble with your quirk? Izuku opened his mouth to answer, but hesitated when he recalled that his potential abilities weren't technically quirk-based. It's actually like you. I think I might be able to change my appendages. Or at least slightly, Izuku muttered. He looked down at the arm that birthed the tendril and turned it around as if waiting for something to happen. I have some books and notes from when I started practicing. Are you going to be here tomorrow? If so, I can drop them off to you, the hero offered. Really? Don't you need them anymore? Nah, it becomes second nature after a while. Thank you, Izuku shouted while vigorously shaking Kamui's hand. Once again he realized his over-eagerness and jumped back. Sorry. Like I said, no worries. A phone buzzed in the wooden hero's pocket, which he retrieved and unlocked. I have to go. Duty calls. Same time tomorrow? Yes, I'll be here, Izuku quickly answered. Great. Have a good day. The hero ran off and quickly used his branched fingers to lift himself to a roof, where he picked up the pace and soon disappeared from view. Once he was sure no one was around, Izuku started excitedly dancing in place. Not only did he get to meet Kamui Woods, but he was going to get handwritten notes on his powers. Even if he couldn't get the hang of using the tendrils, he'd get one hell of a souvenir. Predict how your body would respond. The select phrase echoed in Izuku's memory when he stopped his celebration. How would it feel if his arm was instead a tendril? He closed his eyes and focused intently. It feels like I have a different appendage. It's blunt, but long. I can feel it past where my fingers are. It feels like I have a different appendage. It's blunt, but long. I can feel it past where my fingers are. He opened his eyes after half a minute and gasped. Right there was a vermilion stump with faint black vein-like patterns. It ended just half an inch or so beyond his fingertips. There were no markings of a palm or knuckles, just a round, smooth lump. But it worked. He dropped his focus and the red goo receded and reshaped into his hand. It had a superpower now. Maybe not a strong one, but it was there. Mom. Guess what? Izuku shouted moments after walking through the apartment door. Inko stopped stirring the contents of the pot and turned over her shoulder. He was really excited right now. I met Kamui Woods and he even helped me take apart a small batch from the beach. He might even stop by again tomorrow. It took him all of 2 seconds and one deep breath to say everything, quite possibly a new personal record for speed talking. That's great, honey. What did you talk about? I asked him a few questions about his powers and stuff like that. Well, that's amazing. Dinner will be ready in 15 minutes. Thanks, Izuku said, then ran to his room. Inside his room, he pulled his personal notebook off a shelf and opened it to the first page. Change in hair color, expected. Maybe increased strength, unexpected. Faster healing, unexpected. Occasional change in eye color, brief. Expected. Not even needing to check the list, Izuku scribbled limited shifting abilities tendrils, unexpected. The next thing he wrote were potential applications of these gifts. He already saw that the growths could grab objects, but the maximum weight and flexibility while doing so were unknown. More so, he hadn't the slightest whether or not the changes were created by using spare fat and materials in his body or somehow spontaneously generated, like Kamui's lacquered chains prison. He had so many questions, but not even he could answer them. Maybe tomorrow would shed a little light on his capabilities. Classes the next day seemed like a blur. Izuku hardly paid attention to anything, only waiting to meet Kamui later in the day. He had already prepared a list of questions both related and unrelated to their similar power, along with a hand-drawn picture he hoped to get signed. Well, that's all the time we have today. See you tomorrow, children. Izuku quite literally took off and ran straight to the beach, not even noticing how fast he was actually moving. People, lampposts, fire hydrants, all of them became a blur as he focused solely on his destination. Of course, it was still early when he arrived. To pass the time, he tried to practice summoning more of the tendril, or getting it longer and more defined. At one point, he got it to grow a full foot and keep it for 12 seconds before letting it return to his body. After what felt like hours, a man with wooden skin and a dark blue suit approached the lone teen. Hey kid. As promised. He held out 3 thick, paperback books and a composition notebook. So, have you tried practicing? The pro-hero asked once Izuku stuffed the books into his bag. I have actually. I can't get it to extend that far, but I also found out about this just yesterday. It's actually incredible. The odds of finding out about my power and then immediately meeting someone who can teach me how to use it more effectively are ridiculously low. Oh wait, I'm getting off topic again. Izuku shut his mouth and did his best to summon another tentacle. His lower forearm and below changed to a dark red as his hand seemed to melt outwards with the change. Within seconds, he had morphed his lower left arm into a sprouting stump that reached for nearly a foot. Not bad for someone who apparently just learned about this yesterday. But let me give you a few pointers. Izuku listened to Kamui's advice with deep interest. Every word was stored in his memory and taken to heart. So, this time, try it again. But instead of just feeling it, also try to picture what it would look like in your mind, the hero suggested with a pointing gesture to his own head. Izuku nodded and closed his eyes. He could feel the new shape he wanted his arm to take. He could see the new outline in his mind, palm, knuckles, digits and all. Not bad. Izuku opened his eyes, only to be completely taken aback. He had a completely new arm. The dark red material he had come to associate with this new ability stretched out just as long as he had imagined, with an oversized, fully formed hand at the end. Wriggle your fingers, Kamui ordered, to which Izuku complied. The digits moved on command, but the movement looked unnatural, like shaking jello rather than flesh and bone. You're progressing. Keep practicing like that, and see if you can't do both arms at the same time. Or maybe sprout those from different parts of your body. Izuku nodded and turned his focus to the mound of discarded objects in front of him. With his new hand, he grabbed a handful of loose rubble from the top and carefully lowered it to the ground. What do you say we pick up the pace a little? Kamui asked as he cracked his wooden knuckles. The green-haired teen eagerly replied by reshaping his other hand and repeatedly grabbing handfuls of whatever was at the top of the pile and dropping them by his feet. 5 minutes later, Kamui came to a realization of sorts once the entire pile had been turned into a new pile just a few feet away. So, we just moved it to a new spot? Oh, actually, I stop about 10 minutes in and take what I have to the scrapyard down the road. Follow me, Izuku explained. He grabbed as much trash as he could with his crimson appendages and led the hero to where he discarded what he could, then to the landfill, where he tossed the rest. So, this is what you've been doing for the past few months? Yep. Gather, dump, repeat. Odd way of training, but I can see the benefits. What say we head back, get one more load, then I'll treat you to dinner, the pro offered. Actually, my mother's already cooking, but I'll take up the rest of that deal. The hero and student duo made the short walk back to the beach, and ended up making 3 more trips before finally calling it a night. It had been 5 months since Izuku's and Kamui Wood's first meeting. Throughout that time, Izuku gained skill with his tendrils at a remarkable pace. By using them in everyday activities, he not only was able to control them better, but developed more control in the fine motor skills. Not only that, but after a suggestion from his mentor of sorts, he discovered the tendrils were not just limited to his arms. He could grow them from his legs, chest, and even his back, all the while leaving his hands free to do other tasks. So just add a pinch of pepper. One of the mentioned tentacles extended from beneath his shirt and slowly reached towards the nearby stack of ingredients. 3 finger-like growths emerged from the end and wrapped around a pepper shaker, which was dropped into Izuku's hand before it retreated into his back. Learning how to use the appendages was difficult at first. He had to quite literally learn how to control extra arms, like he was transferred to the body of an octopus. But as time passed, the feelings became more and more natural to him. Stir well and add to rice. When was the rice mentioned? As he flipped through the cooking magazine, 2 tendrils grabbed 1 pot each and lifted them off the stove to prevent the contents from burning. Oh, here we go. Shouldn't be too bad. Hope Mom doesn't mind slightly overcooked vegetables. Recently, his mother had been working later and leaving home earlier. Ever since he told her about how he still wanted to at least try to get into UA, she doubled down on her efforts to financially support her and her son. To make up for the stress he had indirectly caused, Izuku had only felt it fair to pick up as much slack around the house when he wasn't busy with schoolwork or out training with Kamui. He gently placed the 2 pots back and reached for a clean one with a tendril while measuring out the necessary rice with his hands. Not even a minute later, a 3rd pot was on the stove. The water was not quite boiling, so he read a few pages ahead while using 2 tendrils to stir the other 2 pans. Clump thud. Izuku spun on his heel and was met with the shocked face of his mother. 2 bags of groceries laid on the floor with some of the items spilling out. Mom, I can explain, he softly offered. The woman's eyes widened in panic as the 3 tendrils pointed towards her. What's going on? Are you Izuku? You look like him, but he's never been able to do this before. Who are you? Her questions, laced with fear, sputtered out as Izuku made the tendrils disappear into his back and slowly approached his frightened mother. I'm sorry, I should have told you sooner. But for some reason I can do this now. To make a point, he reshaped his left hand into a red, foot-long version of itself for a few seconds. I was going to tell you once I had a better understanding about why I can do it, but I guess it's too late for that. Inko stared in silence. Did Izuku have a quirk that required a very specific set of circumstances to appear? Or was this some kind of freakish result of that sludge that entered his body almost half a year ago? I'm sorry, but this is so much to take in. You've known about this but never told me? What if you got hurt with those? What if you accidentally hurt someone else? I promise, I've never hurt anyone. That's why I've been meeting with Kamui Woods so much recently. He's been teaching me to use these. And I didn't want to get you worried until I actually knew how these worked. Inko walked to the kitchen table and carefully sat herself down before taking long, deep breaths. Izuku fetched a glass of water, which he placed in front of her. Thank you. Izuku stepped back to give her some space and realized the rice was ready. Once he made sure everything else was prepared, he turned off the stove and dished out 2 servings of what he had been working on. It's a simple stir-fry with rice. Inko smiled and dug in. So, those things. How did you discover them? I was at the beach and someone accidentally threw a ball in my direction. When I went to block my face, one of them emerged from my arm and caught it. That was also the same day I first met Kemui Woods. Do they hurt? No. They just feel weird, given I'm growing extra limbs, basically. Well, I guess it's okay as long as no one's getting hurt. But if anything remotely bad starts happening, you need to tell me and we need to let Mr. Tanaka know. This isn't normal, even in the world we live in. I promise, I'll tell you if anything bad starts happening. The 2 ate and when they finished, Izuku washed the dishes while his mom turned on the news. Thanks to his new abilities, it only took half as much time as usual. He opened his eyes and was greeted by darkness. Why did he wake up? He wasn't drenched in sweat, so chances were it wasn't a nightmare. He didn't feel sick despite having a full 2.5 servings of dinner. Maybe he needed to use the bathroom and he just didn't know it yet? The trip from his bedroom to the bathroom was one he had made several times. He didn't even need to turn on the light in the hall. When he finally got in, he closed the door and turned to the toilet. For just a brief moment, he saw his reflection in the mirror. But it wasn't him. He didn't see enough to tell what was different, but a basic instinct in his mind was telling him that the reflection was wrong. When he looked back, he was instead face to face with his own reflection. Those green eyes, freckles, and mostly green hair stared back, perfectly mimicking anything he did. Hello there. Naturally, he jumped back with a yelp at the voice. It was inhuman, nearly demonic, to put it mildly. But what scared him more was he had felt it come from his own throat. His own mouth had moved to speak. The voice came from him. He was shaking like a leaf. Most of his instincts were telling him to get out of the bathroom and rush to bed. But he was curious. He had to know more about what was happening to him. Much like one would approach the edge of a crumbling cliff, Izuku slowly stepped back to the sink to look in the mirror. Once again, his own face looked back at him. Hello. Suddenly, small red dots formed in his left eye. The spots swirled and grew until the entire left iris was a dark crimson. At the same time, all of the hair on the left side of his head darkened into a similar shade, almost like the color was bleeding from his scalp and into the strands. Much like the other features on the left side of his head, his leftmost teeth slowly extended at the ends, which stopped and formed triangular points at the tips. His fingers, which had been gripping the sink hard enough to go white, detached from the surface and slowly raised to his mouth, where they slowly traced the new teeth. Just grazing the tip of his canine almost sliced his finger open. What the hell? He muttered. This couldn't be real. There was absolutely no way this could be anything but some kind of dream. But it is real. And so am I. Once again, he felt as his own mouth and throat moved without his will to produce the voice that was not his own. What are you? How are you doing this? Where did you even come from? Both sides of his face moved in accordance with his speech, but it felt like he only had control of the right side. Truthfully, I do not remember. All I know is I needed a body to share, and was given you. What does that even mean? I wasn't the first, right? There were others like Dash. He stopped when a certain memory came to mind. The one nightmare where he saw someone die from their point of view. The feeling of choking, the excruciating seizing, it all came back to him. You're not a cure, are you? You were some kind of creature that was experimented on? And I was a subject that lived, right? You say, experimented, like they were actually trying to learn about me. And I do not recall much from the others. I just know that you are suitable and I must remain attached. Otherwise, I'd be nothing more than a puddle with no real purpose. Izuku took what he was told and put together what facts he could. First of all, this thing inside him was an actual, living being. Everything Mr. Tanaka had told him and his mother was a lie. And apparently, this thing needed to stay with him. Why me? Why did I survive when everyone else died? They were inadequate. You were viable. But I did not intend to kill them. Despite the kindness behind the words, the left side of Izuku's mouth turned up into a sinister grin. But that doesn't mean I didn't enjoy it a little. The blood in Izuku's veins froze. How was one supposed to take that? But, you're not going to kill me? Are you? I have said multiple times that I need you. And you need me. From what I have seen, you are kind of a loser. I'm not a low stash, Izuku nearly shouted before the words clicked in his mind. What do you mean when you say, what I've seen? The left side of him produced a cross between a gurgle and laugh that came out as a hellish chuckle. I see through your eyes. I hear through your ears. I know everything you do and more. You cannot hide anything from me. So, what do you want? You have a host that you don't kill by inhabiting. You have some kind of shape-shifting ability. Or at least, I'm guessing that's a result of you being in me. What are you going to do now? At his question, the being tilted their face down, like it was contemplating something. Izuku forced his focus to return to the mirror, and the thing spoke. I'm not sure. Normally, I would seek prey and feast. It is in my nature. But you, Izuku, are special. You have so much empathy and care that it conflicts with my own desires. Part of me is disgusted by this emotional weakness of yours, but another part of me is intrigued by this new feeling. For now, I shall observe. But there will come a time where you will need me. Just as I need you. Before Izuku could respond, the left side of his face returned to its original state. Two green eyes stared in disbelief as he waited for the reflection to change, but were rewarded with nothing. For the first time since he was subjected to the slime in the facility, Izuku felt genuine fear. He wasn't alone in his body. That thought alone was enough to make his stomach uneasy. But something that apparently enjoyed watching previous intended hosts die? I have to tell Mom, he muttered to himself. He only got 2 steps out of the bathroom when a new thought hit him. He lived. For whatever reason, he lived when the others died. If, by some miracle, Mr. Tanaka actually managed to extract the thing from within him, chances are it would just be used on more people. How many more would die? And that was if Mr. Tanaka didn't lock him away in some observation cell. At this point, he could no longer trust the man, nor could he trust the Life Foundation. And his mom, what would she think? She'd be utterly terrified if he told her, "Hey Mom, I'm currently sharing my body with a potentially psychopathic life form that could take over me at any moment. I can't do anything. Or at least right now," Izuku whispered as he came to the rather dreadful realization. No matter how he looked at it, he was stuck in this situation. So, he went back to bed. It was the only thing he actually could do at the moment. That, and hope things didn't go south like birds in the winter. To say he had trouble focusing in class the next day was an understatement. He was hit with a double whammy of mild sleep deprivation and constant fear that the one inside him would decide to pop out again. Every time he saw his reflection, he ended up doing a double take to make sure it was him, and only him, that he saw. Izuku Midoriya? Would you solve question 4? The teen in question was rather violently dragged from his thoughts by his teacher. 3 plus or minus the square root of 17, all divided by -2? Very good. For a minute, I thought you weren't paying attention. Izuku let out a quiet sigh of relief. Underneath his textbook, he had his personal notebook opened and was filling in any questions that came to mind regarding his body's new co-host. 15 minutes later, everyone's favorite bell rang, indicating the end of the school day. Well, see you all tomorrow. Remember, the school year ends in just under a month and a half, so keep up on your studies, the teacher advised before packing up his own belongings. Izuku, like every other student, merged into the halls and made his way to the front door. However, just 2 hallways short of freedom, he was roughly grabbed and pulled around a corner. Whoever grabbed him less than gently pushed him against the wall. I don't know what's been going on with you recently, you Deku, but whatever you pulled on Bakugo ain't going to work on us. 3 of his classmates, the one with large, sharp teeth, the guy with extendable fingers, and the one with ridiculously long eye stalks, stood in front of him like prison guards. I say we make up for lost time. If he still thinks he can be a hero, that is. Maybe Bakugo's giving him a break because he finally realized how worthless he is, the one with the long fingers sneered. He cracked his knuckles for emphasis, which the other 2 copied. Izuku, not feeling as scared as usual, just looked down. Wow. He doesn't even have the guts to at least make eye contact anymore, the Ice Docs one joked. He slithered his eyes just low enough to look upwards to meet Izuku's. The F dash dot? Izuku's head shot up, revealing a frightening new look. His eyes, always so green, were just finishing an unnatural transition to a nightmarish red. Large chunks of his hair were going through similar changes, and his teeth had already reshaped into razor-sharp fangs. What the hell? The one with long fingers screamed. When did you get your quirk? Yeah. And why is it so freaking creepy? The pointed-toothed classmate added. This wasn't how things were supposed to be. They were always better than their quirkless victim. But if looks were any indication, he was just about ready to turn the tables on. How cute. Are the big bad bullies scared? A raspy, gurgly voice mocked. Izuku, or whatever was piloting Izuku's body, turned to the one with the large teeth. Nice teeth. But I think mine are better. Shall we put that to the test? Izuku's body lunged forward and tackled him to the ground. Fleshy ropes wrapped around his body and pulled. The red-eyed kid looked at the source, which was obviously the classmate with the extendable fingers. That's a neat trick. But I have this. Two dark red tendrils emerged from beneath the boy's shirt, and each grabbed one of the other bullies before pushing them against the nearest wall. All three kicked and thrashed, but none of the limbs holding them up budged in the slightest. I know class is out of session, but I think you boys could use a quick lesson. Izuku's right hand wrapped around the throat of the boy that was still on the floor and picked him up with disturbing ease. At the same time, the two tendrils brought their captives in front of Izuku, whose face was giving off a pleased grin. Please don't hurt us. We'll leave you alone. We swear. And we'll never tell anyone about this, the Fingers classmate pleaded. His eyes were wide and tearing up, which was a close match to his two co-victims. Oh, but what if I want to hurt you? After all, you've put him through so much over the years. Personally, I think retribution is due. Look man, we're sorry. It was only because Bakugo told us to, right? The one with the ice docs reasoned. The other two quickly agreed, knowing full well even Bakugo would probably be more forgiving than the being holding them up. And if Bakugo didn't tell you to, you would have left him alone? I call bullshit on that. The being questioned, his already threatening voice dropping to an even less unfriendly tone. But because I don't want to gain too much attention, I'll just let you off with a light warning this time. All three boys' faces suddenly changed from terrified and pleading to thankful. However, the warning they were promised turned out to be tossing them into a row of lockers hard enough to leave 3 individual indents. Without so much as a look back, Izuku ran out of the school at speeds he never would have dreamed himself capable of and quickly found himself bathed in the afternoon sun. The two tendrils on his back shot forward and grabbed a nearby building and pulled Izuku up into the air. From there, the tentacles shot up and pulled in intervals until the teen was standing on the roof of a 5-story building. You're welcome, the voice offered as if expecting thanks. The right half of Izuku's face returned to its normal self, leaving him with an asymmetrical set of features. You're welcome? For what? If they tell a teacher or the principal what you did, I'll just be in more trouble. And Mom will freak out because I just told her that nothing bad was happening to me, and I'll probably be sent back to Mr. Akio, who may or may not lock us in some kind of cell and experiment on us. Izuku retorted with both fear and anger. The entire experience had been weird. He saw, heard, even smelled everything like normal. But at the same time, everything was kind of a haze. He didn't feel any control over his body, only his mind. He had felt the sludge's urge to maim and possibly kill the bullies, but just managed to protest enough to stop that from happening. Well, then stand up for yourself next time. Remember, whatever happens to you happens to me. And I'll be dead if I have to live in a damaged body, even if I can heal it quickly, the other side spat, causing Izuku to groan. He slid off his backpack and pulled out a pencil and a notebook. Whatever. But while you're here, I have questions. What's your name? What do you eat? How can you even grow the tendrils and change my appearance? Izuku listed off. Nosy guy, aren't you? But I'm not completely unreasonable. Let's make a deal. If you let me roam free with your body for at least 30 minutes a day, I'll answer any and all questions you'll ever have to the best of my abilities. How does that sound? Absolutely not. Not until I can be sure you won't pull anything like what just happened. Remember, you may be able to take control of my body, but there are still rules and laws everywhere. If you try that on a stranger, you'll get us both arrested unless we can prove that it was necessary self-defense, the teen scolded himself. Fine. I promise I won't hurt anyone unless absolutely necessary. Do we have a deal? The left side of his face irritatedly offered. Izuku's left arm lifted without his control and held the hand open for a shake. This is probably a bad idea, Izuku thought to himself. But if he was going to be stuck with this thing for who knows how long, he needed to be able to get along. He brought up his right hand and shook his left hand, and felt the left side of his face twist upwards into a smile. Pleasure doing business. Now, as promised, I'll answer those questions. First off, I do not have a name. My kind is sort of like the single-celled organisms of your planet. When we reproduce, the spawn just goes about doing its own thing. No parents to please, no siblings to argue with, no one but ourselves. However, I would not be fully opposed to using a word from your language as a name. Secondly, my diet is anything alive. When we bond with a host, we need to keep ourselves and said host satiated. However, we require a more raw selection. Wait, so you kill and eat fresh, living things? Izuku asked in shock. Maybe he shouldn't have made that deal, knowing what the creature in him might do if left unchecked. Don't act so surprised. Everywhere on your planet, there are predators that hunt and prey that is hunted. No matter where you go, there is a food chain. And we intend to stay as high up on the chain as we can. Now, your last question. Our species has slight control over our forms. As you saw when we first met, I was but a puddle that could crawl. But when we bond, we gain the host's biomass, which we can manipulate mildly. However, you and I are a special case. When we first made contact, I entered through your bloodstream via an opening on your finger. I am now intertwined in your DNA. Because of that, we can do so much more than if I merely permeated into your being like my kind usually does. But that doesn't explain where the spare mass comes from. The basic laws of conservation state that matter cannot be created or destroyed. Why don't I shrink or deflate whenever you or I transfer part of my mass to form the tendrils? Not to mention the fact that combining with my DNA should have left more changes than what's showing. Izuku paced across the roof as he spoke, completely oblivious to anything else around him. All he was focused on was writing what he was told and the logic behind his questions. And quirks do? From what I've seen in your memories, there are plenty of instances where quirks stray away from those laws of conservation. Your idol, All Might, for example. How can he be so strong when he has relatively little muscle mass? Sure, he has big, beefy, tasty-looking biceps, but even they should only have an upper limit of, say, 1.5 tons if his muscle density is thrice that of yours. But even if his muscles are abnormally dense, there should be a limit to his strength before other factors come into play, like weight, flexibility, dexterity, bone strength and density, and so on. Or what about your friend Bakugo? You mean to tell me that you're perfectly fine with how his hands have specialized glands that only serve to produce an explosive substance? Natural evolution would never end with that result. And even if it could, it would take millions, maybe billions of years for the genes to match up perfectly to allow a human to do that. As much as he hated to admit it, the other him had a point. Quirks were weird, and really were just getting weirder as time went on. Fine. It's already late, so I should be heading home. Izuku put away his notebook and pencil before throwing his bag over his shoulder. You know, we could take advantage of that deal and get home faster. 2 tendrils emerged once again from beneath Izuku's shirt and lifted him off the ground before proceeding to walk him to the edge of the building. Fine. But absolutely, positively no hurting anyone. If anyone so much as speaks to us, you give me control and let me deal with it, Izuku demanded. Spoil sport, his left retorted before spreading to cover the right side of his face as well. The twin tentacles bent like legs and pushed upwards at an angle, launching Izuku into the sky. Building after building passed by Izuku's vision as he watched his body traverse the city with ease. On the rare occasion that a vantage point wasn't available, The tips of his fingers would turn red and a familiar red substance would spill out of his pants and cover his shoes. When put together, they gave him the ability to crawl completely parallel to walls without worrying about slipping to the ground. Only 7.5 minutes later, the two tendrils lifted him up and over the railing and landed him right in front of the apartment door. Moments afterwards, Izuku felt himself gain full control as his face reverted to his usual appearance. "This time, I'll actually thank you," he whispered to himself before walking into his home. That couldn't have happened. Deku doesn't have the ball to stand up to anyone in the first place. And even if he did, that doesn't explain anything else. Katsuki Bakugo, on his way home, had realized he left his math book in his locker. Sure, the teacher couldn't do too much to punish the soon-to-be first student to attend UA, but his mother would have his head if she found out about a missing homework assignment. The possibility of that statement being literal was a bit too high for even him to risk, so he begrudgingly turned around and returned to the school. What he saw though also could have taken his head in a physical sense. Izuku, or at least someone that looked like Izuku, not only fought against 3 of those extra classmates, but seemed to scare them shitless. At first, he thought the tentacles coming from under his shirt were admittedly frightening to a degree, but his voice soon took the honor as Izuku's scariest new feature. Then there were those eyes. Red pools filled with malicious intent that Bakugo could sense even from peering over a corner. He watched and listened as the 3 extras babbled excuses and begged for mercy, only to be thrown against the lockers with 3 quick bangs that died just as fast as Izuku ran off. Izuku de Midoriya, the quirkless freak he had known for his entire life, had suddenly become something completely different. Guess I'll have to talk to the med nerd if I want any answers. Either way, there's no way he's taking my spot as the #1 hero, the blonde told himself as he too found himself entering his own home. "Bye, Mom. I'll be out for a few hours." Izuku shouted over his shoulder as he slipped on his shoes. "Take care, sweetie," his mom replied from the kitchen. The mostly green-haired teen took the steps 2 at a time and turned to the direction of the nearest supermarket. Most of the trip was in silence, aside from the occasional greeting from strangers. Just a block away from the store, Izuku quickly ducked into an alley and did his best to hide in a shadow. "Hey, I need to talk to you." Yet again, he felt the left side of his face morph as the being inside took partial control. The change was almost immediate now, as he had been speaking to his guest whenever he got a chance. "Yes. We're going into a store. I'm going to walk around and I want you to tell me what you think would be the best substitution for your diet. But you need to do it in a way that's inconspicuous. I don't think many people would take it well if I just walked in like this." "Very well. As long as you get what I tell you to. I'll get it as long as it's in my price range." Izuku pulled his wallet from his pocket and checked the contents. After counting the bills, he concluded that he should have enough for whatever his other self wanted. Unless they decided on something large and really high quality. That was out of the question. Izuku's face reverted and the teen exited the alley and headed towards the store. Thankfully, there were only a few other customers, so he could likely slip under the radar if the red one started acting up. Naturally, Izuku made a beeline right to the meat section. Occasionally his left arm would grab a package and bring it up to smell, then dropped it and moved on to the next one. "That looks tasty," the thing thought with Izuku's mind. The teen stopped in his tracks and processed what just happened. "You can communicate through thought?" he asked internally. "We share a body. You should have expected it." "But why did you always do that face change thing to communicate?" "It gives me a sense of freedom. And it's fun." "Fine, what were you looking at that you thought was tasty?" Izuku asked. Internally, his head shot up and looked directly at one of the cashiers, who was admittedly a little plump. "Yeah, absolutely not. No people under any circumstances. Keep looking." The inner voice grumbled and sniffed the air. Like a shark catching the scent of blood, Izuku felt his entire body focus on one smell in particular. Like a madman, he rushed to follow the scent and wound up in the candy section. The other being continued to pull his body down the aisle and stopped right in front of a large display of chocolates. Izuku could feel himself drooling, and quickly wiped away the saliva with his sleeve. "You mean to tell me that you'd prefer chocolate over raw meat?" Izuku asked as he grabbed a package that some kid must have roughly opened earlier. He took a sniff from the torn hole and immediately felt his other self instinctively try to devour the candy, wrappers and all. Not yet, not yet. Soon, I promise. Just not now, the teen whisper shouted to himself. He grabbed 2 more packages of the same brand and hurried to a checkout that wasn't worked by the larger cashier. Izuku knew his eyes were practically bulging out of their sockets as he watched the girl scan the 3 packages and total up what he owed. After somewhat frantically paying for the chocolate, Izuku ran out of the store and ducked into the alley, where his other side proceeded to take full control and greedily devoured 4 chocolates at once. Stop. You need to unwrap them first. Izuku shouted internally. He too felt some of the satisfaction from downing the sweets and made a mental note to see if anything on the internet could explain why. But first he had to make sure this thing didn't end up damaging his insides first. In just over a minute, 2.5 of the freshly bought packages were gone, and the hold on Izuku wavered just enough for him to regain control of your body. Okay, you need to calm down. If someone saw that, they'd probably call the police and report a madman or druggie in an alley. No, you need to calm down, the being retorted before taking enough control to make Izuku eat 2 more chocolates. Whatever. Are you filled now? The teen questioned after swallowing the sweet lumps. Very much so, actually. More than I have since I first gained sentience in your body. But chocolate? That's what you want? After everything you said about being an apex predator and remaining on top of the food chain. It is not the chocolate itself, but something within. Like how you can smell certain ingredients in dinner. I guess that makes sense, Izuku muttered to himself. At least that was one less thing to worry about at the moment. So yesterday on the way home, you did this thing where our fingers and shoes stuck to walls. Is there anything else we can do? It depends on what you want. You have a basic understanding of our shape-shifting abilities, but are using them in a bland manner. Bland? Izuku quickly turned his right arm into a tendril and inspected it. All in all, he considered the shape-shifting power to be very unbland. But rethought his approach. Using the lessons he had been given by Kamui Woods, he focused on the appendage and gradually changed its shape. Within seconds, the shape had reformed into a big red and black streaked hand with large claws for fingers. Looking back, he had done this once with Kamui, but quickly dismissed it over the easier-to-use tendrils. See, there is so much we can do, but we are limited by your mind. The hand reverted into a more human hand. But what about you? Why can't you do this? I have encountered many life forms, both on and off of this planet. Out of all of them, humans stand out for one reason: creativity. So many life forms in the universe are stronger, faster, and more durable than humans. But very, very few of them do much thinking outside of basic instincts. Unfortunately, that includes myself. I can come up with solutions to problems like climbing on walls, but even then, the only reason I was able to do so was because your creativity started rubbing off on me. Wait, so you and I can change our shape so fluidly because I'm creative? That hardly sounds scientific, Izuku replied with a slight scoff. Try as you might to disprove my claims, you have to admit that a human's unique ability to think outside the box and problem-solve combined with the abilities my kind grants is a powerful combination. That statement was definitely something Izuku didn't see himself disagreeing with anytime soon. Over the span of months, he had learned quite a fair amount about the things he could now do. All he had to do now was experiment and see what more there was to it. The salty air felt good in a way. It had been days since he stood at the beach, and right now, he was feeling slightly nostalgic. The sand gave way beneath his feet as he approached a fair-sized pile of debris and rubble. I can do this, he told himself. A grandfather clock, worn and tattered with age and exposure to the elements, laid in a heap on the pile. Instead of utilizing a tendril like normal, Izuku focused on lengthening each finger, ironically similar to the bully from the day before. Shakily, the 5 digits each darkened to a red as they grew to more than double their original lengths. Hey kiddo. Been a while. The arbor user strode up behind Izuku and watched his practice. You've been working really hard on that, haven't you? Absolutely. But you're the main reason I have any control in the first place. Well, I bet you were planning on a typical workout, but the UA entrance exams are just a few months away, so I think you should get some combat experience. Izuku, for the first time he could remember, was actually excited to fight. Most likely because he wasn't guaranteed to be Kamui's punching bag. He's going to attack. We must fight back, the voice inside Izuku's head aggressively stated. I know. Just let me take care of it, okay? On the count of 3, I will strike and I want you to defend. Are you good with that? The hero asked. Izuku gave an enthusiastic nod, and both took their fighting stances. 1, 3. Not even giving Izuku a moment to react, Kamui altered the wood on his right arm to spread out in the shape of roots and wrapped the teen in a wooden prison. With a little quick thinking, Izuku was able to sprout multiple tendrils from his back and wrap them around so they could latch onto the binds holding him in place. It took more effort than expected, but eventually Izuku managed to pull the bindings apart. Immediately, Kamui closed the distance and suddenly turned the fight into a close-quarters battle. Try as he might, Izuku couldn't react to the pro's quick and accurate strikes. A few minutes later, the wooden hero yielded his assault and took a few steps back. You're strong but slow. You couldn't keep up with me. Yeah, you really suck at fighting on your own. Shut up. Didn't ask for your opinion. So, how can I get faster? The pro hero turned towards the city and gestured for Izuku to follow. So he did, and eventually, the two stood side by side on top of a 3-story building. Believe it or not, this is how I started. However, because your skin's not wood like mine, I'll follow close by and catch you if you fall. Just keep in mind, this is reaction training now, not combat training. Hold on, you expect me to jump from building to building? Izuku asked. Yes, actually. We'll start slow, but speed up over time. So, jump from this roof to the next one over. Izuku wanted to question his mentor, but decided not to. After all, Kamui was a great hero, and if this was his training, then maybe it would work with him as well. So that's how Izuku found himself hopping over alleys just before dinner. He almost fell a few times, but Kamui caught him like he promised and gave him pointers to avoid falling again. Day by day, Izuku grew more and more adept at rooftop running and using his shape-shifting abilities. While he rarely practiced new shapes, he more than made up for it by drilling complex exercises into his head. After countless hours of practice, he could extend the tendrils to lengths he never imagined at first, and pick up an entire car with just one tendril. Once he finally finished middle school, his entire daily schedule shifted to training with Kamui, by himself, or eating chocolate. While the other being had yet to choose his own name, the two decided that Ichor would be a suitable hero name, as the two were quite literally bonded by blood. So kid, the UA entrance exams next month. You think you're ready? Kamui asked as he and his protege stared at the sea. Together, the two had cleared out every last bit of trash, returning the shore to its glorious glory. I think so. But there are still a few things I need to practice. I'm not as good as I could be when it comes to actual confrontation, for one thing. And I want to get some more exercise to further my body without the shape-shifting aid. Good luck. I need to get more time in patrolling, and I can't take you along with real business yet. I won't have time to help you train, but I want you to know that I'll be cheering you on. Izuku knew his eyes were watering and found himself giving the pro hero a tight hug. Thank you. For everything you've done. I'll make you proud, the teen promised as the hero returned the gesture. Once the two split, they offered each other a final goodnight and went their separate ways. On the way home, Izuku made a quick detour to the highest roof he could find. The wind blew through his hair as he looked over the edge. I know what you are thinking. And I will catch us if something goes wrong. Izuku's leftmost half offered. He hadn't even noticed the transition on that side of his face. All I ask. The teen stretched both of his arms out and prepared to fall. His blood pumped as fear and survival instincts screamed in his head. Forcing himself to trust both him and his other, the teen fell and began his plummet to the ground. As he fell, both of his arms extended into red tendrils. The ends began to fray, then spread apart like outstretched fingers, splitting the limbs down to Izuku's elbows. A lighter red version of his skin quickly filled in the gaps and formed a webbing. By the time Izuku was 3 stories off the ground, both arms had fully changed into wings that realigned themselves to send Izuku soaring back into the sky. The green-haired teen let out an energetic whoop as he glided through the air. People, pets, stores, and more were of little concern as he simply enjoyed the new sensation. It is nice, isn't it? True, unchecked freedom. We should do this more often. It might help you keep calm and give me time to think, Izuku replied. He experimentally tilted his wings but was sent tumbling through the air in an uncontrolled spin. He tried to align the wings in the opposite direction to counteract the mistake, but only served to make things worse. His cheers had switched to panic screams. He couldn't tell which way was up and which was down. The spinning made him nauseous and the wind screaming in his ears only further disoriented him. No longer in control, his wings reshaped into arms. As he flailed, he could just barely make out the rapidly approaching ground. Doing what he could to protect his head, pain tore his body apart upon hitting the ground, then a second, more excruciating bout of pain came as he violently slammed into and through a wall. His fall had left him in an alley, alone, broken, and numb from shock. His eyes could barely register his destroyed limbs or the blood seeping through his shirt. The ringing or buzzing, he couldn't tell, in his ears further deafened him as his vision fogged up. Then everything went black. Ugh, I hope that body is here somewhere. There has to be some good blood fresh for the taking. A teenage girl, almost old enough to be a young adult, skipped down the empty road. Her yellow, almost cat-like eyes scanned each and every window in hopes of finding a corpse. She had seen a body fall from the sky like an out-of-control rocket and let her imagination run rampant. An odd noise, like the sounds wet flesh makes in horror movies, echoed from a nearby alley. She ran as fast as she could, her school skirt dancing with her strides. A sadistic smile graced her lips, revealing 2 sharp canines. Preparing for what she considered the best, she pulled a knife from under her sweater and rounded the corner. Instead of a corpse, a very much alive boy stood there. Judging by the looks, he was a few years younger than her. His hair was a nice emerald green, save a thick stripe of crimson red. No fair. You were supposed to be all bloody. Oh well, I can still stab you, the girl shouted, switching from frustrated to ecstatic in a heartbeat. She rushed the teen, who had yet to act as if they acknowledged her. Just moments before the knife could pierce his skin, a blood-red tentacle shot out from under his torn shirt and swung like a whip, quickly and easily slamming her into the wall. For the first time, the boy turned to face her. 2 eyes, like pools of blood, stared into her own. A black, viscous liquid seemed to seep from his skin and left circles with jagged points aimed around his eyes. A mouth full of razor-sharp teeth bared fangs that seemed to be getting longer and narrower frowned, giving a very annoyed look. I am not in the mood right now, the boy snarled. The girl squealed, but out of excitement and affection. Oh my god, you're resicute. Please let me stab you. I need to see your blood. You do bleed, right? Can I stab you? No, yes and no, the teen replied. Another tentacle like the one pinning her against the wall slithered from beneath his shirt and grabbed onto a higher spot on the wall. While it pulled him up, the other one let go of the girl and assisted in climbing. The girl, who hadn't gotten his name, blood, or number, watched in fascination as her newest crush disappeared into the night, like a demon creeping back into the flames of hell. Izuku, what happened? What took you so long? I was about to call the police. Inko rushed the teen and gripped him in a hug that made All Might look frail. Don't worry. I got talking with Kamui and lost track of time. Are you okay? Your voice sounds different. And now that I think about it, your eyes are so red. Sorry. I guess I trained a bit too much. I understand. You'd best hurry to bed. Good night, love you, the mother suggested as her boy stumbled to his bedroom. Love you too. Once alone, Izuku's other half looked at his reflection in the blank computer screen. It was difficult, trying to wrestle control of the body while mimicking Izuku's appearance and voice. He had managed to keep the teeth and hair normal, but obviously failed to fully change the eyes and voice back, given his host's mother noticed the difference. But Izuku was his host, and they needed to trust each other. Otherwise, they would be unable to work together and grow stronger. So once again, they put aside their own instincts and desires for the collective well-being. But he had to admit, Inko was a very special person. He could see where Izuku got his empathy. Ugh, Izuku groaned as he rolled over in bed. He grabbed his sheets and pulled them over. The bed was warm and soft and he was tired. The two were just meant to be together. Wait a minute, the teen groggily mumbled. He was in bed? He was home? He was alive? Yes, you are alive. You're welcome. Do you know how hard it is to control every single muscle in your body? Oh, thanks. Sometimes I forget you can heal us. I take it you took more control than usual to get us home? Yes, and might I say you owe me. Fine. I'll give you extra chocolate and free rain time today, but the usual rules apply. The voice went silent, presumably in acceptance, and Izuku forced himself to get out of bed. After all, he wouldn't get any closer to being a hero if he did nothing all day. Morning, Mom, the teen greeted. His mother happily returned the greeting, clearly relieved that he was back to normal. Or at least as normal as she knew about. So, what are you planning today? More training with Kamui? Actually, he can't anymore. He has to spend more time on patrols. I'll probably find someplace to work out. Well, just don't push yourself too hard. You gave me a scare last night. Sorry. I'll try to keep it under control. A red tendril reached from his elbow and grabbed a bowl while Izuku reached for a spoon and a box of cereal. His mother watched in admiration as he easily performed multiple small tasks all at once with his appendages. Half an hour later, Izuku was out the door with his notebook. The day was lukewarm, perfect in his opinion. As he walked down the street, he quickly scribbled ideas regarding his shape-shifting abilities and how far he and his second self could go when it came to transferring control of the body. After a while, the city became a nature trail, which then became a dense forest rife with trees and boulders. With nobody else around, Izuku was free to let loose and see just how much he could take when fighting with his tendrils and altered shapes. He had already discovered that he could harden any shape he made, but doing so cut down on the flexibility until he softened it again. Loud cracks rang through the forest as Izuku punched a large rock with everything he had. He had used his ability to reform and then harden his fists to keep from hurting himself while his knuckles left cracks in the stone. Satisfied that the hardened substance could take a lot of damage, he then morphed his hand into a long shape that soon became an oversized blade and sent a wide swing, effortlessly cutting through a handful of trees. It works great but is dangerous. I can't really use this on living enemies, but maybe I could find another use for it. The green-haired teen looked around, making sure nobody had appeared. I want to try something. Can you change my whole body like a suit? I think so. As expected, Izuku felt his entire being grow a little as the skin and flesh bled red with black markings. He stood just a few inches taller than before but felt so much stronger. There were other new features as well. First of all, he could somehow not just see behind himself, but all around himself. Then there was the sudden craving for chocolate. So this is our power? He mused as he inspected himself. Naturally, there were some questionable choices on his other's behalf. His fingers more closely resembled claws made for slicing than actual fingers. And he already knew his teeth were longer and sharper than whenever the left half of his face changed. I'm going to make a few changes, Izuku declared. For some reason, he just knew that he would be able to alter the design. Perhaps it was the furthering of the bond between the two. Perhaps he had just dealt with his other so much he subconsciously knew. Reason aside, Izuku shortened the claw tips and dulled them a little while making similar changes to his teeth. In the end, the new design truly resembled a suit more than another being. This is pointless. How are we supposed to let others know to fear us when we look so plain? The other asked with the shared mouth. We do it with our skills. And if the going gets tough, we can always use your preferred form instead. The red teenager then went over to the boulder he had been punching and grabbed it with his right hand. The fingers dug into the rock with startling ease and Izuku picked it up with barely any effort. See, Izuku? This is what we are capable of. And probably more. I'll need to keep experimenting when I can. But for now, I think it's time to head home. Pushing against his new skin, his body shrunk into his human shape, and once he grabbed his notebook, the teen returned home. Do you have everything you need? Inko asked as her boy zipped up his backpack. Yep, I have everything. Wish me luck, the teen replied. Wait, you forgot something. He turned around and saw his mother with her arms outstretched. Oh, of course. He gave her a quick hug and opened the door. Good luck, she cheered, and watched as he walked down the stairs and off into the distance. So much had changed. Izuku had gone from being her little, usually insecure boy to a much more confident person with an amazing power to boot. He trained so much she was impressed he woke up before the afternoon most days. And now, he was heading to take the UA entrance exam. It was funny how all of this was thanks to his lung disease. Maybe the universe wasn't as bad as some people made it out to be. You can stay here for now, but when it comes to the practical exam, I want to do that on my own. Only interfere if absolutely necessary. Please. With me helping you, you are guaranteed to get in. But if you really think you can do it without me, then be my guest. The two bickered in Izuku's head all the way to the arch that was UA's entrance gate. The feeling was so surreal, like he was still dreaming despite being fully awake. Here we go, our first step to becoming a true hero. You absolute idiot, the other voice groaned as his host tripped over a jutting piece of brick and began falling face first towards the ground. Well, I'm off to a great start, the falling teen thought to himself. Of course, the one time he tripped had to be in front of a bunch of other students preparing to take the same entrance exam. One of his hands changed into a red tendril and shot forward to stop his fall, only for his descent to be stopped by another outside force. He was floating now. Two hands grabbed his shoulders and gently pushed him down so his feet were back on the ground. Then the weightlessness ceased. Sorry about that, I saw you fall and just kind of acted without thinking. A brunette, only a few inches shorter than him, worriedly scratched the back of her neck while giving a kind yet nervous smile. Oh, it's no problem. Thanks, in fact, it'd be a pretty bad first impression if I fell in front of everybody, Izuku replied. I'm pretty uneasy too. This is UA after all. So I'm not sure if I'll get accepted. Well, good luck. We should probably get in there, though. Izuku pointed at the clock. There was only 10 minutes before the ceremony began. The two teenagers ran through the halls as directed by signs, finding the room with 3 minutes to spare. Unfortunately, the two had to split from there. Izuku was seated towards a middle row while the girl was seated in the back. Trouble, the voice warned him. Izuku instinctively looked around, but did not see any signs of danger. That is, until he finally got a look at the person in the next seat over. Of course I'm stuck next to Deku, Bakugo groaned, obviously loud enough for Izuku to hear. Good to see you too, Kaken. While not necessarily sarcastic, the comment lacked the sincerity Bakugo had come to expect from his middle school classmate. Looking back, it had been a long time since the two actually spoke to each other. Sure, they had classes together, but with Izuku's sudden change in schedule, the two hardly crossed paths even in school. All right, kids. Are you ready? The lights towards the back of the room dimmed whereas the lights on the stage brightened, revealing a hero most, if not all of the attendees recognized. Present Mike. Izuku eagerly said to himself, not noticing Bakugo's eye roll. However, no one else gave much of an energetic reply. Well, I get it if you're too excited to reply. Let's get right into it. After this quick run-through, you'll be sent to battle areas designated on your cards. Once there, you'll participate in a 10-minute mock battle. Got that? Quiet mutters echoed through the room as the listeners compared areas, once again not replying to the pro-hero. Got that? Izuku recoiled at the sudden shout and covered his ears. Last time he was subjected to something that loud, it hardly fazed him. He'd have to look into this. Too loud. I don't like him, the other voice complained. Well, he's called the voice hero for a reason, Izuku replied internally before turning his attention back to the speaking hero. You're lucky. I won't get a chance to crush you now, Bakugo whispered. Izuku looked to his side and glimpsed at his former classmate's card. Katsuki was assigned to Center A while he was going to be in Center B. Interesting. Perhaps they didn't want people that already know each other to work together. Truthfully, Bakugo was just somewhat, miffed. He was hoping to get a better view of whatever Deku's quirk was. After several replays of that one day in his head, the only real conclusions he came to were that the quirk was sentient, given the way it referred to Izuku as him rather than saying me, and that it granted him an admittedly impressive level of morphing abilities. He wasn't too worried, but he still needed to make sure Deku was where he belonged, below him. There will be a mix of 3 different types of foe villains in each area. Each one you destroy, immobilize, or otherwise incapacitate will give you some points. Any and all quirk usage, along with whatever gear you may have, is allowed. Except for attacking other contestants, that's an automatic disqualification. Excuse me, I have a question. A somewhat stocky, tall, blue-haired teen stood up with a raised hand. Let's hear it, the blond man replied. At his signal, a single light lit up the teen. On these handouts, it says that there are 4 villains, not just 3. Is this a misprint, or was there something you were saving towards the end? The teen sounded almost obnoxiously formal, like he had been raised to be as proper as possible. Good question. See, that may technically be a villain, but it's worth absolutely no points, and is more of an obstacle in the first place. Not to mention that there's only 1 in each area. Just ignore it really, the speaker explained. Thank you, the boy said with a quick bow before sitting back down. No points and only 1 per area? Izuku asked himself quietly. Multiple possibilities ran through his head, many of which just didn't add up. You all ready to go beyond, plus ultra? For the first time, he actually received cheers and hollers of excitement. Have fun, he urged, but with a notable hint of a foreboding tone. The walls to the battle center towered over the students. Just from a rough estimate, Izuku guessed they were at least 100 feet tall, probably more. On the other side, several large buildings pointed towards the sky. How much did this cost? Izuku whispered in awe. Just a single building in the area must have cost more than half of Aldra's construction. And to think UA had more than one of these on campus. As he squeezed through the other participants to get a spot at the front, he found himself next to the girl from earlier. Oh hi, he offered with a nervous wave. The girl turned to face him, and ever so slightly brightened up. Hi. It's good to know someone else I know is here. Guess it just takes my mind off the inevitable pressure for a few moments. She's nice. Bakugo could learn a thing or 2 from her. Izuku snorted at the idea of Bakugo sitting in a classroom, learning manners from some girl he just met. The girl tilted her head, a curious look in her eyes. What's so funny? Nothing, just an inside joke, Izuku quickly replied. 3 toon start. Everyone turned to what appeared to be an observation tower, where Present Mike stood flailing his arms. A few of the smarter participants took off for the arena, quickly followed by the more observant ones as the clueless ones listened to the announcer waste their precious time talking about how there were no countdowns in real battles. Luckily for Izuku, he was at least observant enough to make it in the center with the second wave. Not even 15 seconds in, a green robot with a single wheel to move itself zoomed in front of the teen. For a brief moment, he was caught off guard by instinctive fear, but Kamui's training quickly took over. Don't think, just act, he recited to himself. Both of his arms were raised and transformed into red tentacles that wrapped around the robot and crushed it. He dropped it and ran past the heap of metal. Another one, he happily declared as a 2-pointer emerged from an alley. Just like the first one, he utilized his tendrils and shot them towards the robot. But moments before he could grab it, a sparkling blue beam cut through the robot, effectively slicing it in half. Thanks for the diversion. I'd love to stay and chat, but do. A boy his age that seemed to literally sparkle ran off with a face-hand gesture, leaving a cloud of dust in his wake. Looks like all kinds of weird gathered here. Izuku just ignored the comment and got to running. Over the course of 5 minutes, he racked up a total of 24 points. Not bad, but many other participants were shouting out their scores as they took down the foe villains, and some of them were more than double his score. For a few minutes, Izuku ended up not finding any enemies. I need a vantage point, Izuku realized. Using the tactic his other self used, he morphed the tips of his fingers and coated his shoes in red. As he climbed along buildings, he could only watch as others dogpiled onto every robot that so much as made itself visible. "This isn't good enough," Izuku frustratedly groaned. Even when he got on top of the building he was scaling, not one robot was in range and not being attacked already. This was bad. He wasn't going to get enough points. Quite the show. I'm almost tempted to grab some popcorn. The figure, and a handful of others, chuckled as they sat in the dark room and watched multiple viewpoints of the raging battles. Interesting. This Bakugo kid is destroying the foe villains left and right without slowing down. He's quite a beast, if I do say so myself, a tall, square-headed man said. Yes, but look at the one from the presentation. He's gotta be the fastest one there, judging by how quickly he moves around. Does it really matter if it's only against robots? We can't say for certain that they would act so bravely against a more intimidating foe, a tired, disheveled-looking man uninterestedly replied. Well, let's find out. The speaker, a short, chimerical being suggested. A large red button sat in front of him, just waiting to be pushed. And push it he did. Izuku ran across buildings, desperately hoping to find another villain to take out. But all that he saw were currently being dismantled. Out of the blue, large sections of road shot into the sky as black cords whipped around. Gigantic clouds of dust were kicked up in the explosions, and something akin to groaning metal emanated from within the crumbling section. A mechanical monster loomed over the children and casted a shadow that engulfed them as they stared in shock. The being turned to them, illuminating them with the ominous red glow of its 8 eyes. The zero-pointer rolled forward on treads that took up the entire road while occasionally grabbing the buildings to its sides and tearing out boulder-sized chunks that it tossed aside like a kid with a baseball. This is bad, this is bad, this is bad. Is that the zero-pointer? It's way too big to not be worth anything. Izuku just watched with wide eyes as the thing rolled alongside the building right before the one he was on and gouged out a divot that sent more rubble falling to the ground. The tremors of the attack sent Izuku falling over the edge. After practicing with Kamui for months, he was able to catch himself with a tendril and used it to pull himself so he could plant his other hand and feet against the wall. The dust caused his eyes to itch, making him shake his head to get rid of some of the debris on his face. It was this motion that resulted in him looking down. Where the laser boy from earlier was pinned by large slabs of destroyed infrastructure. One of the others was trying to lift a piece of debris off him, but not making any progress. Somewhere inside him, a basic instinct made his body move on its own, not controlled by either him or his other. A tentacle latched onto the monstrous machine's side, which he used to pull himself closer. Once he was on, he used another 2 tendrils to climb the robot until he got to the head. Turn off the robot. There are contestants stuck in its path, he shouted, hoping the thing had audio sensors. He drew one arm back and formed a long, menacing blade that he struck the face with. Little sparks erupted from the inside, and the robot's left arm fell to the side, completely cut off from the main controls. I said turn it off. They could die. He shouted, repeatedly stabbing the giant's head in hopes of taking out enough to force it to shut down. How about that? We already have someone taking on the zero-pointer in Center B. Let's see who it is. One of the many displays switched to the zero-pointer's perspective. Aren't it off? They could die. The teen was repeatedly stabbing the robot's head, and half of the display was fuzzy due to damaged optics. Wait, what's going on? A woman worriedly shouted. She could see the panic and fright on the boy's face even through the disrupted video. They're gonna get crushed. Stop the robot. The boy on the video looked down and slightly behind him before frantically returning to destroying the head. Get another view of the area, a thin, almost skeletal man ordered. A new video feed was brought up next to the one with the red and green-haired teen and shifted from various viewpoints of the arena until it reached one with a view of the bottom of the robot. 2 boys, one trapped and the other trying to free them, were way too close to being run over for any of the teacher's likings. Without a second thought, the short, animalistic man pressed an emergency button that shut off all robots in every center. Tashinori, get in there. Yes, sir. The skeletal man stood up and ballooned to many times his original size, then dashed out of the observatory fast enough to nearly drag everyone else with him. It worked. He had gotten someone's attention. He could feel himself lurch backwards from the force behind the robot's stop. The two down below were going to be fine. But the zero-pointer's immense momentum kept it moving and caused it to start tipping forward, clearly about to fall. What doido hat doido? Izuku screamed internally. There wouldn't be enough time to get to the ground, dig out the laser boy and get the two, plus himself, out of the way. He highly doubted anyone would have the strength required to even slow the robot's descent. All Might was probably the only person who could with pure strength alone. Then there was the fact that he was still sticking to the zero-pointer's head. He peered behind the giant green and to the sides, racking his brain for anything that had the slightest chances of working. As he fell with the robot, a scene from a pre-Quirk-era movie he watched with his mother came to mind. In a slightly different situation, a hero with super speed created a makeshift net between buildings with construction cables and caught a falling helicopter. But this was way more than a helicopter. And Izuku still didn't know the upper limits of what the tendrils could manage. Don't think, just act. After taking a deep breath, Izuku dropped to the robot's chest and shot out his arm tendrils as far as he could. Whether empowered by fear and adrenaline or just by luck, Izuku's twin tendrils each reached a building and grasped with as much strength as he could muster. The zero-pointer continued to slowly fall. Even when it pressed against the teen, there seemed to be no change. It pushed him down with it, and cracks started to spread along the buildings where the tendrils had latched on. It was a miracle his shoulders hadn't been torn from their sockets, but that didn't mean it wasn't painful. He could feel everything in his arms and chest screaming in pain as the gigantic robot continued to tip over. Red. Red one. Izuku managed to scream out despite everything pushing against his chest. Red one was the name he decided on to tell his other self to combine into the taller, less sinister version of their combination. Then there was Red 2, which was the other side's more intimidating version that Izuku had derived Red 1 from. Understanding his command, the other being in Izuku finally kicked into action and forced Izuku's body to change. In a process that looked like a slow-motion shot of his body exploding and turning inside out, his features took on a dark red hue as black accents seemed to draw on his skin like tattoos that had been hidden in plain sight. He felt so much stronger now. Maybe not strong enough, but he'd give everything he had right now. The tendrils emerging from the pair's shoulders frayed, but instead of breaking, the tips all shot out and attached themselves to different buildings. By distributing the force among so many points, it was much more likely that none of the individual holds would give out. Izuku's classic red shoes stretched like something was wriggling inside. Small tears at the seams turned into gaping holes as his toes grew into 2-inch-long claws. The two planted their feet against the robot's chest and pushed. Cracks emerged from many of the points the tendrils were holding on to, but none gave out. The robot, which had not yet stopped tipping over, finally came to a halt. He's stopping that by himself? That's impossible. I mean, I want to agree, but we have visible proof that it's not. The teacher's observatory was thrown into disarray. Of course, there had been contestants in the past that had taken on the zero-pointers, but most of them had energy-based quirks that allowed them to deal massive amounts of damage in an instant. Very few took it on with strength alone, and those that did rarely caused much of a change in the robot's actual movement. By the time All Might had arrived, one of the contestants had run back and used her zero-gravity quirk to help the trapped boy escape. They were all clear of the falling robot's path, but no one had any idea regarding what to do about the third boy. The symbol of peace had planned on simply jumping with his super strength to grab him and fly away with a New Hampshire smash. What he hadn't planned for was whatever was happening now. A scream that sounded like a mix between a monstrous shriek and warrior's battle cry rang through the air, overpowering the rumbling and groaning metal of the zero-pointer. Then the robot began rising into an upright position. This kid is pushing it? All Might just stood there as the dozens of tendrils pulled the now red teen against the robot in order to help him fight against it. I've seen some other people do this, so I'll be using bold font for All Might in his muscle form and regular font on the occasions we see him in his skinny form. With a last, powerful push with their legs, The red beam not only got the robot back in a standing position, but caused it to tip over backwards. This time, there was no one to stop it. The immense robot fell to the ground and sent shockwaves powerful enough to send smaller pieces of rubble flying through. The ground shook hard enough to be felt in the next battle center over, and every building directly exposed to the tremors collapsed with the mechanical behemoth. When the chaos died down, all that was left of the surrounding area was wreckage and destruction. Any building within a few hundred feet was either toppled or had huge sections taken out by the flying rubble. On the other hand, the boy was still suspended by the tendrils. Only a few remained, as most had lost their handholds due to the intense destruction of the nearby area. Like lowering a baby into a crib, the long, red strands lowered the body onto the ground before his entire body morphed back into his human form. Aside from looking tired, he appeared to be completely unharmed. "Young man, are you all right?" All Might asked as he carefully raised the boy into a seated position. The boy's eyes fluttered open, then cartoonishly shot out of their sockets when he saw the number 1 hero. "All Might." "Yes, it is I. But I ask again, are you all right?" "Even I can admit that was an impressive feat, and from someone as young as you, no less." "I'm fine, I think. But I wish I had a notebook for you to sign." The exaggeratedly muscular man let out a hearty laugh and helped the boy to his feet. For the first time, Izuku noticed the stares he was getting and the comments heading back and forth from the crowds. "Isn't that a bit overpowered?" Even All Might just complimented his strength. "That's the kid who almost tripped at the gates. Was that just an act to get us to let down our guards?" "Man, what I wouldn't give to trade quirks with him for a day." As the teens were huddled up and everyone was accounted for, an old lady strolled up to the gathered children and handed out gummies to the participants. My, that's quite an injury you got," she remarked when she inspected the laser boy's legs. "I'd say some ugly fractures at the worst, though." After giving him a kiss on the forehead, which was met with confused exclamations, the boy's legs began emitting a light green glow as the damage disappeared over a few seconds. "Merci, recovery girl." "And you as well," the boy thanked, looking at each person remotely involved in his rescue for emphasis. "I was just doing what a hero should. But I also have to admit, my body kind of moved on its own," Izuku replied. Speaking of, "Hey, there weren't any side effects of that, were there?" the teen thought. "No. We are perfectly fine." Izuku gave a quick sigh of relief. He and the others were instructed to return to the bus, from where they returned to the main campus for the written exam. That really was close, wasn't it? Too close. Even with the advanced sensors, the zero-pointer was unable to detect the 2 students with all the dust and rubble in the environment. We need to have someone find a fix for that. Either way, we should probably start recording acceptance videos for those that passed. A scoreboard with the top 10 practical exam scores lit up the dim room. Quite a turnout this year. Usually the contestants have a fairly even mix of rescue and villain points with a few outliers. But this Bakugo kid is an outlier among outliers. He only scored any rescue points in the first half, and even that was due to his ferocious nature of attacking every faux villain in sight. Really, I think he was more focused on stealing points than helping others. If we're talking about outliers, we gotta mention Izuku Midoriya. I don't think I've ever seen someone actually hold the zero-pointer like that. Then to see him push it back, such an incredible display of strength. And to think he was doing it because those 2 were in danger. Still, to just jump in like that, I'm not sure he knew exactly what he was doing. Luckily no one was gravely injured, but things really could have ended up much worse. As the grown-ups tossed around comments and decided which class each student would be placed in, a single man remained quiet the whole time, contemplating how he felt about the irrationality of the boy's actions. "I'm back. Izuku, how did you do? Did you pass? Are you in UA?" His mother seemed to teleport right in front of him, which was odd considering her quirk was telekinetic-based. "I think so. I did pretty well in the written exam, but I'm not entirely sure if I scored enough in the practical portion. I should receive my results in a few days though." Inko wrapped her son in a tight hug, and Izuku returned the gesture. But he was tired from the day, and broke the hug so he could go to his room and take a nap before dinner. "Quite a day, huh?" Izuku opened his desk drawer and retrieved a chocolate bar. He felt as the other self took control of his arms and hands, even as he walked over to his bed. By the time he laid down, his other had taken enough control to eat the sweets unrestricted by his host. I suppose. I only wish you let me enjoy some of the dirty work before you called me to stop that oversized faux villain. Sorry, but I wanted to save you as a last resort. You know, the whole best for last thing. His body shrugged and took a large bite from the chocolate bar, which left tooth marks similar to shark bites. A little bit later, all that was left of the candy was a wrapper that had been licked clean and thrown out. Izuku's body once again became his own as the other gave up control. Not that it really mattered, he was already about to pass out. Izuku! The mailman just left. Want to see if your letter came? At just the mention of mail, Izuku sprinted from his bedroom all the way to the front door. Inside the wall-mounted mailbox was a bill, an ad from a shop his mother frequented, a letter from Yue, something from... It came. The teen rushed inside and tore the letter open. There were a few papers, but an electronic disc fell to the floor and lit up. Hello, Izuku, a stuck, almost flirty voice whispered. The heroine known by all of mankind, and most of womankind, stood on a podium on the display. Her light blue eyes almost stared into his soul and her darker hair swayed as she turned on her heels. A deep, primitive part of Izuku was immensely engrossed in the video of the R-rated hero, Midnight. But his more logical and more fanboyish side was disappointed that it wasn't all might or present mic. Inko, on the other hand, had to restrain herself from covering Izuku's eyes. Her son was way too young to be subjected to such content. Even if the woman was a professional hero and teacher. As you can probably tell, you have made it into the illustrious. Yue, congratulations. I look forward to seeing you in class. Midnight liked her lips, a gesture that made both Izuku and Inko feel a bit more uncomfortable. Of course, you didn't have the most villain points. Not by a long shot. The same scoreboard she and the other judges had been shown was projected behind her. Izuku found himself way too close to the bottom for his liking, just third to last with 27 points. The zero-pointer must have crushed one or two of the other faux villains when he pushed it over. Then there was Bakugo, who had an incredible 94 villain points. However, there was a secret element to the practical exam. See, as a hero school, one thing we look for is heroics. Or, in this case, rescue points. And might I say, did you blow everyone away with that performance? A second box opened for each participant with the aforementioned rescue points. Some, like Bakugo, didn't even break the single digits. Some were in the 20s, others in the 30s and 40s. And Izuku had a whopping 66 rescue points, placing him in second overall, not too far behind Bakugo. If it were up to me, you'd have a lot more rescue points. However, a few were deducted for the resulting damage. But live and learn, as they say. Regardless, you are on your way to being a professional hero. I, and many others, look forward to teaching you all we know so you can go beyond, plus ultra. The video ended, leaving the two in silence. Then the waterworks began. Luckily, the window was open, so the apartment was safe from flooding for the moment. Once the tears had come to an end, Inko got to work on a celebratory dinner for her son. By the time dinner time actually came, the entire apartment smelled of katsudon. Okay. Crimson Chain's prison. Izuku's left arm split into 4 miniature tendrils that each wrapped around a different tree. The binds tightened to a point that would securely hold a person without crushing them, then loosened and returned to Izuku. Red 2 and Tendril Storm. The other being and Izuku morphed into one and leapt into the air with a nimble flip before raining blows onto the empty ground with a dozen tentacles that grew from their chest. Dust and stones were kicked up as a large divot continued to be dug out from the attacking appendages. One more. Sinkhole Tentacles. The vicious red creature planted both palms on the ground and sent 2 tentacles from each hand swimming through the dirt. Small indents similar to mole paths followed the tentacles' trails as they approached a giant rock, which was quickly pulled underground and buried in the dirt. Fun, fun, fun. I can't wait until we get to do some real fighting. Hopefully you'll have some strong classmates. Just remember, we can't hurt them too much, and only if it's for training. But I have to admit, I can't wait to see how you and I stack up to the other students. There are bound to be some powerful quirks that I can compare our strengths to. The red one form receded until all that was left was a regular teen. A small backpack had been left in a tree, which he grabbed with a tendril and brought down to him. After a little fishing, he pulled out his notebook and jotted a few notes. Well, tomorrow's the big day. The boy stashed away his book and left the woods. He liked the wilderness. The blowing winds, the fresh sounds and smells, all of it just resonated with him. Being isolated in case the other lost control was just an added bonus as well. Before heading home, he made a quick stop at the store near the apartment and picked up a few bags of chocolate treats. These are for tomorrow, okay? Izuku clarified the moment he felt the other get ready to go to town on the candies. Fine. Do you have everything? Pencils, notebooks, identification. Izuku zipped his bag shut, already having checked twice the night before. Tissues, water bottle, am I forgetting anything? No, I have everything. Bye, Izuku responded. He was already 2 steps out the door when his mother grabbed onto his arm. I know I wasn't the most supportive mother all those years ago, but I'm so glad to see you still chasing this dream. And that's really amazing of you. Please be careful and good luck. Izuku felt a proud smile grace his lips as he embraced the only person who had always been there for him. I gotta go. Goodbye. Izuku ran down the stairs and gave one more wave to his mom. Running as fast as he could, he easily ducked and weaved between pedestrians as he made his way to the train station. With seconds to spare, he hopped on the current train heading towards UA and sat down. Man, you were really booking it. Pretty manly if I do say so myself. Izuku looked at the redhead beside him. He seemed as friendly as one could be without being overbearing. Oh thanks. I just didn't want to be late on the first day, Izuku replied, getting a good look at the boy's teeth. Sharp, pointed teeth like his others smiled back at him. I totally get that. I was lucky enough to get into UA, and I really don't want to start off the year with late marks. I'm Ijiro Kirishima, by the way. What's your name? The redhead offered a hand, which Izuku happily shook. Izuku Midoriya. I got into UA as well. What class are you in? Won it. First in my family. So, the pressure's on me, but I can take it. The boy flexed as much as he could in the space between the two to add emphasis. I'm in 1A too. Looks like we're classmates, the green and red-haired teen excitedly replied. Throughout the entire ride, the two discussed quirks, idols, and what they expected from the class. Kirishima's quirk gave him the ability to harden his skin to a point that it could stop everyday blades and punch through rock without feeling it. Careful about how he put it, Izuku described his quirk as a shape-shifting quirk that changed his physical capabilities depending on how much he called on it. Whether or not Kirishima noticed the odd wording, he was still quick to ask questions that were easily answerable. After a while, the discussion turned to their favorite heroes. Izuku explained that even though All Might had been his favorite since he was a child, Kamui Woods could very well take that spot after months of training together. That makes sense, actually. But personally, I'm a huge fan of Crimson Riot. Not only does he have a hardening quirk like me, but he's more than willing to charge into any situation, no matter how dangerous. I just have to admire that bravery, especially since he doesn't have All Might's strength or endurance, Kirishima explained. Izuku listened intently as the redhead quickly brought up the topic of what he thought was going to happen on the first day. As the two walked off the train and onto UA grounds, both threw possibilities, like general introductions, quirk shows, maybe a couple icebreakers to ease into the hero studies. Hey! Hey! A girl called out from behind the two. Izuku and Kirishima stepped apart to let the person run past, only to see her slow down and start walking between them. Izuku immediately recognized her as the girl from the exam day. Was she in 1A as well? That'd be nice. Bakugo, right? She asked with a point at the teen with green and red hair. Bakugo, right? The brown-haired girl asked. Kirishima noted Izuku's almost offended look while the girl's face blushed as she realized she had made a potentially huge mistake. Excuse me? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend you. It's just, After what you did in the practical exam, I just figured you were the one with the highest overall score, she offered meekly. The mostly green-haired boy let out an unamused scoff, but otherwise maintained a pleasant enough attitude. No, I'm Izuku Midoriya. I guess I can see how you made the mistake though. But didn't the rescue points in your acceptance video suggest that maybe I wasn't Bakugo? You know, because he barely had any. Sorry. I figured you would have been given loads of villain points for the 0-pointer, like it was actually worth a lot and they wanted to see who'd run and who'd fight if they thought there wasn't anything to gain, the girl explained as she scratched the back of her neck. I'm Achiko Uraraka, by the way. I'm Eijiro Kirishima. The redhead jumped in to lighten the atmosphere. But what's this I hear about the 0-pointer? Oh, he stopped the falling 0-pointer by himself and then pushed it back. All on his own. You should have seen it. These red, gooey strands shot from all over his body and grabbed onto the buildings and pulled him in. Wait, so that was you everyone from Centerby was talking about? The redhead asked with a look of shock aimed at his new friend. Izuku snickered at how wide the boy's eyes were, then responded. Yeah, that was me. But I only did it because I saw 2 people stuck in the path. Otherwise, I never would have tried to take that on by myself. Just as he finished his comment, the 3 had arrived at the large door labeled with 1 in thick red paint. Nice style, the other remarked at the colors. Wow. You must have had some pretty large students in the past if the doors are this big, Kirishima thought aloud before pushing the door open. Get your feet off the desk. Don't you see how rude that is to the alumni of UA who made and used those desks before you? Shut it. If I wanted your opinion, I would have asked for it. 4 eyes. The blue-haired boy Izuku and Uraraka recognized from the presentation was currently engaged in a battle of wills against the one and only number 1 scorer in the practical exam. That is unnecessarily rude. If you do not know my name, you could have asked. I am Tenya Ida of Semi-Private Academy. And you are? The boy asked, not quite grasping how little formalities would affect the explosive teen. About to beat your butt if you don't piss us off, Bakugo sneered. A hint of green flashed in his peripheral vision, and he turned to see 3 more students in the doorway. Of course Deku would end up in this class. That's Bakugo, if you're still wondering, Izuku whispered to the other 2 before walking into the classroom. Unfortunately for the trio, any empty seats were far apart, so they had to split up to sit down. Achiko took the back seat in the first column, Kirishima sat in the middle of the next row over, and Izuku found himself on the far side of the room. Right behind Bakugo. Absolutely nothing can go wrong with us sitting this close to him, the others sarcastically commented. If they had their own eyes, Izuku knew they would have rolled them at least 4 or 5 times. Taking a quick look at his new classmates, Izuku noted a floating uniform in front of Bakugo. Behind himself was a short boy with purple orbs for hair, then a tall, black-haired girl whose quirk was not made obvious by any physical features. In the next row over was a large, 6-armed boy with a mask, a girl with earphone jacks extended from her earlobes, a boy with some kind of cylinders in his elbows, another boy with what appeared to be a crow's head, and 1 more boy with hair that was red on the left half and white on the right half. And he was staring at him. Can I help you? The boy gave a final glare, then turned to face the front of the room, where he just stared as if watching the teacher that was not yet present. Again, all kinds of weird. The green-haired teen only got basic notes of the first 2 in the next row before a sleeping bag with a face walked into the room. Oh, you're all seated already. Not bad for a bunch of kids. A zipper in the front of the yellow cocoon-like bag slowly unzipped to reveal a tired, disheveled-looking man in all black clothing, save a light gray scarf around his neck. Once he was fully out of the bag, he stepped up to the podium at the front of the desk and scanned the 20 students in front of him. My name's Shoyuda Aizawa. I'll be your homeroom teacher this year, the man unenthusiastically offered while pulling a blue, red, and white uniform from his bag. Everyone go change into these and head to the field out front. Hey, isn't that first day orientation supposed to be happening around now? A blond boy with a black lightning bolt in his hair asked as he and the other boys changed into the provided uniforms. Maybe this is part of it. After all, UA is known for doing things differently. Perhaps we'll all show off our quirks without assistance from any gear we may have brought ourselves, another blonde suggested. While he spoke, he struggled to get his tail into the hole that had been cut into his uniform, much to the amusement of the boy with cylinders in his elbows. You extras really think we're changing just to go sit in some dumb room to get orientated? We're obviously going to be tested or something. Bakugo shouted before storming out of the changing room. Geesh, what's with him? The short boy asked. You guys will have to get used to that. He doesn't exactly have an award-winning personality, Izuku stated without so much as a second thought. He too had finished changing and stepped out to the field, where some of the girls and the man known as Aizawa stood. A few minutes later, everyone else filed outside, prompting the teacher to begin. Now that you're all here, we're going to have a quirk assessment test. A quirk assessment test? Most of the students shouted in unison. But what about the entrance ceremony and the orientation? Uraraka asked. You all are training to be heroes, right? You shouldn't have to waste time with such irrelevant activities. The unrestricted traditions of the school are a large factor in why so many graduates become well-known heroes. Aizawa pulled both a baseball and a phone from his pockets, which he held to his students. All middle schools use physical fitness tests without quirks to evaluate their students. But doing so makes it hard to actually judge their true potential. To prove my point, would you stand in that circle, Bakugo? Katsuki shuffled into the circle, already excited to show those extras how far ahead he was. What was your best in middle school? The teacher asked, tossing the baseball towards the ashy blonde. 67 meters, he replied, getting a feeling of where the discussion was headed. I see, now, throw the ball but use your quirk as you see fit. Just stay in the circle. Bakugo rolled his shoulders and stretched his muscles as he contemplated how much of a blast to use. If he used too much power, he would end up blowing up the ball and invalidating the throw. Too little power and he wouldn't get it as far as he wanted. Timing was another issue. Adding the explosion too early or too late would send the ball off course. Once he got the details figured out, he winded back, launched his arm forward, and threw the ball at a 45-degree angle with an impressive explosion to boot. Die! Everyone watched as the ball flew through the air, farther and farther away. By allowing you to use your quirks, you can experience your own maximum firsthand and feel yourself improve over time. The device bleeped when the ball hit the ground. 721.3 meters? Everyone shouted. Man, that's almost 3/4 of a full kilometer, the lightning bolt boy remarked. This is going to be exciting, an all-pink girl with pitch-black eyes squealed. Not only do we get to show off our quirks, we get to watch others use theirs. The excitement died down the moment their homeroom teacher's mouth curved up into a grin. Fun, you say? While I understand you all are children who tend to be rowdy, you cannot afford to have that attitude for all 3 years of your hero studies. But if it's fun you want, then the one who comes in last after all 8 tests will be expelled. Aizawa's grin grew into an unpleasant smile that only got bigger upon his students' complaints. Hold on, this is our first day. Isn't that a bit extreme? A well-built boy with large lips questioned. The world is full of extremes. Natural disasters that carve away towns and cities. Villains that level blocks at a time and take dozens, sometimes hundreds or thousands of lives. Can you tell those to stop for being too extreme? No, the world is an unpredictable place, and the heroes are there to try to reverse these events. Now tell me, would you be happy with a large association sending a hero that nearly flunked out of high school to save you and your family? Or would you prefer to be saved by someone more qualified? Truthfully, the students could not even argue that their teacher was over-exaggerating the situation. Such events still happened on a regular basis. Their silence was the only response he needed. Show's over, now it's your turn. The group of students, understanding the seriousness of the situation, prepared themselves for the test to come. On your mark. Get set. Go. At the recording device's command, Ida and a girl with frog-like features took off. Ida crossed the finish line in just over 3 seconds with the girl right behind him. Of course, he would excel in this test. Next, Izuku and the black-haired girl that sat in the back of the same row as him stepped up to the starting line. Two dark red cords emerged from Izuku's back and prepared to launch forward. The girl's feet, which Izuku just noticed were bare, shimmered a bright purple with multicolored spots as a pair of rollerblades literally grew from her skin. On your mark. Get set. Go. Izuku ran and used the tendrils to grab the ground just past the finish line and pulled himself forward, getting a time of 5.12 seconds, whereas the girl passed the line after 6.31 seconds. Tentacles, the short, purple-haired boy muttered as he watched the limb's precise control. Izuku felt rather good about this. Even after Bakugo flew down the track with 4.13 seconds, he was confident he wouldn't get last place. Of course, Mr. Hotshot had to beat us, the other griped. Let it go. He's free to use his quirk just like everyone else, Izuku reasoned, admittedly peeved that he had the slower time. Soon, the students moved on to the grip test. Just by changing his hand into a red and black claw, he was able to get the highest score of 572 kilograms, nearly crushing the device in the process. You got 540? What kind of muscles are in those arms? The boy Izuku had learned was named Hantasiro, exclaimed in awe. The Goliath named Mizo Shoji just explained that he always had an unusually high muscle density in his triple sets of arms. Next was the standing long jump. While he couldn't cover the same distance that Bakugo's explosions did, he managed to clear the sandbox just like his ashy blonde friend and the laser boy from the entrance exam. The repeated sidesteps was the only test he couldn't really use his other's abilities, but he didn't come in last. But he still didn't get a high score like Mineta, who bounced like a bullet between two clumps of his orbs. For all the displays of ingenuity in the earlier tests, none could compete with Uraraka's ball throw. After all, who else could come anywhere near infinity? No way anyone can beat that. Kaminari shouted, which many agreed with. Come on, Deku, you have yet to actually show what you're capable of. Prove that you're still below me, Bakugo urged internally as the green and red-haired teen stepped up for the ball throw. The teen once again used a tendril like the others had seen and grabbed the ball. The red limb quickly extended and fell to the ground like an overstretched spring. With a quick spin and a whip of the arm, the ball was sent flying like he had thrown it from a sling and soared through the air. With all the attention on him and his incredible throw, not one student noticed the teacher's confused and moderately irritated glare at the student, who ended up with a score of 513.6 meters. What the F is up with that power? Bakugo gasped at Deku's result. Sure, he had seen the quirk once before, but even then, the most it did was throw a few kids around. Not slingshot a baseball over half a kilometer. Bakugo clenched his fists hard enough to leave fingernail marks in his palms and grit his teeth. There were so many things he needed to know. When did Deku's quirk actually manifest? Was it always there and he just played him for a fool ever since they were 4 years old? How did it get so powerful all of a sudden? And what right did that nerd have to constantly keep just behind him after being hardly noticeable for years beforehand? But he couldn't ask him now. Doing so would make a scene, and even Bakugo knew not to mess around too much if doing so could put his enrollment in UA at stake. But he would get answers. Soon enough, he would know what was up. By the time Katsuki's inner turmoil subsided enough for him to focus, nearly everyone else had gone. All that was left was the black-haired girl, the all-pink girl, and Ida. Midoriya was quickly put into 4th overall when Momo Yaoyorozu, the girl he raced in the 50-meter dash, created a cannon from her torso and shot the ball just shy of a full kilometer. The last 3 went, and the class blew through the last 3 tests. Sorry, just got a little tired at this point. Half an hour later, the students had recollected on the field. Okay, here are your scores. Your total is simply the marks you got for each test. Aizawa tiredly declared as a scoreboard projected in front of the students. Achiko was at the top, obviously due to her infinity score on the ball throw. Bakugo was right behind her, then Izuku, then Yugoyama. No, this can't be, the floating uniform desperately ummed. In last place was Toru Hagakure. An important note, I based the final scores on what I personally feel should have happened. Some of the characters, like Bakugo and Aoyama, were able to use their quirks in multiple tests where others, like Jiro and Kirishima, probably couldn't at all. My reasoning for putting Hagakure in last is her quirk gives no advantage in any tests, and in the sports festival arc, we see her struggle to do a pull-up. I know that she could have been tired from doing more, but for all we know, that was the first one she was trying, so I'm just assuming she has a very light muscular build. Honestly though, it was a tie between her, Jiro, Mineta, and Koda. However, Mineta had the side steps to boost his score and probably used his orbs to bounce around in the distance run, while Koda was strong enough to run while carrying Jiro, and could probably have a bird carry the ball, putting him in a better position than Jiro or Hagakure. After that, it was just a coin flip. Please don't hate me for this, it's just what I think after a quick brainstorming session. Just so you all know, the part about being expelled was just an incentive for you to give it your all. Aizawa turned off the display and began walking towards the building. There are copies of the curriculum and such in the classroom. Hagakure let out a very, very relieved sigh as she and the others returned to the classroom. Man, I was so scared for a second. How would I tell my parents I got expelled on the first day for something I didn't even do? The invisible girl ranted to Uraraka and Yaoyorozu. Wow, that was nerve-wracking. But still, I love a challenge. Kirishima blurted as he, Kaminari, Siro, and a reluctant Bakugo walked into the room. As promised, each desk had a freshly printed stack of papers on top. Overall, there was a lot to take in. Art history, mathematics, and English, for some reason, were just a few of the classes in the future. On the way out, Izuku waited for a certain crow-headed classmate. Tokoyami, right? He asked as the teen in question walked through the main doors. That is I. How may I be of assistance? Well, I was wondering about your quirk. From what I can tell from the tests, it's sentient. Was it always like that, or was it more of a puppet before developing its own awareness? And do you two share a mind? A large, bird-shaped shadow emerged from where Tokoyami's navel would be under his shirt. Hey, dark shadow here. To answer your questions, I have always had my own free will. And we do not share a mind, but we do have similar thought processes from being connected for so long, the entity explained. If I may ask you a question, why do you want to know? Tokoyami questioned. Dark Shadow quickly nodded, signaling his agreement. Well, I also have a second being in my body. Only, they and I share a mind to an extent, and they practically live in me. But that's how I get my tendrils and other powers, I simply draw from their power, Izuku replied. Tokoyami gave him a questioning look and Dark Shadow quickly got up in his face. No offense, kid, but I find that hard to believe. Sentient quirks are just about non-existent, after all. Izuku quickly looked around, doing his best to make sure no one was too close. Apparently satisfied, Tokoyami and Dark Shadow watched as the full left side of Izuku's face took on a more menacing appearance. Better watch your mouth, chicken bee, the other threatened. Dark Shadow returned the name calling, and the two hosts just watched in silence. Izuku's right eye rolled, disturbing all three of them, as that was the first time he realized his eyes could rotate independently when the two shared his face. Izuku watched Dark Shadow's behavior and noted the way he had his own body stemming from Tokoyami. Izuku pushed the other back long enough to roll up his left sleeve and extend a mass of the red and black sludge from his shoulder. The stalked, bulbous growth receded in some spots while others grew or stretched. A mouth-like hole quickly filled in with narrow yet long teeth that looked sharp enough to puncture through a tire. Two white splotches swirled into crescent moon shapes before stretching towards the top, eventually curling up at the points. The black veins thickened around the eyes as lines like roots crept a mere half-inch into the white pools before coming together to form randomized, jagged edges inside the eyes. The toothed mouth grinned evilly at Izuku's classmates. Well, I kind of like this. Believe me now? While the odds of two sentient quirks being in the same class are astronomically low, I must admit that I believe you now, the crow-headed teen offered, wary of the growth from Izuku's shoulder that lengthened and approached Dark Shadow. Hey, get your own personal space, slime ball. Dark Shadow flew around to Tokoyami's other side, followed by the collection of red, black, and white. Izuku sighed and pulled something from his pocket. Tokoyami observed his classmate unwrap what appeared to be a piece of chocolate, which the growth chomped out of Izuku's fingers just fast enough to leave a slight afterimage. So, you and I each have partners of the shadows. Not quite how I would put it, but I guess, Izuku shrugged. The other inside him retreated, leaving just Tokoyami and Dark Shadow. Man, that is some freaky stuff. And that's coming from me, Dark Shadow commented. The dark purple and black entity returned to Tokoyami. This is where I must part. I shall see you tomorrow, Tokoyami said as he left Izuku. The two waved, and Izuku walked in silence all the way back to the train. It was only the first day and he already made more friends than he ever had at Aldra. It was going to be great. Most of the second day was surprisingly uninteresting. Sure, all of the classes were taught by professional heroes, all of whom were more than willing to sign Izuku's notebooks, but that hardly made up for the fact that there was only one class everyone actually looked forward to. I am. Everyone turned to the door, already knowing just from the voice who was about to appear. 5 large, meaty fingers wrapped around the edge of the door and pushed it open. Entering the room like a normal person, All Might himself, the symbol of peace and #1 hero in all of Japan, walked across the front of the room in an extremely exaggerated fashion. That's not a very normal way to enter a room, most of the students thought after their comments about him ceased. As you can probably tell, I will be your hero basic training teacher. Many of your credits both this year and your future years will revolve around this class and any related classes. But enough chit-chat. Today we have, the muscular man announced, holding out a card with Battle written in bright, bold font. Battle training? Right off the bat. Jiro questioned. I guess it makes sense. This is a better way to get to know each other's quirks than the assessment test, and we can see them put to better use, Kaminari suggested. Don't think that's all. I'm sure you've all been waiting for these. Please change, then gather in ground beta. For shelves extended from the walls, revealing suitcases labeled from 1 to nearly all of the students rushed to grab their gear and ran to the changing rooms. A few, like Todoroki and Yaoyorozu, were calmer and more rational, as Aizawa likely would have put it. However, Izuku soon discovered that there was no suitcase numbered. He slapped his forehead in realization, as he had never actually sent in any kind of costume request. He had gotten so carried away training and practicing that it had never crossed his mind. Who needs a suit when you and I have each other? The other asked. A point was made. Izuku could harden the skin he changed, or use red one if necessary. He traversed the grounds, eventually coming to an area that looked remarkably similar to where his practical exam had been held. There's an old saying that goes, the clothes make the man. With that said, keep in mind that by donning your costumes, you are officially hero trainees. As All Might looked upon his students, a sense of fatherly pride welled up in his chest. You all look awesome. At least half of the class either blushed, cheered, or did both at the praise. Izuku, who had stuck to the back, inspected the costumes and made mental notes that he would transcribe into his notebook later. Some, like Ida's half-knight half-racecar design, looked cool and had some apparent functionality. But others, like Mineta's diaper and Yaoyorozu's leotard and belt, left much to be desired. So, let's get started. The large man pulled a clipboard from behind his back and flipped through a few pages. You didn't get a costume? Achiko asked, leaning close so she could whisper. Izuku blushed a little at the closing distance between them, but forced his mind to focus. Well, no. I honestly never sent in a design, and I think my abilities should be enough as they are. You're lucky that you don't have to worry about clothes. Mine was somehow redesigned to be skin-tight, but I didn't find out until I changed into it just a few minutes ago. Here we go. All Might said, drawing everyone's attention to him. As I stated earlier, you will be conducting battle training today. Specifically, indoor scenarios. While large-scale battles that happen in the open get more media attention, there is actually a higher rate of indoor occurrences. Naturally, the smartest villains would hide in the shadows. So that's why you'll be split into groups of 2 and dash. Aren't we going to be given basic fighting lessons beforehand? Ashui the frog-like girl asked. That's what this is for. To find out the best application of your individual quirks and skills under the specific conditions. Now then, the scenario for today is as follows. Two villains have hidden a nuclear weapon inside a hideout. The heroes must catch the villains or touch the weapon to retrieve it to win. The villains only have to catch the heroes first or wait for time to run out. Any questions? Will we form our own groups or will they be decided for us? Isn't this cape magnificent? Will we be punished with expulsion like with Mr. Aizawa? Are we still allowed to beat our enemies up? Such a range of questions. They will be decided by drawing lots. That cape is very sparkly. Not at all. I am not a fan of expelling students unless absolutely necessary. And yes, but only to an extent. Now then. A box labeled "Let's" was procured from who knows where and given a gentle shake. Isn't that unprofessional? To pair us up so haphazardly? Ida asked. Actually, pro-heroes tend to form groups with anyone who's around and other agencies. It could be preparation for future teamwork, Izuku interjected. That makes a lot more sense now that you mention it. If that's all, let's begin. I put the names in a random team generator and mixed until two certain people were in groups that I thought would work best with the story. Team A, Ojiro and Ishido. Team B, Mineta and Koda. Team C, Azui and Sato. Team D, Jiro and Todoroki. Team Shojin, Sir. Team F, Izuku and Tokoyami. Team G, Yaoyorozu and Oyama. Team H, Uraraka and Kirishima. Team I, Ida and Hagakure. Team J, Kaminari and Bakugo. Now, let's see who's up first. All Might dug around two boxes labeled Villain and Hero. He grabbed one ball from each and pulled them out, keeping both hidden for a dramatic reveal. The first teams are these two. Bakugo and Kaminari were to play the villains whereas Mineta and Koda would be the heroes in the exercise. Izuku already knew Bakugo could win alone. Koda had yet to say a single word to anyone in class, and Mineta probably wasn't prepared for Bakugo's aggressive fighting style. After that would be Izuku and Tokoyami as heroes against Jiro and Todoroki as villains. After them would be Ojiro and Ishido versus Azui and Sato, then Ida and Hagakure versus Shoji and Siro, and lastly Yaoyorozu and Aoyama against Uraraka and Kirishima. Great! Everyone except for the first two teams, please head over to the monitor room. I shall join you after a few words with the first two teams. As requested, 16 of the students left the teacher and their 4 classmates. Once they were gone, All Might led both teams to the building that the exercise would take place in. Villain team, head on in and get ready. Bakugo quickly stormed into the building with Kaminari on his heels. So, what's the plan? Your explosions and my electricity are a powerful combo. Do we wait for them to come to us, or rush in and try to take them down as soon as possible? Just guard the weapon, you DMN extra. I'll do the fighting, Bakugo sneered. What do you think is going to happen? Kirishima asked Izuku as he stared intently on the screen. I think Bakugo's going to immediately leave the weapon to take down Mineta and Koda. He's always been a natural combatant, and has aggression to spare. I don't know about Kaminari, though. But if he stays and guards the weapon just in case, they should win easily. Just over a minute later, All Might dashed into the monitor room and plugged an earpiece into his ear. Alrighty, let's get this show on the road. Teams B and J begin. To say the first exercise was quick would be an understatement. Bakugo single-handedly found, fought, and wrapped both heroes in capture tape in 5 minutes 13 seconds flat. You really called that one, Kirishima said in awe of the blonde's natural combat ability. Yeah, wish us luck, Izuku replied as he, Tokoyami, Jiro and Todoroki all left for the same building the previous two teams used. When the two crossed paths, Bakugo shot Izuku a glare, which the green and red-haired teen promptly shrugged off. Good luck, guys, Izuku said to Jiro and Todoroki. The girl gave him a thumbs up and returned the favor. Todoroki just glanced over his shoulder for half a second before walking away like nothing happened. It must be fate. Two hosts of darkness in a battle to the end, Tokoyami declared. Dark shadow popped out from under the teen's cloak. Yeah, let's do this. It was strange. Dark shadow, a literal shadow being, had a rather carefree attitude whereas Tokoyami was the one with the dark and serious attitude. Izuku really figured it would have been the other way around. If you get in our way, I will cook you and eat you for dinner. Izuku's other grew from the host's shoulder and got right up in Dark Shadow's face with the comment. Ah, shove it up your own, spitball? That doesn't really make sense, Izuku said with an eye roll. But at the same time his other man, he wished they would just choose a name already had a competitive bond with Dark Shadow. What the? Bakugo thought to himself as he watched the goose speak to Crowface and Crowface too. Luckily for him, his confusion was matched by the others around him. What is that? Do they both have sentient quirks? Draconeyes asked. It would appear so. But judging from its appearance, it doesn't look too friendly, Four Eyes commented. It certainly lacks glamour, Sparkles commented with another fancy gesture. DMN it, Deku. Did you hide that from me since we were kids? But there's no way a nerd like you wouldn't show off a quirk as soon as you got it. There's clearly something else going on. Next round, begin. So, how shall we proceed? Izuku thought it over, not there was a lot he could use. Given Jiro's extended earlobes with Jax, he was pretty confident that she had some kind of hearing quirk. Then there was Shoto Todoroki. Chances were he was related to Enji Todoroki, better known as the number 2 hero, Endeavor. But that didn't explain the ice covering his entire left side. However, he still had to expect both powerful ice and fire attacks if they wanted to win. Okay, I think I have an idea. You and Dark Shadow will go around the left and check the side and back windows. I'll check the front and right side. Whoever finds them will tell the other where. If they're towards the middle, we sneak in the top and make our way down. Sound good? Excellent. Let's go, Dark Shadow. Our foes await us. Roger that, the large shadow replied with a mock salute before flying ahead and scanning the upper windows. Izuku decided to use his fingertips and covered shoes to climb the wall rather than the tendrils. If he was right about Jiro's quirk, a quieter approach would be better. They weren't on the first, second, or third floors from what the teammates could tell. Midoriya, Dark Shadow has found them. They're on the 4th floor, towards the back of the building. Good. I'll be right there. Izuku dropped and caught himself with 3 tendrils. Once his feet hit the ground, he ran around to the back, where the 2 beings were waiting. They are right above us. However, I do fear they may have caught a glimpse of Dark Shadow and have prepared to fight. Sorry. It's all good, Izuku assured the blackbird. If they're ready for us, it'd be rude to keep them waiting. They're coming. From the hallway. Todoroki immediately prepared to freeze the heroes, in place with a controlled blast of ice. Something red poked into the doorway, and was instantaneously frozen on the spot. Wait, they're outside? Todoroki turned to Jiro. Confusion was written all over her face as she glanced around the floor. No wait, there's a few signals inside with a lot more outside. I can't accurately locate them. She pulled the earphone jacks out of the wall and ground. Sorry, but they're using my own recon strategy against me. Seems like they're trying to distract us. Keep your eyes open and tell me if you see anything. I must say, this is a pretty good plan for something whipped up on the spot. Izuku grinned at the compliment as he scaled the outside walls, using tendrils to tap wherever they could reach. Tokoyami and Dark Shadow, on the other hand, were approaching the villains from the inside. Dark Shadow's job was to rush around and make as much interference as he could by tapping, scraping, and bumping into the walls and ceilings. Thanks. But don't get distracted. We haven't gotten the weapon yet. Izuku opened a window on the 5th floor and crawled in. By focusing on his hands, he was able to change them into crimson claws sharp enough to attack and defend, but not sharp enough to deal any serious cuts. Just remember, don't hurt them too bad. The head grew from his upper arm and smiled at him. Come on. Let's just have some fun. Fine, Izuku sighed. The grinning glob morphed into Izuku's own face, resulting in what looked like a demon trying to pass as a human. A hellish laughter broke out from within the building, sending chills down more than a few spines. Everyone's blood froze as they watched and listened to Izuku's new form. The laughter alone set everyone, even All Might and Bakugo, on edge. And then there was his appearance. Alienistic humanoid was the closest thing anyone could think of besides demonic entity, and only because the latter was too cliché. Is that even allowed? He never displayed anything like that in the assessment test, Azui commented with a little rib bit at the end. It would appear that there is much more to his quirk than we initially assumed, Yayarosa replied, to which Kaminari muttered a quiet, "No sheet." The mostly red monster sprinted down the halls, dragging 5 tendrils along the walls, floor, and ceiling to interfere if Jiro was still listening. And Midoriya? Tokoyami nervously gulped. For as much of a gothic emo facade he put up, he was drastically outdone by the monster approaching him. Black birds screaming in the dead of night, the being sang with a gurgling hiss. The thing with Midoriya's body simply walked past him and approached the room with the mock weapon. That happened, Dark Shadow commented as he peeked over Tokoyami's shoulder. I'll be taking that if you don't mind. But please, do put up a fight, they snarled as the 5 tendrils on his back slithered through the air like snakes ready to strike. Yeah, I did not expect this, Jiro worriedly commented as she shot both ear jacks at the red and black-faced Izuku. Both were snagged with ease by a clawed hand that pulled them down and back, forcing her to stumble forward and into a pair of tentacles that tightly wrapped around her. Care to see if you can take me without hurting your teammate? The tendrils held Jiro between the 2 enemies like a shield. Even as she squirmed and tried to break free, the appendages hardly budged. Let me go, she shouted, much to the apparent amusement of her captor. Oh gee, since you asked so nicely, they mocked before letting out another bout of unsettling laughter. The crackling of rapidly approaching ice cut off the laughter and enveloped Jiro and Izuku. Sorry, but it was a necessary sacrifice, Todoroki unashamedly muttered as he waited for his second enemy to try to attack. Darn it! He had to intervene. Just as it was getting good. Mineta loudly complained, receiving many disgusted looks from his classmate. Mineta's comments aside, this has taken an interesting turn. It appears that both Todoroki and Midoriya are willing to put others at risk to accomplish their own goals, Yayarosa deduced. Internally, she thanked whichever god was responsible for not placing her on the team against Midoriya. The tentacles combined with her admittedly skimpy outfit was just an accident waiting to happen. I'm not sure about that. He's a really cool bro from what I can tell. He never gave me the put an enemy in harm's way vibe. But then again, he never told me everything about his quirk, especially that it's sentient, like Tokoyami's. My guess is that the quirk is the one fighting right now, not necessarily Midoriya, Kirishima chimed in. Quite the insights from both of you, All Might commented. By the way, shouldn't you have stopped the exercise when the 2 were frozen? Zero questioned. Normally I would have. But watch and you'll find out. As if waiting for the teacher's cue, the small glacier began to shake slightly. Todoroki, albeit not 100% confident that the ice would hold his enemy, was not expecting Midoriya to break out so soon. At least 24 crimson spikes stabbed through the frozen prison and retreated, then broke through again just off of their original spots. The ice shattered and sent shards flying. Small chips of the walls were taken out. Todoroki had already created a medium-sized wall to protect himself, which was quickly leveled by the barrage of ice shards. Wow. And here I thought I was the a-hole. Todoroki watched in anticipation as a red sphere with black streaks was SCKD back into Izuku's body like blankets getting SCKD up by a vacuum. Jiro, aside from a look of shock and slight betrayal, was perfectly fine as well. If he were to also consider being wrapped in tentacles to be fine, that is. Jerry, you're the one who got caught. I simply took what I thought was the best course of action, Todoroki retorted, then caught a glimpse of black in his peripheral vision. He turned to see Dark Shadow almost touching the bomb, having flown outside and back in through the windows. We've been trying to reach you about your car's extended warranty? Apparently, that was the wrong thing to say, if Todoroki's ice blast meant anything. The quirk flew out the window, presumably back to Tokoyami. With the momentary distraction, Jiro stretched the jacks on her lobes down to her boots and plugged them in. A powerful blast of sound tore through the room, causing Todoroki to cover his ears. An agonized, ear-piercing screech drew the hero's attention, and their eyes fell on a rather disturbing sight. The red face and tendrils on Izuku's body were spasming and convulsing uncontrollably. Tiny hair-like growths quickly grew and retracted wherever the red substance existed. The face itself seemed to be trying to jump out of Izuku's skin, screaming and hissing like it was experiencing the worst pain imaginable. "Hit it harder," Todoroki ordered. Jiro complied and sent another massive sound attack at her enemies. This time, it wasn't just the red areas that were affected. Izuku's skin and flesh themselves seemed to bubble and crawl under the onslaught. The red face still shrieked and fully broke off like a living mask, exposing Izuku himself. He too was screaming, and his face was twisted in pain, much like the being that was part of him. "Dark Shadow," Tokoyami ordered from the hallway. The ghostly quirk shot forward against the thrumming sound waves and slashed the boots. Once the sound stopped, Izuku completely reverted as the red substance seemed to shoot back inside him. "Midoriya," Tokoyami called as his teammate and friend slumped to the ground. His lack of focus gave Jiro and Todoroki a chance to get around Dark Shadow and wrapped him with capture tape, eliminating him from the exercise. "Midoriya?" Jiro cautiously approached the green-haired teen. Both of her jacks were plugged in and ready to send more sound attacks if necessary. The teen remained on the ground, unmoving. "Villain team wins," All Might declared over the PA with less enthusiasm than he was usually known to have. A soft groan escaped Izuku's lips as he regained consciousness. When his vision cleared, he discovered that he was being carried away on a stretcher pulled by 2 medical bots. "Hey, I'm fine." The bots kept moving, already having their orders to take him to Recovery Girl. Izuku sighed and shakily kicked his feet off the moving platform and hopped off. "Hey, what even happened?" "I told you I don't like loud noises," the other groggily complained. "Technically, all you told me was that you didn't like Present Mike because he was loud. That doesn't exactly tell me that powerful sounds are a specific weakness of yours," Izuku retorted. "Are you okay?" "I will live." Luckily, the bots had yet to leave the grounds when Izuku awoke, so he took the short trip back to the monitor room. "Hey Midoriya, you sure you should be back so soon?" the redhead asked upon his classmate's quick return. "I feel fine, so I guess I'll be alright." "Excuse me?" Izuku turned around and was welcomed by Jiro's uneasy expression. "I'm sorry about what happened in there. I didn't know that my attacks would have such an intense effect on you." Izuku just stared at her, somewhat confused. "It was just training, right? If this was the real thing, would you be apologizing to a real-life enemy for hurting them? Besides, I should be thanking you. After all, you taught me a little more about me and my quirk." "Speaking of," Hagakure added in a sing-song tone as she slid in between Izuku and Jiro. "When were you planning on telling us that it was sentient? And, well, everything else?" "Well," Izuku began, scratching the back of his neck. "I wasn't exactly sure how to put it," he replied. "Hey guys, I have a sentient quirk that might freak you out. Just so you know, my quirk is sentient and can morph into my body. Literally any other variation of what they said?" Siro suggested, pointing at Kaminari and Mineta. "Well, there's a bit more to it than that." "Third round begin," All Might shouted, cutting off the questions. "I must say, you all did exceptionally well. Now then, before class is over, we will decide on the MVPs for each match. First match, Bakugo and Kaminari versus Mineta and Koda. Any suggestions?" Truthfully, Bakugo is the only actual candidate because he was the only one that actually did anything. Neither Mineta or Koda could effectively utilize their quirks to retaliate, and Kaminari just guarded the bomb for a few minutes, Yayarosa stated. "Yes, actually. Took the words right out of my mouth. That being said, there is room for improvement. Mainly in the area of cooperation. But aside from that, it was a quick and easy match." Bakugo grinned proudly. Of course he was the MVP. It could have been all 3 of them against him and he still would have put them in the ground. These extras were just too far below him. Next match. Tokoyami and Midoriya against Todoroki and Jiro. What do you all think? Quiet murmurs were exchanged between the students as they threw candidates back and forth. It must have been Tokoyami or Jiro. Todoroki was more than willing to freeze his own teammate in order to try to capture his enemy. Had Midoriya not protected Jiro and only saved himself, Todoroki would have only injured his teammate. Midoriya, on the other hand, came up with a good plan to use Jiro's quirk against her. However, once he entered the building, he completely ignored Tokoyami. Had they worked together, the combination of their powerful quirks could have ended the match before Jiro and Todoroki could put up a fight. Jiro, on the other hand, did her best to hold her own, even when incapacitated. And Tokoyami played his part exceptionally up until he got captured for focusing on his teammates' well-being first, Ida suggested with a flurry of chopping motions. Did he just say that all in one breath? Izuku whispered to Kirishima, who just shrugged, not quite knowing himself. That is what I was looking for. However, theirs was a strange match with lots of unexpected turns, so I suppose anyone could be considered the MVP if you think hard enough. Moving on. One by one, the MVPs were decided on for each match. Izuku made several pages worth of internal notes about his classmates' quirks and their applications and weaknesses. And that concludes today's exercise. Class is dismissed, so go change and return to the classroom. All Might instructed. He and his students returned to the main campus where the kids, except Izuku, changed into their school clothing. Maybe I should put in a costume request, Izuku realized as he inspected his damaged shirt. At this point, the article of clothing more closely resembled a net with all of the holes and tears spread across the fabric than it did a shirt. Midoriya. Todoroki walked up to the green and red-haired teen, looking as straight-faced as ever. I do wish to apologize to you and Jiro for what occurred during the training. Despite being correct that we would not apologize to villains in the real world, we are still only students. It's all good. But if you want to make up for it, you can tell me why you were glaring at me throughout the first day. Todoroki gave the other teen an unentertained glare, then sighed. The only reason I was born was because my father arranged a quirk marriage to produce a child that could surpass All Might. With his powerful flames and my mother's ice, I was the first one he considered a success. When I saw the red streak in your hair, I started wondering if he had tried with other women while he was with my mother. That's kinda messed up, Izuku said after a few seconds with a surprised exhale. Yes. But now I know you are not related, so there is no need to feel any animosity towards you, Todoroki replied as he started to walk away. For the time being, he said over his shoulder. Hey nerd. Bakugo called out from his desk once Izuku and Todoroki finished talking. Izuku cautiously approached the teen and waited for whatever remarks the explosive boy had prepared. Instead of saying anything, the blonde stood up and gestured for the green-haired teen to follow. This can't be good. I know. Let's get it over with. Bakugo led his classmate down the halls and stepped into the bathroom, which was empty for the time being. Once inside, Izuku just stared at his former friend, who was staring back just as hard. You're going to tell me everything about your quirk, or I'll force it out of you, he suddenly threatened with a small series of sparkling pops in his palms. Izuku swallowed, but forced himself to tough it out. Why do you want to know? You've never cared about other people's quirks before. So, what's your reasoning for asking? Because everyone else is below me. I can tell just by watching them. But you're a different story. I saw you that day when you took on the 3 bullies. And the whole exercise was on camera, so you can come out of hiding. Bakugo pointed at Izuku's shoulder, and the smiling face quickly appeared. So, the little boy finally wants to play. Let's just hope you didn't bite off more than you can chew. Shut it, you DMN blob. Now tell me what exactly is up with you two or I'll dash. You what, Kaken? Izuku blurted. For a brief moment, Bakugo's angry face betrayed a hint of confusion. What are you going to do? Burn me? Hit me? You don't have any lackeys here, so you'll have to get your hands dirty yourself, not that that's anything new for you. If looks could kill, Izuku would have been nothing more than a withering corpse under Bakugo's enraged glare. Shut up, you of Deku or dash. No, you shut up. In less than half a moment, the red face on Izuku's shoulder had melted itself onto Izuku's face. At the same time, the boy seemed to grow by at least a foot as a handful of razor-tipped tendrils extended from his back and hovered mere centimeters away from Bakugo's face. You may have been hot sheet in middle school, but here, you're gifted at best and slightly above average at worst. You never got a good reality check as a child and it shows, you arrogant prick. Now, I'll return your little friend if you can act like a civilized human being and not some rabid mutt. Sound good? The monstrosity hunched over and brought its glimmering teeth so close that Bakugo could have sworn he saw his own reflection in them. As the thing stared him down, he felt something he had not felt in a long, long time. Fear. Not just the fake fear that comes from watching too many horror movies or the temporary fright from roller coasters, but instinctive, animalistic fear. The blonde nodded, and the red face smiled a wicked smile. Good. The tentacles drifted away and slowly disappeared behind Izuku's back as the face seemed to permeate out of Izuku's skin and returned to perching on his shoulder. God, you could have at least given me a warning, Izuku griped to the thing still on his shoulder. He had it coming to him. It replied like it hadn't just threatened a student. Do you really want to know about me and them? Izuku asked Bakugo after giving a hefty sigh. The greenette leaned against a stall and regaled Bakugo with the events that started over a year ago. You remember how I was diagnosed with lung cancer and all? Well, that day I also met someone who worked at Life Foundation. He claimed to have an experimental cure that could help. Honestly, it was a really bad lie, now that I think about it. But my mother and I bought it, so we signed me up for treatment. A little while later, I was taken to this underground lab where they subjected me to this red goo-like substance. Some time later, I found out I can grow tendrils, then I find out this thing is alive inside me. Izuku started, throwing a point at the thing hovering at his shoulder. He claims he's non-terrestrial and his only desire is to feed, but he's been rather subdued compared to what I first expected given his appearance and initial attitude. Anyways, we slowly learn to work together, and you sort of know what we can do when that happens. There are still some things I want to try and all, but we get along enough. Bakugo turned his face to the ground as he processed everything he had been told. Aliens? Body-sharing parasites? What kind of sci-fi movie had he been teleported into? So, you're still quirkless? Izuku flinched at the comment, but calmly replied, yes. The blonde scoffed and got up to his feet. Whatever. But this doesn't mean I'm going to go easy on you, Deku. Quirk, alien body snatcher, whatever. I'm still better than you, so stay out of my way. Without another word, Bakugo stormed out of the bathroom, slamming the door extra hard on the way out. Well, that went better than I expected, Izuku muttered as he stood up and looked in the mirror. He still thinks he's better than us. We should correct that, the other declared with a slight hint of eagerness. I'm going to shoot that idea down before you can suggest it. The teen pulled a piece of chocolate from his pocket and unwrapped it, allowing the red blob on his shoulder to extend his jaws and bite down on the delicacy before heading back to the classroom. You know, we should probably tell Mom. I really should have let her know before everyone here. And before I forget, what exactly happened just now? When you took control? What? Izuku pinched the bridge of his nose as the other laughed in his head. And he had spent so much time preparing for different reactions. Denial, immediate acceptance, even anger that he hadn't told her, and happiness, for some reason. Yet the possibility of confusion had completely slipped his mind. Just please make a good first impression. Inko watched as Izuku rolled up his sleeve and grew a red bulb that morphed itself into something resembling a face from his shoulder. Hello. Well, sheet, Izuku swore as his mother fainted, catching her just before she hit the ground. And that's everything that I know so far. No more secrets, I promise. Trust me, he's both amazing and terrible at keeping secrets. Inko stared in disbelief as the thing on his shoulders spoke on its own behalf. Of course, she had heard of sentient quirks before. Though quite rare, there have been a handful of instances throughout history. She was ready to try to accept that fact, until Izuku explained that it wasn't in fact a quirk, but a separate organism that had bonded to him. And apparently had a mild murderous side that was, for some reason, deterred by chocolate of all things. And it could both change his body, take control if need be, and had very, very sharp teeth. We need to let Mr. Tanaka know. This clearly isn't natural, and I think we should get you separated. We can't. I know it's not ideal, but it works. Besides, The reason I didn't mention this earlier is that Mr. Tanaka would probably just try to find a new host for him. And that's if he found a way to get us apart. Maybe he'd just find another quirkless person, but I wouldn't be surprised if more people died from the experiments. And, at least right now, he and I have enough trust to work together. He hasn't actually hurt anyone yet, unless you count the time he threatened Bakugo earlier today. What happened? Inko asked, suddenly much more worried. Not much. He just gave him a good tongue lashing, Izuku said as he nodded to the thing on his shoulder, which seemed to absolutely beam in pride. So, it's not hurting you or forcing you to do things? No. Or not to my knowledge. But if he is, I'm sure we'd have people knocking on our door for it, Izuku replied. How are your classmates taking it? Most are impressed. Kaken reacted more or less as you'd expect, but Tokoyami seems to have a special interest. His quirk is sentient and also has a mildly frightening appearance, so we get along well enough. Inko sighed and stared into her tea. This was just too much. Of all people, why did Izuku have to be the one that got stuck in this situation? She was glad that they were working together, but still. Just promise me you'll keep me updated with him. You've told me before you'd tell me if something happened and didn't, but I'm trusting you to keep me filled in now that I know the whole story. I will. You can hold me to that. But now, if we're going to have a guest, there needs to be a few ground rules. Do you have All Might for a teacher? What's he like? He's nice, Izuku replied before dashing into the school with Uraraka and Ida right on his heels. A swarm of reporters had gathered outside the main entrance and ambushed anyone that so much as approached the gates. Hey little listeners. How are you hanging? We're alright, Mr. Mike. But I do wish the reporters had the decency to keep a clear path for the students, Ida replied. It's the paparazzi. They don't do clear paths. Come on, Hisashi. Let's get this over with, Aizawa said in an "it's too early for this" tone. Oh hey. It's some of the teachers. Are you here to tell us about All Might? The students haven't been all that informative, one of the reporters asked. Speaking of the students, you're all disturbing their classes. Please leave, Aizawa requested as politely as he could before turning and leaving. How do you put up with this, All Might? The underground hero asked. He tuned out the complaints from the reporters who had yet to get anything resembling a scoop. A loud buzzer sounded behind him, which was followed by clanging metal that shook the ground he was walking on. He didn't miss a step as he continued the trek to his classroom. Idiots, he scoffed as he put more distance between him and the now activated UA barrier behind him. Let me get this straight. You only want to join because you believe your crush might try to join as well, despite not having a name or affiliation to go off of. The blue-haired man just focused on his drink as the psycho that somehow found his hideout danced on her heels. Yes. Oh, and maybe we could meet Stain. If what I've heard about you is true, then he'll be an invaluable asset to the League of Villains. Maybe I could get some of his blood. The girl began to ramble a little, causing Tamura to tighten his grip on his glass. Not even 5 minutes in and she had already changed the topic from joining the League, which was still barely advertising itself in the deepest, darkest of corners, to meeting Stain. It made him itch. It made him itch something fierce. Meanwhile, Kurogyari mindlessly washed the glass in his hands for the 3rd time that day. Sure, there were visitors from time to time, but not enough to warrant washing it 3 times. Assuming I let you join, what skill set can you bring to the team? Are you a heavy loadout or more of an assassin type? A stabby type? I don't speak video game. Last question. The man with all the hands gulped the rest of his drink and slid it to the bartender, who opened a hazy purple circle under it. The glass fell in and reappeared in the sink nearby. If your crush doesn't join, are you going to turn tail? If you try to switch teams, there might be a little friendly fire involved, Tamura threatened. I'll stay if I still get to meet Stain. I love my crush, but I also love Stain. God, this girl was going to be a handful and a half. Very well then. I guess you're part of the clan. Our first mission begins in 3 days, so you should make sure your inventory's all arranged. Great, the girl cheered. But quick question. What's that thing in the corner? Tamura smiled an evil smile. That is how we will kill the symbol of peace. At the mention of All Might's nickname, The creature raised its head, readying for battle. I watched your performances yesterday, and I must say I'm admittedly impressed. You all have things to work on, but that's why you're here. I'll pass out individual notes All Might and I came up with for each of you. After that, you will need to decide on a class representative and a vice representative. Before the teacher could take a step away from the podium, the classroom filled with practically everyone declaring that they would be the representative. The more introverted ones, like Tokoyami and Todoroki, merely shook their heads at the display. Shut up! 20 pairs of eyes, including a dumbstruck Bakugo, fell upon the red and black face that had stretched from the back of Izuku's neck. Thank you, the face offered as it sunk into Midoriya's flesh. Perhaps we could vote? These are positions to be taken seriously. By voting, we can deduce the best candidates. Even should most of us vote for ourselves, the ones to get more than one vote clearly have the trust of their classmates, Ida suggested. A murmur of agreements went around the room, thus a simple vote was used to select the two positions. That left Izuku with the dilemma of who to vote for. Surprisingly, Tokoyami and Kirishima were two of his first choices, as both were two of the first real friends he ever had. The former had managed to remain calm throughout everything the year had thrown so far and had a generally level head. On the other hand, Kirishima was much more energetic, but in a good way. He didn't seem to have a mean bone in his body, and his regular use of the term manly appeared to be gender neutral, given he used the term to describe many of the female classmates as well. But then again, Tokoyami always had that revelry in the dark thing going on, and being good-natured was not necessarily the same thing as being a good candidate for either position. That left Uraraka, Ida, and Yaoyorozu as his potential votes. He scratched his head with his pencil as he mentally compared the three, trying to come to a good decision. With a sigh, he scribbled a name on the paper and went to drop it in the box Yaoyorozu had created with her quirk. As soon as the last person voted, the box was opened. In the end, Ida received 4 votes, followed by a tie between Izuku and Yaoyorozu, each of whom had 2. The rest of the votes were negligible, as no one else had more than 1. Who the hell voted for Deku? And why am I not up there? Bakugo stood up and slammed his hands on his desk, and ended up in an argument with Siro regarding which of the two was better. The aforementioned green-haired teen stood up, once again drawing everyone's attention. Actually, I'd like to give Yaoyorozu the position of vice rep, he said, then sat back down. Are you sure? We could hold a separate vote for the two of you. Kirishima responded. His friend just nodded. Very well then. The class rep and vice rep will be Ida and Yaoyorozu respectively, Aizawa groggily declared just in time for the first class to begin. Wow, it's pretty busy today too. Almost as busy as yesterday. Achiko looked in wonder at the multiple rows of multiple tables, each of which seated multiple students. I think all students in the same year eat at the same time, Ida said as he and a small group of students sat down. The blue-haired boy sat with Uraraka and Tokoyami to his sides, with Izuku and Kaminari across from him. Yeah, it's neat seeing all kinds of people with different quirks. It's a shame I don't have enough notebooks to properly document them. The green-haired teen descended into a muttering storm, making it the 4th one since classes began. Uraraka and a few others would know, they had been keeping a tally after the 2nd time. By the way, Ida, I must congratulate you again on your success this morning. An admirable feat, earning the trust of 4 individuals we have yet to fully befriend. Dark Shadow, on the other hand, complained that he had not been given the chance to vote. As if you wouldn't have voted for the goth chicken here. Sure as hell wouldn't have voted for you, Ozymandias. Huh. Izuku and his counterpart grunted in unison. There was a movie that Dark Shadow and I watched many moons ago. One of the characters was named Ozymandias. Clearly he is making a pun in an attempt to get on your demon's nerves, Tokoyami explained to Midoriya. Once again, the two entities began trash-talking each other, earning some snickers from the group. By the way, Ida, this is something I've been wondering about for a while. Are you related to Ingenium in any way? Achiko asked. Instantly, Izuku perked up, eyes gleaming with excitement. Not that he hadn't already deduced the relationship. He figured that out half an hour into the first hero basic training class. Yes, actually, He's my older brother. He and I are, as our last names would suggest, part of the Ida family. We have been heroes for generations now, using the engines passed down by previous generations to rush into danger. Man, that's awesome. My mom's a hero too. But she's admittedly not very well known. I hope that someday I can also dash. There has been a level 3 security breach. All students evacuate outdoors promptly. There has been a level 3 security breach. All students evacuate outdoors promptly. Well, this can't be good, the blonde sighed as everyone in the cafe ran like the devil was on their heels. Well, that was embarrassing. So much for the finest in the country. Phooey, Ashido groaned as she slumped down in her seat. For a school filled with soon-to-be heroes and littered with professional heroes, nearly everybody had acted in a reckless craze. As a result, the main hallways had ended up completely jammed as students of all years pushed and shoved to get inches closer to the exit. Indeed. Luckily, Ida was capable of shedding a ray of light upon the darkness of chaos. Without him, I fear we would still be trapped in the hell of our own making. Not quite how I would have put it, but yeah. First day as class president and he stops an entire riot by himself. Not a bad start, if I do say so myself, Ciro added. Technically, I did not do it alone. Had it not been for Uraraka's willingness to use her quirk on me, it is not as likely that I would have gotten everybody's attention, Ida declared in response. Still, that was an impressive display of professionalism. Really manly, might I add. You think everything slightly cool is manly, Kaminari said as he ran his fingers through Ojiro's tail fluff. The teen didn't seem to mind. Or if he did, he failed to show it. You really called that one handy. I slipped right in with the media and onto the grounds without an issue, Toga gleefully reported as she placed a few papers on the bar counter. Hopefully you didn't stab anyone. This was a stealth mission after all. Not much to go after. All this tells us is that a few of those teachers are taking some of the brats to the USJ. As if I didn't already know that. The papers turned to dust in an instant, which was cleaned by being dropped into a warp gate that deposited the remains outside. Sorry, boss. That's all I got before I thought I heard a teacher running by, Toga offered. Whatever, you don't always get new loot in these missions. How many have you recruited for tomorrow? 30-odd with maybe a handful more on the way. Too bad Stain's not around. It'd be fun to have him join in. And there she was going on about Stain again. He hadn't even been on the news recently. Master, do you truly believe we can kill All Might? The three looked towards a screen, blank except for sound only in bold purple letters. While I do hope so, I would suggest you ask yourself. As time goes, you will slowly rely on me less and less for advice and counseling. For now, simply take what I have given you and assess what we know. There will be errors and faults, but I trust in your judgment, Tamura. Very well. Prepare for your last hours alive, All Might. You really need to learn to be more rational about these things, Toshinori. It's not my fault everything decided to come down on me all at once this morning. The way I see it, I'm lucky to still have 15 minutes left. But that's for the entire day. A skeleton of a man wearing a comically oversized suit and tie slumped against the teacher's lounge couch. A dribble of blood leaked through his lips, which he quickly wiped away with a handkerchief. So it'll just be Vlad, 13 and I for today's heroics class, I suppose? Yes, but I have already informed Vlad and 13. If it would help though, I can show up towards the middle for a little while. It won't be a lot, but it's something. I guess it is better than nothing, Aizawa replied as he stood up, readying himself for the 20 students that awaited him. Interesting costume, Midoriya. I assume all of those holes are there so you and him can let out the tendrils without poking holes in the material? Uraraka asked as she stared at his costume. Said costume was, in essence, a series of light-duty armor plates with half-dollar-sized holes drilled in a grid-like pattern, all held together by a sturdy jumpsuit. Yeah. I've already given it a few tests, with decent results. Oh, and his name's Scarlet now. Scarlet? As in the color. Well, my mom called him Red last night, but when I told Tokoyami, he said that Scarlet or crimson would, and I quote, be a better fit for the demon within. It fits, Uraraka said in an agreeing tone as two buses pulled up by the sidewalk and opened the doors. Well, we finally get to meet the esteemed 1A. Hopefully you won't mess up too bad in the rescue training today. It'd be a real shame if A quick Ida-styled karate chop to the back of the neck not only got the frantic blonde to shut up, but straight up knocked him out as well. Not exactly the first impression I was looking for, the orange-haired girl that knocked him out complained. Hello, I'm Itsuka Kendo from 1B, and this is Nito Monoma. You'll have to excuse him, he already seems to have a certain distaste for your class. None of us really know why. Not the worst we've dealt with, Izuku quietly responded with a glance at Bakugo, who was already gritting his teeth hard enough to break them. The hell was that, Deku? Oh, nothing, the boy replied in an innocent, slightly high-pitched voice. Ochako confusedly turned her head back and forth between the two, until a loud whistle pierced the air. Everyone in 1A. Please form lines by student numbers so we may enter the bus in an orderly fashion. Azui hopped over to the bus and peered into the window. Slight problem with your plan, Ida. The class president asked before looking in himself. Oh. All right, everyone, just remember that this is not a contest or competition today, but an actual learning session. It's perfectly fine to want to do better than your classmates, but that doesn't mean it's fine to act irrational or carelessly. Yes, sir, everyone replied in unison. Except Ida. He was a bit preoccupied with stewing in the fact that he hadn't prepared for a bus with varying seating patterns. Given there was going to be at least a few minutes before the two classes reached their destination, many of the students began holding separate conversations regarding anything from quirks to trends to fashion. Hey, Midoriya? The teen in question looked over his shoulder to Uraraka and Azui, who were seated in the row behind him. What was with that Deku thing? Bakugo's called you that a few times, but what's his reasoning? I would also like to know. Karo. It's an old nickname. He's trying to call me useless. It started back when we were kids, and he pointed out that my name can be read as Deku. Well, that's not very nice. Besides, you're clearly not useless, what with your quirk and all, Sato argued from beside the green-haired teen. I was a late bloomer. Didn't really appear until about a year ago, Izuku shrugged. Suddenly, the very same explosive teen started yelling up at the front of the bus, switching focus from Kaminari to Shiro with Kirishima trying to break things up. You think my personality is bad? Wait till you look in a mirror once I'm done with you. It would have been disturbing, seeing the high and mighty Bakugo being the focus of teasing, if Midoriya's definition of disturbing hadn't been altered after living with a certain red thing inside him for months. Shut up and behave. We're here. 40 students and 2 teachers walked through the large doors and into the domed facility. As they descended the large staircase and approached the fountain in the middle of the gigantic field, a figure in an all-white suit approached the group, eager to greet them. Welcome, children, to the unforeseen simulation joint. Or, as I like to call it, the USJ. But before we begin, I would like to make a quick speech. I'm sure many of you know my quirk. Black hole allows me to SCK up any rubble or debris and turn it into dust. 4 years now, I've used it in countless rescue missions in practically every situation imaginable. Many of the students excitedly nodded or agreed with the opening statement, especially Uraraka, who was nodding up a storm. But one thing many of you don't realize is I could all too easily kill all of you right now if I wanted. That's the nature of my quirk. Black holes are nature's most powerful creations, destroying anything unlucky enough to get caught past the event horizon. And truthfully, I'm sure several of you have similar quirks. One wrong step or small accident can turn an easy rescue mission into a tragedy. But do not let that get you down. You have already experienced using your quirks in combat. Now, you can learn to use your same quirks to rescue and save rather than fight. The quirks you use for fighting are the same quirks you can use for saving, like 2 sides of the same coin. Thank you for listening. I hope you consider what I've told you at least once more during your careers. Despite the unease that settled over the students when 13 declared what she was truly capable of, they were all giving cheers and applause as the hero bowed, like she had just finished giving a Broadway performance. Now then, let's begin. As you can see, there are several varying situations from forest fires, squalls, earthquakes, and more. Just remember, the only 13, who had been facing everyone else, saw the misty purple distortion open up behind the students and her fellow teachers. For a few brief moments, all of the lights in the building flickered on and off, then finally dimmed as the water fountain shut off. What's going on? Vlad asked as he looked where 13 had been facing. His heart fell down to his stomach, a feeling that only got worse as the void expanded and a horde of intruders stepped through and into the USJ and began circling around the two classes. At the back of the pack stood a blue-haired man, possibly in his early 20s at a guess, a girl wearing a cardigan and a school-style skirt, and a man made of the same material that formed the portal. Behind them emerged a monstrosity that rivaled All Might both in size and bulk. Even with its hunched posture, it towered over Aizawa, 13, and even Vlad. Its skin was almost pitch black with the exception of red areas where muscle seemed to physically tear through the skin. But the most disturbing feature was the thing's head. It sported a beak-like mouth with rows of serrated teeth, and the brain was nearly fully exposed through the cracked skull, with the eyes somehow rolling inside the organ. Well, there are a lot more of them than I expected. And no All Might. Could the two be related? Or simply coincidences? Nevertheless, the symbol of peace will fall today, one way or another. The three teachers instantly prepared themselves for the inevitable fight. Aizawa had the scarf around his neck grasped in his hands and had placed a pair of yellow, shuttered goggles over his eyes. 2 trails of blood gushed from Vlad King's gauntlets and hardened into blades that he held in a defensive stance. Students, this is not part of your training. As your teacher, I give you all permission to use your quirks to protect yourselves and your peers, Aizawa commanded while glancing around. He and Vlad had separated just enough to put themselves in front of and behind the 40 students. Same goes for you, Class B. Just be careful, Vlad agreed. My, already encouraging violence. Is this truly what the famous UA is teaching children? The blue-haired man asked in a mocking tone. Says the guy who trespassed with clear intentions of hurting said children, Vlad argued, earning a short laugh from the accused. Then he went deathly silent. Perhaps All Might can reschedule whatever he's doing right now if we kill some kids. A wave of fear and unease swept over the children and the teachers as the man looked at the group that had accompanied him. Hollers of excitement came from the villains that had circled around the heroes in training. Have at them, everyone. And then, to put it scientifically, all hell broke loose. However, it wasn't the villains that had the upper hand. In fact, they were losing quite miserably. Bakugo made quick work of the small fry, with his powerful quirk and prowess. Kirishima and a metal-skinned teen from 1B just tanked any hits sent their way while pushing forward. A green-skinned, vaguely bug-headed teen from 1B expertly slashed and sliced at anyone who got too close and was backed up by an all-black peer that hid in the shadows casted by his robes, only popping out when the insectal student didn't notice an approaching intruder. The blonde boy from earlier, Monoma, stood in the center and frantically shouted about how 1B was defeating more villains than 1A, all the while not contributing to the fight at all. Man, that guy has serious issues, Kaminari muttered just before slamming an electrified staff into a charging villain's stomach, dropping the attacker like a sack of lead. Just focus on the battle. And Yaoyorozu, I might need a new sword soon. That one guy was harder than he looked, Jiro shouted back, ignoring Kaminari's. That's what she said. Of course. Just 1 second please. Multicolored sparkles erupted from the girl's upper arm, and a new blade was produced. Dark Shadow. You got it, boss. A fleshy tentacle extended towards the boy, who recognized it as one of Shoji's limbs. A slightly squishy sound came from the appendage as it turned into a mouth. Uraraka, Ida, myself and a few of the 1B members are making a go for the door. If we can get Ida outside, he can run for help. Will you assist? The mouth quickly morphed into an ear that awaited a response. Of course. I shall let you lead the way. This is not going as planned. Not at all. Why? Shigaraki complained, his hands scratching the red skin of his neck. He watched as the NPCs dropped 2 or 3 at a time at the hands of the little brats. And the teachers were hardly involved. Yeah, Eraserhead was pulling lots of sick moves and martial arts maneuvers, but that didn't count. He was supposed to be facing all of the NPCs while the children ran. Perhaps we should break out our secret weapon earlier than expected, Kurogyri suggested, calm despite the situation. The final boss sometimes makes multiple in-game appearances. Nomo, why don't you take out Eeny Meeny Miny Mo? Eraserhead? Something was happening to Scarlet. The moment UA had been infiltrated, Scarlet had begun whispering about fighting the monster that Shigaraki had brought with him. While taking down the lower-skilled villains seemed to quench Scarlet's appetite. But then the sound of thundering footsteps, breaking bones, and anguished screaming cut through the battlefield. And at the edge of the perimeter laid Eraserhead, blood oozing from a shattered right leg where the Nomu had stomped him. Aizawa. Many of the students cried, their high-pitched screams contrasting the cheering from the villains. "Oh, that looks like it hurts," Shigaraki whispered with a wince. Nomu, still towering over the teacher and pinning him to the ground, turned towards its master for new orders. No one fully saw what happened next, but the next moment the Nomu was tumbling across the ground, and a new monster stood over the teacher. Kurogyri? When did Master send another Nomu? Shigaraki asked as the red and black being approached Nomu. He did not. Whatever that is, it's not a Nomu that I was made aware of, Kurogyri replied with a hint of fright. Shigaraki's eyes widened underneath the hand, covering his face. Sheet. They couldn't feel any reason to hold back. The thing in front of him had hurt the first teacher they had that hadn't been out to get them from the start. The moment Nomu stood up, they rushed again. Large claws cleanly sliced off the right arm while a bladed tendril from their back lashed at the beaked monster's neck. All that came out were gurgles. It was almost too easy. Then the bone in the stump stretched out as new sinews and muscle overlapped it, followed by flesh and skin. Within moments, Nomu's arm was completely regrown, as was the slit in the throat. Whatever you are, you can't beat him. He was designed to kill All Might, but I guess you'll make a good beta test. Shigaraki declared from behind Kurogyri. Not that they were paying attention to him, nor the other students or villains. They were only focused on the Nomu. Stay down, they grumbled as two more tendrils stabbed into Nomu's chest and pulled apart, even as the creature beat its large fists against their head and shoulders. A grotesque ripping sound was heard as a chunk of meat with 3 ribs was torn out and tossed aside like trash. The being that was Izuku and Scarlet stared into Nomu's brain-dead eyes. There was no fear or pain in response, just the same blank stare. Suddenly, Nomu grabbed the tendrils piercing its chest and swung in an arc before releasing its grip, sending them almost halfway across the UA. A large crater was left in the landing, yet they got up as if nothing had happened. Well, that didn't work, Izuku shouted inside the creature's head. It seems they have some kind of regeneration quirk. No sheet, Scarlet spat in response. Any ideas in that oh-so-powerful mind of yours? I think so. Go for the brain. It's exposed, making it a viable weak spot. The being rushed again towards the hulking Nomu and shot out 3 tendrils from its back that wrapped around the creature like constricting snakes. One of the tendrils grew a barb at the end that sliced into the exposed organ and tore out nearly half of the frontal lobe. Immediately, the Nomu went limp in the tentacles binding it. I think that should do it. Just be careful, I don't know if it can regrow its brain, Izuku warned. If it can, we can just take its brain again, Scarlet hissed before licking its lips and eating the brain still stuck on the barb. Needs salt. Once the barb had been licked clean, Scarlet's form slowly melted inwards. A handful of seconds later revealed Izuku who, for someone who everyone just witnessed eat a brain, looked perfectly fine. Midoriya? Arifu? Kaminari asked. That's cheating. I call hacks. Shigaraki screamed from behind Kurogyri as he stomped his right foot in a manner that resembled a toddler throwing a tantrum. I think we should gather our remaining forces and leave, Kurogyri quietly advised, eyes not leaving the student that was responsible for Nomu's paralysis. I don't think we have the proper resources to fight that one in particular. Fine. I guess you're right, the blue-haired man agreed, realizing that all of the NPCs he had hired were either unconscious or had surrendered. However, Don't you think Master would be disappointed if we let such a good quirk get away? Nomu. At his command, the creature, which had somehow regrown the destroyed portion of its brain, lunged forward at blinding speeds and wrapped both of its beefy hands around Midoriya. You're really starting to piss me off, Izuku said in Scarlet's voice before his body exploded outwards. We need to put it down for good. Otherwise, it'll just keep coming back and potentially hurt others. Oh, so now you want to play dirty? Shigaraki's laughter from capturing Izuku was cut short as the monster latched its maw onto the Noma's head and sunk sickle-like fangs into the flesh and bone, then tore off the entire top half of the cranium in one swift motion. For the second time, Noma fell. Scarlet slurped up the brain stem like pasta before once again reseeding into Izuku's body. The teen shivered at the thought of having Noma's brain somewhere inside of him. I don't think it can regenerate from that. Most regeneration quirks require the brain stem to be functional in order to remain active. Izuku stated more to himself than Shigaraki as the two stared at the deceased body. And moments later, Shigaraki was gone. All that remained was a fading purple mist and the villains that had been captured during the fight. A loud, "I am here," shook the USJ as the main doors were ripped off their hinges. And in the doorway stood All Might, his large frame casting an extraordinary shadow upon the bottom of the stairs. He's here. He came after all. We still have a chance to kill him, Shigaraki excitedly gasped. His fingers clenched and unclenched in anticipation of murdering the beloved symbol of peace. He could already feel the Titan's skin crumbling in his grip. Tamura, Nomu is dead, the others are captured or unconscious, and that child is still watching us. There is simply no way we can hope to kill All Might today. Shigaraki turned towards the purple haze that stood beside him. But he's right there. And perhaps the mini-boss has a cooldown timer. We need to go, Tamura, Kurogyari repeated, this time more forceful than usual. Very well. I guess Master will have something to think about, though. And with that, the man was swallowed by the haze. The mist quickly dissipated until there was no sign that either of them had been present moments ago. Everyone is accounted for, and no one has any substantial injuries. In fact, aside from some scratches and quirk exhaustion, everyone got off scot-free. Well, except Eraserhead, but he's already on his way to the nearest hospital and receiving treatment as we speak. Detective Naomasa Tsukachi finished recounting the reports to the authorities and found himself by All Might's side. This could have been so much worse, the symbol of peace muttered. If I had been there, the children wouldn't have had to fight. They're brave, but they shouldn't be facing something like this yet. I understand, but not even you can be everywhere at once. And, while extreme, perhaps an early insight at the world they're growing in will drive them to train harder, the detective replied as he looked at the very children in question. One thing he noticed was that the green-haired child with a red streak was standing by himself. Naturally, he wasn't the only one standing alone, but the others seemed to be actively avoiding him. Every now and then Naomasa caught another student glancing at the boy before diving back into whatever conversations they were holding. Do you think it's true? Pardon? All Might asked. Wisps of steam had begun wafting from his body and blowing into the air. Luckily, the two classes were already boarding their buses, meaning the two would have some privacy soon. As the two transports finally began driving away, several cars drove up to the two, from each of which 2 or 3 teachers emerged. So it finally happened? It was attacked. Midnight questioned as she and her co-workers joined Tsukachi and a newly deflated All Might. Indeed. As our friend already knows, only Shota Aizawa required medical attention, the rest suffered lesser injuries one would expect from battle. Well over 40 intruders have been rounded and sent to prison, many of which required more attention than the students they attacked, Tsukachi repeated to the staff. I am truly grateful such an incident yielded such minor results. It's a blessing that the children were well able to defend themselves, the chimerical principal stated from Snipe's shoulder. But I do believe there was something about a monster, or two? All Might stepped forward to recount what he knew. We haven't asked the students too much. Forcing them to relive such an event before they are ready would be counterintuitive. However, there were consistent reports of a Nomo and Izuku Midoriya. The #1 hero quickly explained the Nomu's purpose to kill him, and multiple viewpoints of Midoriya's transformation into something that even an all-might killer could not beat. The body is still there, but I doubt we'll be getting anything more than an autopsy and a DNA test would reveal, Annonmymous added. He had gotten a quick look at the creature. Even without the head, he could tell it was something he did not want to meet in person anytime soon. I have a feeling we'll be needed to have a talk with Midoriya sometime soon. But first, I suppose it wouldn't hurt for us to inspect the damages. Purple haze condensed in a bar, from which a young man emerged. The mist itself recollected into a human form behind the bar counter and began washing the already clean glasses. "You're back. Was there a lot of blood? Did you kill All Might? Was he there?" Toga had suddenly appeared in front of Shigaraki in her typical semi-hyper fashion. "Yes, no, and if your crush is some FING invincible creature that eats brains, I will personally drag you to the nearest psych ward for an evaluation," the man spat before commanding Kurogiri to get him a glass of water. "Would you mind repeating all of that?" The three turned to the screen, where Tamura's sensei had spoken from. "What part? The part where one brat single-handedly took on Nomu? Or the part where he ate Nomu's goddamn brains? Or how about the part where All Might didn't even appear until it was already too late?" With each question, Tamura's voice rose and his tone became more agitated. "You mean to tell us that someone found a way around Nomu's super regeneration? I might have to find a way to fix that. But did you at least bring back the body?" "I am sorry, Doctor, but in my hurry to get Tamura out of there, I failed to consider bringing the corpse. And it would be suicidal to try to go back now," Kurogiri offered from the bar. "But I think I have a new mission. That kid's quirk would be exponentially helpful in bringing about All Might's death. If we were able to capture him, you could take it and either give it to a new Nomu or use it yourself. Or perhaps hand it off to a successor." In the dark room, All for One silently chuckled at Tamura's suggestion of giving him this powerful quirk. But at the same time, he was impressed at the amount of foresight he had for a single quirk. Either way, this was something to learn about. Perhaps. But I would like the details of this quirk. There was no celebration. No cheers or whoops or hollers. Just silence. Just 20 children taking in the fact that they and their classmates could have died not even hours ago. 13 was supervising them in Aizawa's absence, and was already letting Hound Dog know that he was likely going to have a lot less free time on his hands. "You all did well, you know that? For as much as you all lack experience, you held your own and even pushed the villains back. I know you're going through a lot at the moment, but I would strongly recommend a visit to Hound Dog sometime within the next few days." A few students let out mumbled agreements with 13's attempts to lighten the mood, and a few even made coherent responses. But most of them did little more than look up and nod before going back to staring at their feet or out a window. "You've been awfully quiet ever since the fight. Something up?" Izuku asked in his head. "I suppose. That brain was wrong, like it was mixed. As if you had multiple chefs put different dishes together and tried to pass the required ingredients as katsudon." "But what does that mean? That there was more than one person's brain in there?" Izuku questioned, already prepared to go into a mumbling storm. "It's a possibility. That thing was clearly tempered with. It had regeneration, and our hits didn't seem to do as much damage as they should have. And its raw power and speed alone are noteworthy. So regeneration, heightened physical capabilities, and some kind of impact nullification or shock reduction. Is it even possible for something like that to exist? It kind of reminded me of you in a way, but it didn't seem natural." Izuku quickly zoned out as he contemplated the possibilities of beings with multiple quirks. It hadn't happened before, but with how quirks were changing over time, it was theoretically possible for a quirk that gained other quirks to exist. Even Monoma from 1B had something similar with his copying ability. Before he knew it, he and his class were pulling in front of UA's main entrance. "I've gotten word from Nizu. He said you all have the rest of the day off, but you must stay on campus until the end of the day and schedule an appointment with Hound Dog for some time before the end of next week. He also said you can notify your parents and guardians, and should they wish to visit, they can," 13 announced as the students began grabbing their belongings and getting off the bus. Not too far off to the side, Class 1B was getting off their bus, but with a similarly somber air to them. "How's everyone doing?" Momo asked Itsuko once the two ran into each other. "Not sure, actually." Thribe was quiet. Even Monoma wasn't saying much, which vastly differs from the attitude he had during the battle. "And you?" "Pretty much the same. I hope you all feel better soon," 1A's vice representative wished before returning to her classmates. Once back in the room, a majority of the students took their seats and began texting or calling their legal guardians. Inko was, predictably, entirely rattled. Izuku did not mention the whole normal part of the incident, opting to just explain that a group of ragtag villains thought they could take on All Might together. "I'm just so glad you're okay. I'll see you when you get home, okay, sweetie?" "Okay, Mom. Bye." Izuku hung up and turned to his classmates, many of whom were breaking the news to their parents. He wasn't stupid. He could tell some of them were ignoring his brief looks and had stayed away from him while waiting for the buses. And he didn't blame them. After all, how often does a classmate turn into some brain-eating, murderous beast that can kill an all-might killer? "Midoriya, how are you faring?" Izuku turned to Tokoyami, who had come behind in the few seconds since he finished talking with his mother. "Fine, I guess. Just still trying to wrap my head around everything that happened. How about you?" "I am no stranger to the darkness. But to paraphrase an old proverb, the darkness you know is safer than the darkness that lurks behind it. We were in a new environment and faced an unexpected threat. So I gotta be the one to ask?" "Fine," Dark Shadow muttered before emerging from beneath Tokoyami's cape. "What exactly is up with you? I thought you were tough and scary before, but that was some next-level gore." Surprisingly, Scarlet didn't appear for a bout of arguing this time. "I guess I just lost control for a little while. He's like you, after all, two beings with their consciousnesses. The only difference is he can control parts of, or my whole body if he decides to." "Interesting. Quite the contrast to Dark Shadow." "Midoriya, the principal would like to see you in his office," Midnight called from the doorway. Behind her, Snipe, Vlad King, and Ectoplasm passed by to return to their respective classrooms. "Okay, I'll be right there." Izuku grabbed his bag and gave a quirk, "Later," to Tokoyami. The door to Nizu's office opened just as he arrived. Inside sat the principal himself, a teacher Izuku hadn't met yet, and Detective Naomasa. "Greetings, Midoriya. You already know me and Tsukachi Naomasa, but I'm sure you haven't met Toshinori Yagi. He has business in this conversation that he would prefer not be aired." "A pleasure," Midoriya offered while shaking the skeletal man's hand. He also greeted Naomasa and took the chair between the two. "Before we begin, I want to make it clear that you are not in trouble and anything you tell us will not leave this room unless all three of us feel the need to contact an outside party. Is that okay with you?" Nizu cheerily stated, earning a quick, "Yes, sir," from the student. "Very good. First off, I believe it would be helpful to have your friend of sorts present as well." A red growth formed on the teen's neck, which took the familiar shape of a monstrous head. "To begin, I would like you to tell us what you know about this Nomu, and any speculations you may have. I've heard through the grapevine that you're a bit of a thinker. Just do remember that you don't need to talk about it if you don't feel ready, Midoriya," Yagi offered from the side. No, it's fine." "Okay, I can say for certain that it had a regenerative quirk. It healed incredibly fast and the ringleader may have bragged about it at some point. It was also immensely strong. I'm sure you know it was designed to match and even beat All Might," Izuku rattled off. "It also was not affected by our attacks as much as it should have been, indicating a kind of shock absorption or nullification aspect. And its brain tasted weird, like it was mixed with others." "Yes, we were told about that. May I ask why you did that?" Nizu questioned. "It wasn't human. There was nothing in its eyes, and if we didn't put it down it just would have kept coming back for more. Killing it was a mercy." "I can't exactly say I agree with that sentiment, but there is nothing we can do about it now. Just keep in mind that as a hero, you cannot go around killing villains like you did the Nomu. But back to your observations, do you believe that it had multiple quirks?" The other two men turned to Izuku, each bearing a look of expectation beyond what the question would have warranted. "I don't think it's impossible. Monoma from 1B has a quirk that allows him to copy others," So it's also possible that the Nomu just had a quirk that let it permanently copy other quirks. But yes, I do believe it could have had more than one quirk. It's just never been heard of, so I can't say I'd believe it if I never saw that thing. I see. But that begs the question, what about you? Your quirk is unusually versatile and very powerful. I almost suspect that it isn't a quirk, but the byproduct of an experiment. There was an unsettling weight of confidence in Nizu's statement, almost like he already knew the answer. And given who he was, it was entirely possible. No, he's not. Months before I came to UA, I was suddenly diagnosed with lung cancer. Long story short, Life Foundation gave me a cure, that eventual dash. Pardon, but you said Life Foundation, correct? Nizu interrupted. You know of them? Yes, I do. Much more intimately than I would like, Nizu replied while subconsciously rubbing at the long scar along his eye. I take it Akio Tanaka was involved at some point? Yes, he was. How'd you know? He has a quirk that causes his targets to be more believing of what he says and open to suggestions. That's part of the reason I agreed to be part of his experiment years ago. But I digress, please continue. You were at the part of the cure. The atmosphere of the room, which Izuku hadn't noticed had become so gloomy, quickly shifted to a much lighter mood. Izuku proceeded to explain what he could, with Scarlet filling in a few details from time to time. Thank you, Midoriya. You are free to go. Take care of yourself. The student quickly grabbed his bag, bowed, and ran off. The doors shut behind him and left the three adults in silence. It can't be I beat him. I felt his head cave beneath my hands. Yagi started muttering. There was a franticness to his voice akin to that of a warrior meeting a foe they took for dead. But we have to be prepared for this. To be the truth, ignoring the possibility would give him the upper hand, something that we cannot afford to give him, Nizu replied. I agree. If this is his doing, then it's likely that dash. Naomesa's statement was cut off by a ringing phone. He only needed a second to check the caller, and his eyes widened when he did. It's the lab, was all he said before answering. He quickly shifted his shoulder to keep the phone pressed against the side of his head and pulled a notepad and pencil from his coat pockets. As he and the person on the other side spoke, the detective scribbled notes in his book with an intermittent, aha, or, I see. Soon enough he wished the speaker a good day and hung up. They finished the DNA test. And? Yagi asked, while Nizu just leaned forward in anticipation. They're still not sure, but it's looking more and more likely that there's DNA of more than one person. So far they've found 3 matches that correlate to people who have died or went missing at least 6 months ago. Understandably, Inko was reluctant to let Izuku return to school once UA announced classes would resume. She was fully aware that he and his classmates were more than capable of handling themselves, but a mother's heart can only take so much. Just, please be careful, the short woman begged her son. I will, Mom, I promise. Izuku gave her a long hug, then ran off to catch the train. You better watch after him, you hear? Inko cried from the front door. I don't have much of a choice, do I? Scarlet shouted back. With seconds to spare, Izuku hopped through the closing doors and plopped himself in the nearest empty seat just as the train started moving. A few people watched as the green-haired teen fed a sharp-toothed mouth a handful of chocolate, but said nothing about it. Having had his morning fill, Scarlet retreated into Izuku's body, leaving the hero student to browse his phone for a few minutes. Hey man, how you doing? Midoriya looked away from his phone to see Kirishima taking a seat next to him. There was a slight unease in his appearance. I'm good. How are you? And how'd your parents react to the attack? I'm fine. And they didn't take it too well. My dad was considering withdrawing me from the hero course, but my mom talked him out of it. Still, neither of them were very eager to let me come back today. They say we should have had more time off. Izuku looked out the window and took in the passing buildings for a few seconds. It had only been a few days, but he was already realizing how much he missed having friends to talk to. Even if he had traumatized them all in one day. Yeah, Mom was really worried. I wouldn't be surprised if she's worrying about another villain attack as we speak, Izuku replied. Kirishima nodded. The two fell silent and listened to the clickety-clack of the train and the mixing conversations of the other passengers. Finally, Izuku turned to the redhead and asked something that had been on his mind for most of the ride. "You're scared of me, aren't you? Or at least what I can do, right?" The lack of an immediate response was all he needed. "I am, but running and ignoring your fears isn't manly. Neither is abandoning a friend over a quirk. Just because you did something scary doesn't make you a bad person. If anything, it makes you stronger for keeping it under control," Kirishima declared suddenly. "Well, let's see what the others have to say about that," Izuku murmured in response. There was so much energy in the hallways. A lot of it was just students happy to be back in classes and see their friends again. Passionately told stories and excited exclamations rang through the halls. But there were waves of nervousness that were almost tangible just beneath the merriment and joy. It almost felt like some people were already waiting for another attack. Nearly everyone was already in homeroom by the time Izuku arrived. Upon his entrance, the room went silent. But only for a few moments. "Greetings, Midoriya. How was your time off?" Tokoyami asked once the teen had sat down. "It was fine. Mom was really stressed, but I get where she's coming from. I bet your parents were reluctant to let you return?" "Admittedly a little, but they understand the necessity of conquering the darkness in our hearts," the crow-headed teen replied stoically. "They cried for nearly 15 minutes when he first got back and told me that I have permission to physically drag him home if things start looking bad," Dark Shadow corrected. "Why must you betray me like this?" Fumikage dramatically whispered. A flash of pink, yellow, and black passed in Izuku's peripheral vision. Evidently Tokoyami saw it as well, because he was already watching Mina and Shiro push a frightened Kaminari towards Izuku. "Why me though?" the blonde whisperer shouted to his friends. "Because you're the dumbest and least likely to have tasty brains," Mina whisper shouted back just in time to push Kaminari in front of Izuku. Can I help you?" he asked, not quite sure how to take the current situation. Kaminari looked like he was about to vibrate through the floor. Shiro was trying to hide behind the blonde despite being nearly 10 centimeters taller, and Mina's face was so pale she almost looked white. "I've been unwillingly sent to make a proposition. If you can promise not to eat our brains, we'll give you this 2.5 kilogram chocolate slab." To prove the point, Shiro unzipped Kaminari's backpack and pulled out the mentioned sweet. Without even giving Izuku a chance to respond, a large mass of red and black sludge shot out from his cheek and neck. The three classmates instinctively jumped back as the candy was absorbed into the sludge, which somehow pulled the lump through the greenette skin. Seconds later, Izuku coughed up a scarily clean wrapper. The familiar shape of a face grew from Izuku's shoulder and took the usual form of piercing eyes and needle-like teeth. "You guys never were in danger. I don't really know why you thought I would hurt you, but I figure Izuku would find a way to stop me even if I did," the being said before once more retreating into Midoriya's body. "So, are we good?" The three looked amongst themselves for a handful of seconds, then nodded in unison. They didn't look fully convinced, but much more relaxed at the same time. Then the classroom door slid open and in walked Aizawa. Aside from the casts on his leg and the pair of crutches, he looked fine for someone who was attacked by something that was supposed to fight all might. Before he got halfway to the front podium, everyone had rushed into their seats. Even Mina, whose desk was on the opposite side of the room. In a much slower fashion than usual, Aizawa placed himself behind the podium. Using the crutches as supports, he leaned forward and pulled a few sheets of rumpled paper from his black uniform. "I'm sure you are still recovering from what happened not too long ago. I understand that it may be a bit soon to drop this on you, but it would be illogical to wait until the last second," the teacher started. Everyone's nerves began acting up, dreaming up worrying situations that would lead to anything from expulsion to death. "The UA Sports Festival is nearing. Excuse me, Sensei, but is it really a good idea for UA to hold such an event after a villain attack? If the sports festival is televised like usual, it'll just give the villains a better understanding of when to attack should they plan to." Ida quickly asked with a raised hand. Much of the class had a similar opinion and voiced similar concerns. Aizawa used a quick flash of his quirk as a warning and successfully reverted the room to a more orderly state. Evidently, Proceeding to hold this event will be seen as a display of a solid crisis management system. However, there will still be upgraded security compared to previous years. In addition, as a sign of goodwill, each of you will be given 2 front-row tickets for your parents or legal guardians. Homeroom is dismissed. Without wasting a second, the teacher slumped to the ground and wrapped himself in his yellow sleeping bag in one fluid motion. Days passed and the sports festival inched closer. Every day, more and more signs of the approaching excitement came to light. One such sign being the wall of students standing outside the 1A classroom. "Why are you all here?" Mineta demanded. "We can't get out and I want to go to lunch." "They're scouting out the competition half-pint," Bakugo answered unapologetically. "After all, we've already fought villains. They probably want to get a look at us before they have to fight us in the festival." "Out of my way, you demon extras," the spiky-haired blonde seethed as he pushed his way through the front of the crowd. Ida began reprimanding him from behind, but his words fell upon deaf ears. "Are you really the best 1A has to offer? I must say, 1B is much more polite." A boy with purple hair and eye bags similar to Aizawa's stood in Bakugo's path, refusing to budge an inch for the explosive student. "Dare I say you give all of the heroics classes a bad rep. After all, so many of us tried out but were denied for people like you. Almost makes me wonder if I still want to try to transfer after the sports festival." "What are you on about?" Bakugo asked, suddenly very interested in what the stranger had to say. "Didn't you know? Fitting, ignorant and arrogant. See, depending on how we do in the festival, students can be transferred in and out between heroics and general education classes. This is our chance to make into the hero classes. I came with a declaration of war for both hero classes. We will be coming after you, so be ready." With the support of other general education students behind him, the teen turned to leave, but looked over his shoulder for one last statement. "I also heard there's something of a monster in your class. I hope they don't do anything too villainous," he said with a wicked smile, then walked away with several of the other students. "Wow, talk about an attitude. Must have been fun to play with him in preschool," Kaminari sneered as he, Kirishima, Tokoyami, and Izuku finally stepped out of the room. The group passed Momo and Ida, who were conversing with Kendo and Shota from 1B, who went through a similar ordeal just before 1A. If it's a fight they want, it's a fight they'll get. It'd be unmanly to step down from a challenge like that, Kirishima declared, punching his fists together for dramatic effect. Tokoyami looked between Izuku on his left and Kaminari and Kirishima on his right. This, a fight they will not forget anytime soon. For the next 2 weeks, everyone spent as much time as they could training. Izuku and Tokoyami had taken up sparring to take advantage of Dark Shadow's and Scarlet's ability to act independent of their respective hosts, which also meant said hosts did not need to focus completely on controlling their partners. "Take him down, Fumi. Give him a reminder of why he should fear us. Kick his butt. I didn't mean it literally, but that worked. Eat his brains. Stick it where the sun don't wait what?" As the two entities began bickering again, Izuku latched on to a wide punch from Tokoyami and, with a quick weight shift, threw him to the ground. Both remained still, panting heavily and sweating into their clothes. "That was good. Have you been trained in martial arts?" Izuku asked as he pulled Tokoyami into a standing position. "No, but he watched a lot of anime as a kid and pretended he was the main character," Dark Shadow interrupted, receiving a scolding from Tokoyami. "Hey, don't worry about it. I used to pretend to be All Might all the time when I was little. Watch." In a quick act of contortion, Izuku's face morphed into a nearly perfect imitation of All Might, with a loud, "I am here," to boot. "Please, never do that again. I pray to never see that again." The two laughed for a little, but were interrupted by the arrival of Bakugo and Kirishima. "Hey bros. Training for the festival? Mind if we join?" "I don't mind," Izuku offered, and Tokoyami nodded in agreement. "Great. This way we can give each other pointers on how to do better in the sports festival. I was going to have Bakugo hit me with some explosions to see if I can toughen my hardening. Care to join?" "I am willing if you are." "I'll watch for now," Izuku said. So he did. Dark Shadow and Bakugo took turns striking at Kirishima, who just tanked each hit. 2 minutes in, Izuku noticed something about both Dark Shadow and Kirishima. Keep going. It's finally breaking through, Kirishima excitedly urged. Half a minute later, the two had completely broken through Kirishima's quirk. Small chunks of still hardened skin and flesh remained, but more spots were littered with burn marks and slashes. Man, that was such a manly workout, the redhead shouted with a fist pump. At this rate I'll be the hardest there is in the sports festival. I'm still going to crush you. Same for you Crow and Nerd. None of you are going to beat me, got that? Bakugo suddenly shouted. Don't let him get to you, he's always been like that, Izuku quietly whispered as Katsuki left to blow down some practice targets. Series of rumbling booms and repeated shouts of, die, echoed through the training room for the next half hour. Throughout that time, Izuku left to go home, leaving Tokoyami and Kirishima to their own devices. He had a few things he wanted to practice in secret. Inko watched silently as Izuku juggled 3 baseballs with his hands and another 3 with a pair of tendrils at the same time. Ever since the news of the approaching sports festival, he had spent more and more time training with his classmates or practicing on his own. Sometimes he didn't get home until nearly midnight. It still amazed her when she really thought about everything that had transpired over the last year. So much had happened, and she knew so much more was going to happen. Especially with the sports festival happening the next day. She could only hope his efforts would pay off. Really is packed out there, isn't it? Ciro thought aloud as he adjusted his gym uniform. Tell me about it. My mom almost got swept away on the way in, Mina replied. She was currently bent slightly backwards in the air against Kaminari's back. A few satisfying pops were released when the blonde leaned forward, then set her down so the two could switch places. Meanwhile, Ida was showing Uraraka, Sato, and Kirishima the proper way to stretch before running. Ojiro and Koda were sitting in the back of the room, neither saying anything as they observed their classmates. Midoriya, Bakugo. Todoroki stepped to the center of the now quiet room, looking back and forth between his 2 classmates. You both are 2 of the top students in the class. Midoriya, you have an unnaturally powerful and versatile quirk. Bakugo, your quirk is no laughing matter either, and you have a natural gift for combat. I want you both to know I will beat both of you. I have something to prove, and defeating you will further my goal. Before Bakugo could start something that no one wanted to be around to finish, Izuku stepped forward and returned the piercing stare that Todoroki was giving. Tensions crept skyward even as Kirishima tried to separate the two. We all have something to prove, Todoroki, Midoriya finally retorted. And if you're going to talk big, you better be willing to back it up. Ladies, gentlemen, and anyone in between, it's the moment you've all been waiting for. Present Mix announcement rattled the stadium, thankfully diverting everyone's attention from the 3 that had been involved in a declaration of war. On the teacher's cue, the 20 students made their way down the hall and towards the gateway that led them into the blinding sun. Deafening cheers fell upon them as they walked out just in time for Present Mike to announce their class. Out of all the voices, Izuku made out a faint Izuku from the crowd. Izuku smiled as his eyes fell upon his weeping, waving mother. She was seated next to Mitsuki and Maru. The latter gave a friendly wave while his wife tried to get Katsuki's attention. The green-haired teen let out a soft chuckle when Mitsuki loudly shouted, "Brat! I know you can hear me!" The rest of the classes were introduced as they entered the stadium and collected in front of the podium. Several voices muttered varying disdains about the hero classes, and others pumping themselves up to steal a spot in one of said hero classes. Time for the player pledge. Would Izuku Midoriya please step up to make a speech? Midnight requested with a crack of her whip. Of course it's someone from a hero course, a general education student scoffed. Like I said, we're just here to make them look better. Let's see if he's as cocky as we've heard. Bet he's just as bad as that blonde in his class. By the time Izuku took his place behind the microphone, he'd come up with roughly half of a speech. The stadium went silent and all eyes fell on the student, awaiting a grandiose speech. Hello everyone. I'm glad you all could make it. Nothing. Not a great start but could be worse. I'll get to the point. I know a lot of you have a grudge against the hero classes. I still don't understand why. If you thought you had what it takes to make it in, then you shouldn't be afraid to stand against us. If you're going to declare a war on us, then come at us with everything you've got. Show us that just because you're a general education, support course, or even business course student, you shouldn't be overlooked. This is you, go beyond. Plus ultra. The crowd roared upon the beginning of the school's cheer. Izuku quickly hopped off the stage and rejoined his classmates, several of whom gave him encouraging shoulder punches or words of enthusiasm. Even a few of the general education students gave him accepting nods. An excellent start. Now, let's see what the first event will be. A giant popped up behind her and began cycling through options. As it started to slow, many of the options became readable, such as corkball, capture the flag, and 4v4 arm wrestling, which Kirishima and the gray-haired student from 1B were shouting for. Finally, the cycling stopped, and the words, obstacle course, shone down on the mass of students. Excellent! Midnight cried out. For the first event, all of you will have to run a full lap around the stadium. On paper it might sound like an easy 4-kilometer run, but there are surprises galore just waiting for you. As long as you stay on course, anything that wouldn't cause serious injury to other students is allowed, the teacher explained with a point towards a tall but narrow opening in the stadium. Many of the students rushed to get a spot as close to the opening as possible so they could zip right through, but Izuku stuck towards the back. Apparently everyone else forgot what school halls were like at the end of a school day. And go! Midnight shouted. Everyone bolted for the door, which proved to be the unforeseen first obstacle. Exclamations of pain and shouts to move rattled the walls around them as the majority of the students pushed and shoved to little avail. Although some students were lucky enough to have quirks suited for the situation. Mineta and Azui simply crawled up the walls then towards the exit where a field of ice waited for them. Izuku, like his two classmates, quickly hopped onto a wall and used his tendrils to pluck out his classmates. At the end of the tunnel he set Jiro, Koda, Uraraka, and Sato down before running off without a word. Ready to show off a little bit? Yeah. Izuku grinned eagerly and, with a spread of his arms, was suddenly in the air. Elongations with thin membranes had replaced his arms and a single, thick tail with fins had quickly covered his legs and feet, then extended another foot and a half. With just a few flaps, Izuku soared almost 10 feet into the air and rocketed forward. His shadow flew past the students that had emerged from the tunnel before him as they struggled to deal with Todoroki's ice. Of course he can fly now, Dark Shadow complained. With renewed vigor the entity dug his claws into the ice and pushed up, springing the pair forward with a giant leap. You already can fly, why don't you just carry me? The bird-headed teen sarcastically retorted. Both stumbled as they landed. Both were busy thinking of the same thing. You can carry me, right? Tokoyami asked again, this time curious instead of sarcastic. Dark Shadow let out. Understanding the plan, the shadow wrapped his arms around Tokoyami and floated, successfully lifting his partner with him. Well, I'll be, Tokoyami muttered, staring at the ground inches beneath his feet. Shall we resume the race? Yeah, let's do it. Dark Shadow cheered then sped forward, far behind Izuku but gaining on the others. Look at that, folks. Izuku Midoriya and Fumikage Tokoyami from Class 1A have taken to the air and are quickly approaching the first obstacle. Will they fight the horde for some style points? Or will they fly right over to pass Todoroki and Bakugo? As the two flew over the field, a swarm of robots appeared beneath them seemingly out of the blue. Chunks of ice that towered over even all might and ground-shaking explosions come from the middle. At the center was Bakugo and Todoroki, both of whom took turns trading blows between wiping out handfuls of the robots used in the entrance exams. You want to have some fun? While fun may not be the word I would use, I do believe it would be appropriate to display some of our skills. Tokoyami replied. Let's kick some metal butt. Dark Shadow shouted, much less elegantly. Having easily reached an agreement, Tokoyami and Izuku tipped downwards and began a rapid descent towards the first obstacle. Izuku's wings and tail retracted into his body and were replaced by two sets of tendrils, all of which ended in a Morning Star-like club. Another set of 3 reached from under his gym uniform and shot towards the ground. Immediately he was rushed by the robots. Automated cries of "eliminating target" came from the machines. The closest were cut off before they could finish. Well, would you look at that? Turns out the airborne duo decided to join the fray. Mike announced for those in the audience. Hey, when exactly did Izuku's quirk develop? I thought he still had that pinky digit and all, Mitsuki questioned. From beside her, Masaru leaned forward, evidently eager for the explanation as well. See, it was maybe a year ago. Something happened and it triggered his quirk's appearance. I still don't really know all too much about it, to be honest, Inko offered, trying not to give away anything that could be troublesome in the near future. Well, the brat hasn't mentioned much, so I was kind of curious. I understand. But he's been working hard to make up for years of practice that his classmates have over him. I'm very proud and love seeing him so close to becoming a hero like he's always wanted. Things are getting a little boring. Perhaps it's time to turn things up a notch, the announcing hero exclaimed. The viewers couldn't see him push a button, but they could watch as multiple zero-pointers rose from beneath the ground and stood to their full heights. Isn't that the robot from the entrance exam? Tokoyami questioned aloud as he and Dark Shadow battered aside the smaller robots that tried to attack. First one's mine, Izuku and Scarlet declared. Without hesitating, Izuku charged towards the treads of the closest zero-pointer and leapt onto the gigantic robot. Even as Bakugo shouted at him to "Get away from the demon robot so I can kill it," Izuku quickly scaled the zero-pointer and reached the top of the head. The back of his gym uniform tore apart as multiple tendrils ripped their way through and slid down the sides of the robot's head like slippery oil. Upon reaching the bottom, the extensions all began contracting in unison. Metal whined as the pressure grew, then buckled like paper being folded by a child. Small sparks erupted from where electrical cords snapped or were torn by the ripped metal. With a final squeeze, the exaggerated head of the zero-pointer imploded under the powerful tendrils into a sphere of jagged metal shards and fizzling wires. Just as quickly as it had appeared, the first zero-pointer fell, finally landing with an earth-shaking crash. Well, that was fun. But maybe we should get back to the race, Izuku offered before dashing off in the direction of the finish line. Hey, don't think you can leave me behind like that, you med nerd, Bakugo angrily declared. With a quick succession of carefully aimed explosions, the blonde sped in the same direction, followed closely behind by Todoroki on a sheet of ice and Tokoyami, who was once again being carried by his quirk. That was interesting. Looks like we have 4 contenders aiming for first place. But maybe this next obstacle will slow them down some. Just hope they don't fall into the Abai dash. Mere moments before Present Mike could finish calling the obstacle's name, all 4 students from 1A approached and passed the deep chasm without slowing down. Bakugo, who had taken first from Izuku, flew right over without bothering to look down. Izuku shot out 4 tendrils and used them to cross the wires and platforms like a spider crawling along its own web. Todoroki froze over a single wire and merely slid across as if he had been on solid ground, and Dark Shadow flew over the obstacle with Tokoyami still in his arms. Oh, I guess I should have seen that coming. Hey Sho, who do you think will win? A sigh could be heard over the speakers as the teacher in question aired his disdain in being singled out. Given the way things are looking, I'd bet on Bakugo, seeing as he's only increasing the distance between himself and the others. However, Midoriya, for whatever reason, isn't flying at the moment. If he decides to, he could possibly catch up, but that's only accounting the 4 in the lead at the moment. Tenya Ida could very well pass them all if he gets a long enough straightaway, seeing as speed is his specialty. Not to mention what any of the other classes might have up their sleeves. You hear that, folks? You all just witnessed Shota speaking more than a single sentence in one go, quite a rarity if I do say so myself. This is why I never want to be an announcer with you, the dark-clad teacher muttered, just loud enough to be picked up by his microphone. Would you look at that? More students have reached the abyss. The Uraraka girl from Shota's class flies over with ease. Setsuna Tokage from Vlad's class also flies over. Many of the screens displayed the students reaching the second obstacle. On top of the competitors present, Mike was announcing, several of the general education and support students were actually passing the heroics classes. That's not very cool. Mike suddenly shouted as one screen focused on Tenya Ida, who was making his way across the wires in a fashion similar to Todoroki's method. Anywho, let's get back to the little listeners in the lead. Bakugo's arms were starting to ache, but such was a side effect of continuous use of his quirk. The blonde grit his teeth and let his feet touch the ground. As much as he wanted to win by the largest margin possible, he knew it would be smarter to not overuse his quirk during the first event. There were still 2 more events to win, and he wasn't going to lose just because he made a stupid mistake early on. I'm still way ahead of all those extras, Bakugo reminded himself. Even half can't catch me. I'll show him I'm the only one he should have challenged. He sneered as he already imagined putting his 2 classmates in the ground and willing the festival. He was going to be the #1 hero. And heroes don't lose. But still, something was off. And there goes Todoroki, Midoriya thought as he slipped from second into third. The bichromatic teen did not even spare a glance back as he slid past on his ever-growing ice path. Midoriya, why are you letting them pass you? I am sure you could have kept first, Tokoyami asked. You'll see, Izuku replied cryptically. Up ahead, he saw large explosions of some kind of pink gas erupt from the ground, accompanied by Bakugo's own explosions. Furthermore, a large sign reading Minefield indicated the final obstacle of the race. Interesting, Izuku thought, then turned to Tokoyami and Dark Shadow, who were still flying beside him. You might want to get some altitude. This will probably get messy. If you say so, Dark Shadow replied, already carrying Tokoyami up into the air and eventually over the first stretch of the field. Contrary to what most competitors would do, Izuku stopped right before the minefield. Let's have a bit of fun, he said to himself. Oh, I like where this is going. Scarlet and Izuku put their hands on the ground. Skin and flesh quickly expanded and deformed into lengthy extensions that burrowed through the ground. Small trails snaked just under the surface of the field as mines were searched for. Whenever one was found, it was swiftly wrapped up and brought to the surface. What is he doing? Mitsuki asked Inko over the loud announcements from present Mike, who was too preoccupied with Bakugo and Todoroki. The two had gotten into a careful fight once Todoroki caught up and tied for first. I think he's about to level the playing field. Or the minefield in this case, Inko suggested. The screen that had displayed Izuku switched over to the racing students that were quickly approaching the final obstacle. Luckily, another screen switched from Todoroki and Bakugo's awkward battle of dancing over mines to Izuku from another angle. Both of the battling teens took note of the changing terrain, but were too focused on trying to take first to think about the implications. Until the entire minefield was plunged into pink gas with scores of overlapping erupting mines. His ears were ringing. Everywhere he looked, all he saw was pink. He could not even tell which direction he was facing. In an effort to pick himself up, Todoroki's right wrist screamed in pain. I must have landed on it badly when I was thrown into the air, the teen realized as he winced and shifted his weight to the left arm. Of course it has to be his side that doesn't hurt. What the hell did that dim nerd do? I'm gonna kill him, he heard Bakugo shout from not far away. A very faint silhouette of the explosive teen was barely distinguishable through the pink gas. An unnecessary question in his opinion. Obviously, the green-haired classmate had somehow activated most, if not every mine in the field. Which meant everyone else had a clear shot for the finish line. And all they had to do was run straight. He had to figure out which way to go first. Using his left foot, a pillar of ice shot from beneath him and lifted him high into the air and above the slowly dispersing gas. The stadium was a bit to his right, less than half a field's length away. The Son of Endeavor leapt from the pillar and created a sloping trail much like a slide beneath him. Beside him, Bakugo's explosions rang out as the teen flew just above the gas as well. Then at half and half. You're not beating me, the blonde loudly declared as he put more juice into his explosions. Both teens used their quirks in any way they could to either push themselves faster or slow down the other. The tunnel into the stadium quickly approached, reminding the two of how close they were to being either first or second. With a final push, Bakugo let himself take a glancing hit from Todoroki's ice to launch himself forward with enough power to make his arms cry out in pain. "Shut up, stupid arms," he shouted internally. His mood quickly changed from competitive rage to prideful joy as he flew into the stadium just ahead of his red and white-haired classmate. And Katsuki Bakugo narrowly beats Shoto Todoroki for 3rd and 4th place, respectively. All color drained from his face in an instant. There had to be a mistake. He was Katsuki Bakugo. He didn't get 3rd, he got 1st. He had beaten all the other extras, right? That's when he noticed Todoroki glaring not at him, but at 2 other classmates, Izuku and Tokoyami. The Dmed nerd and Beakface had somehow beaten him? Present mixed verbal count of the other students crossing the finish line fell on his deaf ears as he tried to comprehend the fact that not just 1, but 2 extras had passed him and stolen 1st and 2nd from him. "Oh," Katsuki said. "That's stating the obvious," Masaru muttered, already mentally preparing for the indignant shouts his son was going to release once they got home. "I still can't believe Izuku and the bird one managed to cover so much distance in a short while," Inko said. "But I guess it makes sense that Tokoyami would come in first, seeing as he was high enough in the air to be unaffected by the explosions. And Izuku probably used the farthest-reaching tendrils to pull himself across the field, like a grappling hook," the woman explained. A few rows above her, Inko heard some of the business students go back and forth about stocks and marketability of the students. "So what do you think will be next?" Mitsuki questioned. "Well, Izuku and I have watched enough sports festivals to get a grasp of the pattern. Usually it's a free-for-all first, then some form of teamwork-based event that can range from groups as small as pairs to 2 whole teams, like last year's Capture the Flag. What do you want to bet Izuku and Katsuki are forced to team up one way or another?" Katsuki's mother joked. Inko and Masaru laughed at the idea of the 2 being forced to pair up against the rest of the students. Admittedly, they would make a powerful duo if they could get along for more than 6.5 seconds. And there we are. 41st and 42nd crossed the line. "Sorry everyone else, but better luck next year," Mike announced rather unapologetically as the purple-haired boy that sent the declaration of war barely made the cutoff. "We'll take a half-hour intermission for the students to catch their breaths. Make sure to hit the food stands and other service stations set up by the business students." "Yeah." Quickly paced footsteps echoed down the empty halls. Drake's breathing was fast, but he kept running and did not stop until he reached the door he was looking for. The nameplate read Akio Tanaka, and he knocked 3 times just below it. "Come in," the man answered from inside, which Drake quickly did. "What brings you down here unscheduled?" Akio questioned, having looked away from his computer long enough to see who had entered. The wall that was littered with papers displayed an ocean, waving and stirring. A change from the man's usual choice of a forest or the city. "Sir, I would advise you to tune into the UA Sports Festival," Drake answered. Akio looked back up from his computer, a quizzical expression showing through his usually professional demeanor. "If you have a reason to come down to my office and take my time to recommend it, I will. But I would like a less cryptic opening next time," the man replied. A few clicks of a mouse and a handful of key taps, followed by more mouse clicks, led the man to a live streaming of the event. Drake walked around the desk and stood behind his boss, bending down just enough to get a good angle of the screen. The 2 watched as just over 40 children, most of which were huddling into small groups, stood at attention, carefully listening as the woman Akio recognized as Midnight explained the rules of the event. "There!" Drake exclaimed with a point to a head of green hair. Familiar green hair. Very few people Akio saw had green hair that bushy. "That's the kid from a while ago. He was the last test subject in Project Symbiosis. He's attending UA?" Tanaka questioned. As he spoke, Drake turned the laptop towards himself and scrolled through the time bar to less than 15 minutes prior. "Yes, and this is what you'll want to see." Akio recognized the face of the boy, and his memory was further jogged when the announcer mentioned an Izuku Midoriya. But that was far from the most important detail. Akio's jaw nearly dropped upon seeing the boy sprout 2 wings, each red with black swirls, and a similarly colored tail with fins. Then the boy created tendrils from his arms that wrapped around and crushed the oversized head of an enormous robot. Such power and versatility, right? Drake asked. Akio rewound again and rewatched the footage. Project Symbiosis wasn't a failure, the man declared. He could feel the adrenaline coursing through his blood as he viewed the spectacle once more. While not entirely guaranteed, I cannot come up with any other explanations, Drake offered. But that leaves so many questions. Why was the specimen undetectable? God, this is such a turnaround. What should we do? Bring back the boy and the specimen? Akio opened his mouth to respond, but closed it and thought for some seconds. Drake patiently waited for an answer, which he received in good time. Not yet. If he suddenly goes missing after the sports festival, that might raise some flags. I think we should start slowly. I'll send an email to the mother asking about any unusual changes, especially any that might not have been mentioned at the time of the procedure. Understood. If you don't need me, I'll leave you be, Drake suggested. That would be appreciated. Thank you, and do let me know if anything else happens. I have work I must return to. Drake nodded and left the room. Alone in the space, Akio nearly smiled at the screen, displaying the live stream paused on a frame of Izuku Midoriya flying through the air. I look forward to seeing you again. Both of you, Tanaka said aloud before returning to his work. Izuku and Tokoyami stared at the scoreboard. The R-rated heroine had just explained the cavalry battle and point system, which led to an interesting repercussion for helping a friend come in first. Despite only having 205 points for second place, Izuku could feel the intense stares falling on Tokoyami and his 10 million point band. Such a dark turn of events, the crow-headed boy muttered, to which his shadowy companion timidly nodded. Groups of up to 6 are allowed, but only 16 will pass to the next and final event, so not everyone on a team may move on, Midnight announced once the atmosphere became a little less hostile. You all have 10 minutes to make your teams, starting now. Immediately, students either flocked to Tokoyami or agreed to make teams of their own friend groups. Izuku admittedly felt bad for Tokoyami until Dark Shadow let out a loud, "Back off, heathens." Izuku felt a hand clasp his shoulder and quickly turned to see who it was. Kaminari stood right behind him with Momo and Uraraka. Hey, interested in joining? It's cool if not, but we just saw you standing there and figured we'd ask. Go for it, Tokoyami replied for him, suddenly right behind the green-haired teen. This will be a good chance for the two of us to compete against each other as a team rather than one-on-one. You're gonna eat dirt. Dark Shadow shouted. Just remember. We haven't had lunch yet, chicken breast. Scarlet had appeared from Izuku's shoulder to commence another bickering session, which was shortly lived. So what's our plan? Uraraka asked. I'll be the front, Kaminari, Yaoyorozu, you two will be back. That'll leave Uraraka up top. That way she can easily reach all of us to use her quirk, Izuku suggested. Sounds good. Hey Momo, could you make me some kind of metal staff or chargeable ball bearings? I can't risk using my indiscriminate shock too early. Yes, I can do that. Do either of you have any requests? Momo replied, releasing a handful of marble-sized ball bearings into her left palm. After handing them to Kaminari, she generated a staff and handed it to the blonde as well. If you can, could you make medicine to deal with the nausea that comes from using my quirk? The brunette requested. I think I'm good, Izuku said with a shrug. But that leaves us with a plan of attack. Do we go for Tokoyami? Or go for the teams that'll be too busy focusing on Tokoyami to notice us stealing their bands? Kaminari asked. I believe the latter would be best. But we must also stay alert for teams that are planning to do the same thing. I also think we should take our positions. At the girl's suggestion, she and Kaminari crouched down and cupped their palms together, allowing Uraraka to step into them and hoist her up. Izuku placed himself in front of the other three and felt Uraraka grasp his shoulders as she repositioned her feet. Here, let me try something, Izuku said aloud as several tentacles sprouted from his back. Two traveled downwards and wrapped around Achiko's shoes before heading up and wrapping around Momo's and Kaminari's waists. Similarly, another two gently coiled around her underarms, snaked around her midsection, then fixed themselves on the two in the back. Effectively harnessed, Kaminari and Momo were able to use their hands freely without dropping their leader. This is going to go down fast. Everyone be ready and keep your guards up, the brunette urged, but with a slight shake in her voice. Just trust your gut, Uraraka. We're all behind you on this, Kaminari offered. Well, Midoriya is in front of you technically, but you get my point. Yeah, we got this. Scarlet, let's go with Red One for now. At his declaration, his entire body shimmered and darkened into a deep crimson. Traces of black etched themselves along his limbs and torso as two semicircles expanded where his eyes would have been. Man, I wish I had some kind of power-up mode, Kaminari grumbled softly. Maybe you could work on focusing your electricity on yourself? I'm not sure how different your bodily structure is due to your quirk, but the human body is run by electrical signals. I'm not an expert on the subject, but I would be willing to help you look into it when classes resume. Thanks, Momo, I'd like that, Kaminari replied. There was something different today. To an outsider, it would be just another morning. The sun was out, people were living their lives. It really should have felt normal. But Tensei knew something was wrong. He knew because he was chasing after the source. There had been reports of Stain, the infamous hero killer, coming in throughout the last few days. The man was elusive, but every now and then Tensei would suddenly feel cold. Like his steps were taking him to his grave. That's how he knew he was getting closer. He passed an alley, and his instincts started screaming. His body was telling him to run, or hide, or simply stand still, anything but go down the alley. But he had to. How could he call himself a hero after running away from danger? Ingenium was not a coward, so he propelled himself down the dark alley, using his elbow pipes to make sharp turns that led him closer and closer to the feeling of dread. Ingenium, I was wondering if I would see you. It was a calm voice that spoke, one that lacked the hatred or dripping malice Tensei had expected. But that figure was unmistakably the one he was looking for. Stain, I have backup already on the way. Surrender now or I will have to bring you down myself, Ingenium warned, preparing himself to move at the slightest hint of trouble. I have looked into you, Ingenium. You are a good hero that has helped many. You are not one of my targets, but I will cut you down if I have to, the masked man warned. His sword, blade chipped and dirted, glinted slightly in the light that managed to peek into the alley. If you won't surrender yourself to justice, then I'll bring you in myself, Tensei declared, charging at the man who had slayed so many before him. Tokoyami and his group were doing less than ideal. Very much less than ideal. Hey 10 million. Can you get us in the air? Tokoyami looked down at the eccentric pink-haired girl that had been insistent on being part of his team. She hadn't even flinched when Dark Shadow had shouted at everyone that had flocked to him. I can try, but I can't say for sure that Dark Shadow is strong enough to carry 4 people with this much light, Fumikage replied. Well, hurry up and think of something. The enlarged Shishida yelled from beneath him, prompting Kurwaro to pop out of the beast's shadow. I do believe my friend has a point. We must find a way to rid ourselves of those that stand against us. It had taken Tokoyami by surprise when the 2 students from 1B had requested to join him and Hatsum. Monoma had not taken kindly to their betrayal, as he loudly put it, but Shishida had said something to the blonde that calmed him down surprisingly quickly. If Tokoyami wasn't mistaken, Monoma even smiled. If it helps, I can lighten the load by hiding in the shadows of your cloak, and my friend can shrink back down, the pitch-black student suggested. Tokoyami observed the teams closing in on them, all readying their quirks in any way that could get them the 10 million points. Dark Shadow, let's take to the skies. You got it, boss. 2 shadowy arms wrapped around Tokoyami and grabbed Shishida and Hatsum as Kurwaro emerged from the ground and shrunk into Tokoyami's cape. Then, with a sudden lurch, the 4 were in the air. Man, y'all need to lose some weight. Dark Shadow exclaimed. The weight made it difficult to dodge the vines, scales, lasers, and ice that came from all directions, but the pink-haired girl's Hoover boots made up for a little lost mobility. At least we're safe for the moment. While we are in no position to steal any points, at least ours can't be taken. Shishida, having returned to his normal form, was calm enough to observe and plan rather than run and fight. For now, but that will not hold true for long, Tokoyami cryptically responded. Hey shitty hair. Get moving will you? Bakugo shouted as he used an explosion to blow away a thorny vine that had gotten too close to his headband. Take it easy Bakugo, we're all moving as fast as we can. Are you really though? A purple-haired student, the one that had barely made it into the second round, quickly approached the blonde's team. Ojiro and Aoyama from 1A, as well as Shota from 1B, were all carrying him obediently. What was that? Bakugo shouted back at the same time Kirishima sent out a warning not to provoke his team leader. Both went silent at the same time, eyes as blank as the tired-looking student's team. Too easy. Now hand over your headbands, the boy said, almost like an order. And to the great shock of Mina and Siro, their two teammates began to do just that. Bakugo! What are you doing? Siro exclaimed with confusion lacing his tone. Stop Kirishima! We won't make it to the next round. The pink-haired girl shook the redhead, then followed up with a slap to the back of the head that was slightly harder than necessary. Watu? Ijiro frantically backed away from the purple-haired enemy, but tripped when he backed into his two teammates and fell to the ground, with Bakugo landing on top of him. Kirishima, are you good? Why were you going to just hand over your headband? Mina asked. Any answer he may have been able to produce was cut off by a very enraged screech from Bakugo. You FING brainwashed me? I'll kill you for that. Let me back up so we can put this extra where he belongs you extras. I think you might want to start running, dude, Siro offered, already preparing for Bakugo to tell them to attack. Let's get them, Bakugo seethed, giving off an aura of bloodlust. At his command, the three ran towards the other team. Run! The leader shouted, which his supporters obeyed without hesitation. Hey Fumi, we got incoming. Good God, that is terrifying, Shishida muttered at the sight of a large, red-winged beast with three riders heading their way. Hatsum, you said you have capture nets, right? Tokoyami questioned. Yeah. You want me to use my baby number 426? The pink-haired girl excitedly asked. Please. At his request, Hatsum pulled a large gun-like object from behind her back and aimed it towards the quickly approaching team. With a loud puff of air, a medium-sized ball was shot out and quickly unfurled into a large net. Uh-oh! By the time Izuku saw the net coming, it was too late to dodge. The heavy net quickly wrapped around Izuku and his team. Gah! Kaminari and Uraraka groaned as the net tightened around them. My wings are caught, Izuku announced. The four immediately plummeted back to the ground. Midoriya's wings sifted through the net's mesh and created a sphere around them. This'll probably be a rough landing, so hang on, Izuku suggested from inside the sphere. And Team Midoriya has been shot down. Meanwhile, Team Bakugo has been chasing Team Shinso around the arena for 2.5 minutes. I'm actually surprised. There has not been much of a change in the scores so far. Usually there's a lot of back and forth of the headbands from the start, Aizawa commented. Hey Sho, Todoroki's quirk allows him to use fire, right? Why haven't we seen any flames? Maybe he's saving it for later. Well, that hissy, Kaminari groaned. It could have been better, but at least we're all unharmed, Momo replied. But it looks like we need to rethink our strategy. Perhaps we should play it safe and stay in here for the remainder of the battle. I don't know. That sounds kinda boring though. Uraraka has a point. I really want to get back out there. Yeah, let's try to have some fun, Kaminari agreed. Little sparks of static jumped through his hair, indicating his excitement. Very well. Before we do, does anyone need anything? Think you could make some kind of taser? Kaminari requested. Look, I know I don't usually put notes in the middle of the story, but I got to a point where I really could not find it in me to keep going with the cavalry battle, so I'm just going to jump ahead. I know it's random and I'm sorry. A loud buzzer rang out, stunning all of the students in the arena and the thousands of viewers in the stands. And that's the end of the second event. Midnight declared. Let's take a look at the scores. At her command, a holographic screen appeared in the middle of the arena, large enough for everyone to read. In first place is Tokoyami's team, with a staggering 10,355 points. In second place is Team Midoriya with 505 points. Next is Team Bakugo with 485, and lastly Team Shinso with 310. As many of you have probably guessed, the last event will be a series of one-on-one battles, where Excuse me, Miss Midnight? Ojiro's voice just barely got the heroine's attention, and she stopped speaking to address the student. I don't think I want to partake in the last event. My teammates and I discussed it, and none of us feel like we really earned it, I guess. None of us actually remember anything that happened for most of the cavalry battle, and the three of us have decided to give our spots to the next ranked team. Shota finished explaining the unusual turn of events. Aoyama, who was standing between the two, simply stood there with his head drooped. Are you sure? This is a big chance for you three, Midnight questioned. The trio nodded in unison, which earned a delighted squeal from the teacher. Such valor and integrity. Very well, the fifth-place team was Monoma, Rin and Komori from 1B and Todoroki from 1A. Would you please decide who continues? The team quickly regathered and whispered among themselves. Monoma's declaration against letting a 1A classmate continue was quickly shot down by the others. Begrudgingly, he accepted the decision and spoke for the team. Rin, myself, and Todoroki will proceed. Komori has opted out, claiming she will not be able to fight at her best given how dry the air is today. You heard it here, everyone. We have our contestants for the final event. Midnight declared, then pointed towards the announcer's booth. Well, looks like it's time for another intermission, everybody. The final event will begin in half an hour from now. Come on, show. Coffee's on me. Mike announced from the stands, his distant-sounding voice, indicating he was already heading to the door. Wow, that was intense, Inko muttered. She and her son had watched many sports festivals before, but there was something different when it came to watching him participate. You think that's bad? Imagine what Katsuki's gonna be like when he gets home. He's probably on the brink of murder after coming in third place, Mitsuki replied. What do you think the chances are that both our kids will face off in the last event? Probably too good, Inko sighed. That's what you two said about the cavalry battle though, Masaru interjected. Actually, we said it'd be funny if they paired up, Inko quickly yet politely corrected. Todoroki, can I talk to you? The bichromatic teen glared over his shoulder at his classmate. With a reluctant attitude, he turned to face him and followed Izuku to a dark hallway that was away from the main paths people walked. A while back you told me about your father, the quick marriage thing and all that. I take it there's a reason you haven't used your fire at all? Todoroki stood silently, eyeing Izuku up and down as if calculating whether to attack him or just wait him out. Okay, I figured you weren't up to talk about it. Sorry, Izuku said with a shrug and began walking away. He drove my mother insane. Izuku stopped dead in his tracks and returned his attention to his classmate. My mother despised his training techniques. She always tried to tell him that he was pushing me too hard and if he didn't stop, I might end up like Toya. One day I walked in on her talking to someone on the phone and overheard how she hates my left side. It reminded her too much of my father and called it unsightly. The teen stopped talking to take a breath, during which time Izuku stepped to stand across from Todoroki. The last thing I remember about her was her pouring boiling water on the left side of my face to wash off my resemblance to him. After that, father sent her to a mental ward. Outside of having her treated, he acted as if she never existed. Todoroki clenched his left fist and brought it up, staring at the wisps of flame that came to life just to be extinguished by a small breeze. After that I promised I would never use his power in battle, I'll win simply with my mother's quirk. And you, Midoriya, will be a testament to that. I'll beat you if we fight and show my father I never needed his power. Todoroki's breath hitched, and he wiped tears from his eyes that neither of the students had noticed forming. Again he went silent, but only for seconds. I'm sure we'll meet again on the arena. Izuku watched his classmate begin to walk back to the cafeteria. Then he chased after him and firmly grabbed his shoulder. I know what it's like to have a power that you don't like. You've seen my quirk, after all. Scarlet can be frightening at times, and he scared the life out of me when I first met him. I can't say I know how it feels to go through what you've gone through, but you can't let a personal grudge like this stop yourself from becoming the best you can be. We're all going to be giving it our all. Izuku waited for a response, yet got none. And if you're only ever going to be giving it half of your potential, I don't know if you actually deserve to be a hero. As is, you're lucky enough to have made it into the final event. Before Todoroki could reply, Izuku let go of his shoulder and ran off, making a quick mental note to look into this Toya his classmate mentioned. So naive, Todoroki mumbled to himself, then also started walking back to the cafeteria. Okay, settle down all and we'll see who's fighting who in the final event. As soon as Mick's voice rang out, the arena went deathly silent, barely breaking louder than murmurs between parents and spectators. Inko only paid attention to see who Izuku would be fighting. He was in the third matchup of the first bracket against Monoma. Her attention, however, was on an email she had received from Life Foundation. Akio himself had asked if there were any notable and unexpected changes in Izuku's condition. The realization that he had almost certainly seen her son's performance slammed into her like a train. "Oh God, what do we say?" the woman asked herself. She could try to deny anything and say he was perfectly fine, but he could very well tell her he saw the sports festival. Or if she fessed up, he might take him away again to study. Or worse, he would take Scarlet away from Izuku. Her mind raced with possible responses, and she barely noticed Mitsuki shaking her by the shoulder. What did I miss?" she asked, pocketing her phone after sending a quick text to her son and tried to let herself focus on the event. Kaminari just lost to Mina. She sucker punched him right in the jaw and knocked him out. I can't tell if it was because he was out of juice or didn't want to hurt her. Next up is Tokoyami and Hatsum from the support course. Midoriya. I wish you luck in your matchup. The green-haired teen looked up from his phone and saw Ida standing just over him. Thanks, Ida. I'm sorry you didn't make it. I'm sure you would have done great. It's fine. We have 2 more years ahead of us, and I will use what I learned this time to better myself so I may do better next year. I must return to my seat, but I wanted to wish you and my fellow classmates luck. I will see you again soon. Ojiro, walking into the room, narrowly avoided bumping into the class president that was leaving. Hey Midoriya, you have a moment? Aoyama and I need to talk to you. So, 10 million, what do you think of Baby 1744? May's voice echoed through the stadium speakers, indicating she had likely hijacked into the system and temporarily taken over the announcements. May used a pair of mechanical wings to evade an attack from Dark Shadow. The entity was clearly getting annoyed yet did not make another attempt to attack. Impressive, I can admit. There is a resemblance to a fallen angel in your wings. The support course student swiftly flew in circles around the arena, shooting looks into the higher bleachers every few seconds. Tokoyami knew she was just showing off for the big-name companies but had been willing to entertain her for a few minutes. Dark Shadow, would you mind bringing her down? His sentient quirk rushed forward and swiped at his enemy, who quickly changed direction and avoided the attack. By combining multiple gyroscopic sensors and loads of miniature aerofoils, these babies can outmaneuver almost anything. She's getting on my nerves, Fumi, Dark Shadow grumbled, eager to end the round and move on to an opponent that would take the fight seriously. The ethereal being would not get the satisfaction of ending the fight, as May dove straight down towards the ground and landed outside the fighting square in a nimble display. I hope you got a good show of Baby 1744. I have lots more on the way, the pink-haired girl announced before walking away and into the hallway she had entered through. Okay, Tokoyami wins, Midnight declared, notably confused by the sudden change in events. Next up is Monoma from 1B and Midoriya from 1A. Bored, I want a K. I'm back on. Present Mick's voice suddenly announced. Guess she gave us our job back. Moving on to the next round. This was his chance. He would finally show everyone that he was more than just some side character. Monoma took a deep breath and emerged from the dim hall towards the arena. His enemy was also approaching from the other side. He would finally show that 1B was better than 1A. He did not know why he felt the need to prove so. Both classes had been involved in the attack on the USJ, and Kendo had explained that the reason for 2 separate classes was to divide the work between 2 teachers, but his competitive spirit usually got the best of him. He had racked his brain for the best combination of quirks to copy. His options were limited as he had left one spot open just in case. He had zoned out for present Mick's introduction of him and his opponent, trying to figure out a strategy that would give him the win. Is that fur? Scarlet asked out loud, protruding from Izuku's lower arm in his usual fashion. Begin. Midnight declared. Izuku watched as Monoma suddenly grew many times in size. His enemy now towered over him, yet he simply watched in fascination. The transformed Monoma dashed at Midoriya, moving much quicker than one would expect from something his size. Izuku transformed his left arm into a long tendril and shot it towards the side of the arena. With moments to spare, it latched onto the ground just within the boundaries of the rectangle, and he pulled himself out of the way. He felt the fur just graze his cheek as the beast ran past his intended target. Fight me like you mean it. Or is the oh-so-great Midoriya too scared to fight all of a sudden? The question was clearly rhetorical, as Monoma made another charge the moment the question left his mouth. Once again Izuku shot a tendril to the side to pull himself out of the way, but Monoma sent a powerful arm swipe that made contact with Izuku's right shoulder. Midoriya flew through the air and almost fell out of bounds, but was just able to catch himself and stay in the rectangle. I'm just waiting to see what other quirks you copied, Midoriya stated. The casualness of his response clearly struck a nerve. But instead of making another reckless dash, Monoma shrunk back to his original size. Fire, he whispered, and an immensely powerful impact with seemingly no source exploded from Izuku's shoulder. Once again the teen was sent hurtling through the air. With practiced precision his hands expanded into oversized red claws that dug into the concrete and brought him to a stop. That hurt, Izuku said with a grunt. The teen stood and massaged the shoulder that had already taken 2 hits. I take it that was another classmate's quirk? Will you take this seriously? Monoma demanded, almost hysterically. Or is all of this just some game to you? I am taking it seriously. I'm trying to stall so I can figure out what quirks you copied and how to counter them. After all, I don't have a lot of experience fighting against someone with such a powerful and unique ability like yours. And for the first time to Midoriya's knowledge, Monoma was at a loss for words. He could not tell what expression Monoma was feeling, but it looked like a mix of pride and hurt at the same time. You think my quirk is powerful? There was none of the edge or bite to his tone like usual. It felt like the blonde was asking a genuine question. Well, yeah? You can use multiple quirks by yourself. Everyone else only has one. Even if their quirk is versatile like Bakugo's, Todoroki's, of Yaoyorozu's, they still have limitations or drawbacks. You can just copy another quirk that makes up for the limitations of the first quirk you copied or makes it even more useful. Like that combo you just used on me. Izuku took a moment to rub his shoulder again. I'm still feeling that, by the way. Maybe you're not so bad after all. Can I copy yours? I want to see what that feels like. Izuku knew Monoma thought he was being slick, so he decided to comply. Sure. I think it'd be fun to see what happens. The two met at the center of the stadium where Izuku held his arm forward. Monoma gently poked the limb and began laughing maniacally. Any idea what's going on, Shota? Mike asked from the announcer's booth. He and most of the audience was left in the dark, as neither of the combatants were speaking loud enough to be heard. Monoma's laugh suddenly stopped. I don't feel any different. Kinda thought there'd be something. Maybe I can control it. Izuku barely heard Monoma whispering to himself. You there, red thing. I command you to attack your user. Slowly, Scarlet emerged back from Izuku's lower arm and turned towards his host, smiling evilly and approaching Izuku's face menacingly. Oh, the horror! Please spare me, Lord, from this horrible situation. Oh, please, Scarlet, remember who you are. Remember the good dash. Izuku's overdramatic shouts turned into a choked laughter which grew into a small laughing fit. What? But I copied your quirk. Izuku wiped a tear from his eye, still giggling too much to speak. Thank you. You've been a lovely audience. Scarlet made a few motions that resembled an actor taking a bow, giving Izuku time to gain his composure. Sorry, Monoma, he doesn't exactly work that way. Without another moment's hesitation, 3 tendrils shot out from Midoriya's back and grabbed Monoma, gently lifting him into the air and setting him down out of bounds. That was an interesting display of your quirk. Can't wait to see more. The winner of this round is Midoriya. Next will be Bakugo and Shiro from 1A. This isn't going to be fun, Shiro whispered as his classmates stared him down from the other side of the arena. The feeling he was getting was not quite hatred, but more of an overall rage that he despised being on the receiving end of. Begin. And just like that, it was over. With remarkable speed, Bakugo launched himself at Shiro and blew him out of the ring with a surprisingly gentle explosion. Sorry, tape face. You weren't going to beat me this time, Bakugo sneered before hopping off the arena and walking into the halls beneath the audience. Did he actually apologize? The loser questioned internally as he hopped up to the bleachers and found a seat by Kaminari and Sato. Uraraka's palms wouldn't stop shaking. Why did she have to go up against Todoroki out of everyone for her first match? Sure, Mina would have been a tad difficult, and Kirishima had her outmatched when it came to defense, and Izuku might have gone easy on her despite the sheer difference in power. But Shoto was not as personable and gave off an uncaring air that made her very uncomfortable. She had also seen his performance during the fake hero-villain fights All Might had them do, so she was well aware of how much power and speed his ice had. Just to add to the pile, everyone was aware that he was the son of the second-rated hero in Japan, Endeavor. So even without his quirk, he undoubtedly had training in physical combat. The walk from the hallways and into the light felt like a casual stroll to her doom. It took everything she had to steel herself. A glimpse of her parents cheering her on reminded her of why she was here, of how far she was capable of going despite their current situation. She met the boy's eyes from across the arena and did her best to glare back, completely unaware that Present Mike had been introducing her and her opponent to the spectators. She could tell that midnight was about to begin the match and prepared herself. Holy shit, Ojiro muttered. Where there had once been warm air and spectators now stood an actual glacier that towered over the stadium. Suddenly, I don't mind the fact that I was knocked out in the first round. Does anyone see Uraraka? Ribbit. As if on cue, the girl suddenly appeared near the top of the mountain of ice, likely shivering to no end. Not that anyone could tell if she was injured from the distance though. Once see everyone. The sound of a mildly frantic search was picked up by the announcer's speakers, with the occasional self-mutterings of Present Mike. Found him. Hey Uraraka, you okay up there? No injuries or anything? Aizawa could not find it in him to sigh as Present Mike stared at his student with a pair of binoculars that had been left behind for who knows what reason. Hey Midnight, just got a thumbs up from the little listener. Uraraka is technically still in bounds, the match will continue, Midnight announced for the crowds. Which led to the realization that until either Uraraka could get to the ground or Todoroki could climb the glacier, neither had much hope to effectively attack the other. Maybe if Uraraka thought aloud as she pressed her fingertips together and let gravity take over. She had been hoping to completely dodge the first attack by floating over it but ended up getting caught in it regardless. Despite the setback, she was still in the fight, which meant she needed a new plan. Even one as crazy as the one she had at the moment would have to do. Everyone watching the fight saw the pink glow shimmer through the giant mass of ice, followed by the entire glacier slowly but surely lift into the air. It was only an inch at most before it crashed back down, but that inch was enough for the glacier to begin cracking under its own weight. Todoroki watched, admittedly surprised, as his ice began to lift again, then came back down and shattered. While the ice fell quickly and loudly and violently, Uraraka fell slowly and gracefully, landing on the ground with little more than a bend in the knees to bring her to a stop amongst the piles and shards of frozen water. Release, the girl muttered while touching all 10 fingertips together. She wanted so much to take a moment to soak in the crowd screaming and cheering, to look at her parents that were somewhere to one of her sides and flash them a smile, but she couldn't. Todoroki was still standing there, unhurt and mostly unfazed. She, on the other hand, was already feeling the nausea of using her quirk to move several tons of ice, even if only for a cumulative few short seconds. Not bad, the son of Endeavor stated. Another wall of ice advanced on the girl, this one much smaller and more direct. She could feel the edge of a crystal cut into her shin as she jumped out of the way. She winced but kept her focus on her opponent. While floating in the air, she was vulnerable and had little control of her movement, and it was only a matter of time before Todoroki fully realized that. Whether or not he did realize, Ochako was not sure. What she was sure of was that there was no time to dodge the new wall of ice rushing at her. A powerful wave of coldness washed over her as the attack caught her and pushed her out of bounds. Uraraka is out of bounds, Todoroki will continue. Said boy was walking over to his former opponent who was trapped in his ice. His right hand touched the ice and an equally powerful wave of warmth relieved her of her prison. Even after she was fully free, the heat washed over until her clothes were dried of the ice that had melted onto her. I underestimated you. I won't be making that mistake again. Todoroki then walked away, not even looking back or waiting for a retort of any kind. Kirishima was pumped. The whole day had been an absolute dream for him. Sure, there had been some bumps along the way, but even still he could barely contain his enthusiasm. Everyone was going all out today and now it was his turn to step up to the plate. He knew Momo was intelligent and her quirk was arguably overpowered with sheer versatility, but it would be anything but manly not to give it his all. He hoped Yaoyorozu was just as eager as he was. On the other side of the stadium, Momo was preparing a plan for her opponent. She knew he was not a tactician in battle and preferred to rush in and bulldoze his way through his enemies. All she had to do was tire him out or hit him with something harder than he could make himself. Part of her was wishing that she had taken any kind of martial arts classes or exercised a bit more often, but wishful thinking was pointless when the alternative was practical thinking. She made her way into the light and let the cheers spur her on. She could see Kirishima excitedly waiting for the match to begin, if him punching his fists together was any indication. Vice President of 1A, Momo Yaoyorozu. She vaguely heard the end of her introduction via present mic and locked eyes with Kirishima. Begin. As she expected, Ijiro immediately dashed forward with his fists hardened. Even though Momo did not know him as well as Mina did, she knew he would never go easy on her just for being a girl. Manliness, to him, meant always giving it your all without going too far. A collection of sporadically shimmering pink and blue spots gave birth to a metal pole from her left arm. Kirishima and Momo both staggered from the force of the blow. Her staff had a little bend where it had connected with her classmate's shoulder, but his hardening had withstood the blow. That's one hell of a swing, Momo. Most intriguing. Most intriguing indeed. Pure intimidation was one way Dr. Garaki could describe his master. Terror incarnate would more than do as well. Both were so cliché he could die, but accurate nevertheless. But Garaki served his master well and had earned his trust, so he felt little fear being so close to the man that nearly killed All Might. It's an incredibly powerful quirk master. The one that killed Nomu. All for one felt a strange sensation pass through him. Was this excitement? Or joy? Maybe even anxiety of a sort? His fingers slid against the screen that displayed Izuku Midoriya and his companion. While All Might had taken his eyes in that one fight, the doctor had found a quick that let him see digital media on any screen by physical contact. The sound of an argument made its way through the speaker that All for One used to listen in on the bar. Presumably Toga and Shigaraki were arguing with Twice and Dabi. The newest recruits were truly unique. Tamura was destined to be his successor, but Twice's quirk gave him almost more priority in terms of surveillance. As the name of the quirk suggested, the strangely acting man could replicate almost anything he touched as long as he had accurate data. How accurate the data needed to be or how much he needed was still undermined. Tamura had asked the man when they first met and was told Twice needed enough. Disregarding the nearly useless answer, All for One knew just how important a cloning quirk could be, so he had decided to keep an extra eye on the strange man. Dabi, on the other hand, was much more silent than the others. He talked a fair amount, but usually in the form of retorts or smart remarks mixed with some logic. His quirk, cremation, almost certainly was related to Endeavor, but no one had gotten a definite yes or no from the man. He clearly did not want to talk about it, so talk about it he would not. All for One sighed the best he could with his injuries and turned down the volume on the speaker. His attention was soon returned to the boy who had killed what he thought was the doctor's greatest creation. So much work to build a perfect weapon, gone without a chance to fulfill its purpose. All because of one boy with a quirk unlike anything seen before. Doctor, do you think a quirk like this would be compatible? If needed, I could shed some less useful quirks to the next batch of Nomus. The short, old man that had been beside him pet his little Johnny, in deep thought. I believe you have yet to near the limit of quirks you can hold. Your resilience and aptitude is remarkable. Yet, I do understand the fear of taking on a quirk that could wreck the balance of your quirks. Perhaps it would be best to create a little extra room. All for one nodded at the man, trusting his judgment as much as he would trust his own. Very well then. Let me know when the next Nomu are ready. I do have another combination I wish to try. Listen, honey. You put up an amazing fight against a Todoroki for Christ's sake. If that doesn't get you some attention, I don't know what will. I know, but I wanted to get a bit further than just the first round. So what if you lost your match? You were one of only 16 to get that far. Uraraka suppressed a little sniffle, which she doubted her mother could have heard on the phone. Thanks, Mom. I'll see you later. See you soon. And her mother hung up. It was so hard to believe that she had made them proud. They were pouring any income they had into sending her to the best school in Japan, and she had lost before getting a chance to show herself. Yes, Mom, I saw your text earlier. No, I think we should play it safe. Yeah, let's go with that. He should buy that, right? Well, I can't think of anything better at the moment. I don't know what'll happen if he takes Scarlet, but we can't let it get to that point. Uraraka recognized Izuku's voice, and clearly he was talking to his mother. She wanted to leave the room and return to the seats so she could give him some privacy, yet was curious about what could have him so anxious. And what did he mean by taking Scarlet? It wasn't like someone could just take a quirk away, right? Maybe she should not listen in after all. Oh, hello Midoriya, she said as she exited the waiting room. Congratulations on winning your match. I can't wait to see you go again. One see, Mom, he requested, then put the call on hold. Thank you. I'm sorry you had to go against Shoto for your first round, but you did great. That was some awesome quick thinking out there. Anyways, I have to get back to my call. See ya. Izuku slipped past her and into the waiting room she had just left, leaving her alone in the hall. Yeah, eavesdropping just felt wrong now. Besides, she had friends holding a seat for her. And that concludes the first bracket. Mina and Tokoyami will face off first, followed by Midoriya and Bakugo. Next will be Todoroki and Momo, then Shishida and Shinso. We will start the second bracket after a 15-minute break. Be sure to get some snacks and use the bathrooms. Midnight finished her announcements and rushed off stage, presumably to take her own advice. Man, you're going against Bakugo? Siro stated as the groups of students returned to the waiting rooms. So glad that's not me. Once was more than enough. Well, I'll just have to give it everything I've got. Might have to break out a few moves I've been practicing. Midoriya was nervous. Even with Scarlet, memories of torment bubbled to the surface as he thought of facing his once friend now classmate. He had tried to fight before and still had some scars to prove it. Good luck, dude, you might need it. Siro then ran off to join Kaminari, who was chatting away with Mina, Kirishima, and Jiro. Perhaps we shall face off once more today. Tokoyami took a spot standing beside Izuku as the two observed their classmates, and some of 1B, excitedly conversing in groups. Maybe. Don't think we'll let you off easy. We're all gunning for first after all. Bring it, you nerd. Dark Shadow declared, popping out of Tokoyami's shoulder then retreating back. Not going to stick around for bickering? Izuku questioned. No, he's been staying in my cloak to absorb as much darkness as possible, Tokoyami replied. I assume Scarlet has the same plan? Actually, I don't need to stay hidden to power up. In order to gain strength, Izuku needs to allow me more control over the body. Scarlet, like Dark Shadow, had popped out from the shoulder to interact. I'm hungry. You always are, Izuku said with an eye roll as he pulled a piece of chocolate from his pocket. A small tendril branched off of the large, stringy mass between Izuku's shoulder and Scarlet's head in order to grab the piece of candy, then promptly tossed it into the sharp-toothed mouth. Let's see. Izuku's muttering, much quieter than it used to be in earlier years, still pushed past his lips as he paced back and forth down the empty hallway. His eyes darted up and down as he scrolled through relevant results on his phone, but found nothing of a Toya from the Todoroki family. He could make out the sounds of crowds cheering, undoubtedly for his classmates that had begun the battle, but was admittedly uninterested in the fight. He suspected he knew the outcome. Finally deciding a different search was needed, he cleared the search bar and replaced the previous query with Todoroki family rumors. Normally he would have been eager to look up rumors regarding any hero, present or future. But this time he felt anything but as the knowledge that he was digging up something from the past that should remain buried. Halfway down the third page of results, a headline from an old article jumped at him. Wildfire near Todoroki residence, number 2 hero to blame? Izuku read aloud. He would have been a child still when the article was published, which added to his curiosity. He still had no clue why this particular headline caught his attention, but he clicked the link regardless and skimmed the article. The headline had explained the whole story. There was a massive wildfire merely half a kilometer away from Endeavor's residence, and the media was quick to mark him as the culprit in their devious attempts to publish the biggest scoop of the week. But Izuku noted something that, somehow, most or even all of the reporters had overlooked. The fire was blue. Endeavor's Hellfire quirk was immensely powerful, which the number 2 hero had practiced using to incredible precision and unexpected versatility. But his fire was not blue. Nothing more within the rumor-based publication held any value, so Izuku closed the tab and pocketed his phone. He put his back to the wall, leaning on the solid surface as if it was keeping him from falling. Pieces began to fall into place. Blue fire, Shoto's refusal to use his own fire, Endeavor's secret parenting techniques that were more than enough to warrant an arrest, and something bad happening to a Toya, if Shoto's description earlier meant anything. The puzzle was far from completed, as Izuku had to fill in several gaps with assumptions and leaps in logic, but from what he knew, his conclusion was that Shoto had a brother that either died or was severely injured. Be it directly by Endeavor's hands or a result of the hero's parenting was still unclear, but both were very real possibilities. Izuku sighed, deeply and worriedly. He had a rough estimation of the information he had been seeking, but was now doubting his next steps. His plan had been to force Shoto into using his fire. He could try to paint the picture that he wanted his classmate to show his full potential, but was second-guessing the morality of bringing up the past. What should he do? Hey Midoriya. Midnight's been waiting for you. Izuku turned to see Sato speed-walking closer. Tokoyami and Mina just finished. You're up. Izuku thanked his classmate and ran off, scolding himself for losing track of time and not coming up with a plan to beat Bakugo. Sheet, he had to face Bakugo of all people. Midnight finally caught a glimpse of movement from the darkened entrance, and was greeted by the green and red-haired teen rushing to take his place in the arena. It's not polite to keep a woman waiting, the heroine scolded, earning only a nervous chuckle from the student. Midnight just gave an exasperated sigh and hopped off the arena. Bakugo glared, more than said that he had been forced to wait for his chance to kick the med nerd's butt. I apologize for the late start, but now that both opponents have arrived, the second match shall begin. And begin they did. Die! Bakugo shouted as he rocketed forward with his right hand stretching outward. Izuku knew this move was coming and quickly countered. A massive collection of his signature red and black substance emerged from his hand and grew into a makeshift shield, only to be nearly disintegrated by one of his classmates' explosions. Izuku recoiled in pain, both from the intense heat and sound, and tried to put some distance between them, but Bakugo persisted and kept launching himself with expert maneuverability. Izuku swore under his breath as he realized he had forgotten about Scarlet's vulnerability to intense sounds, and apparently fire as well. Stop running, you dumb nerd. Bakugo raised his left hand and let his sweat build up a few moments longer than usual, following Izuku's movements and readjusting his aim before firing. Izuku put up another shield, this one thicker than before. It gave way all the same and even felt his arm shake as Scarlet responded to the deafening sound of the close explosion. Sinkhole tentacles. Izuku shouted the attack name and plunged his hands into the ground. Cracks in the arena approached his opponent, who immediately launched himself into the air just before a handful of tendrils broke through the group where he had been standing. The extensions of Izuku's body raced towards him, and not one was spared from the blonde's attacks. Ashened bits of the material fell to the ground. As did Bakugo, with an angry yet prideful sneer aimed at his foe. "Damn it," Izuku muttered, and was once again on the defensive. He hated not being able to fight back. Each explosion sends sound waves that threaten to tear Scarlet away piece by piece, and each impact burned so much more than they had when they were still in middle school. It made him sick to think that Bakugo, out of everyone he knew, had a quirk that was a perfect counter to anything he and Scarlet could do. Even if he tried Red One, the strength boost just was not worth the extra exposure to the two things Izuku discovered to be Scarlet's weaknesses. "This isn't working. I know. But I don't know what else to do." Izuku screamed internally, taking a direct hit to the shoulder in the few moments he was slightly distracted. "Come on, you med nerd. Fight back." To an outsider, it might have appeared that Bakugo was encouraging an opponent. But Izuku knew it was only his pride. Bakugo would not accept a victory unless it was truly earned. Izuku pushed himself back up, grabbing a chunk of the broken arena to leverage himself. Of course. Bakugo almost laughed as his former friend stood up. The loser had been able to attack only once this entire fight, and was hopelessly outmatched. But Bakugo could wait to finish the nerd off. This was not a villain that needed a good beating. Just a pebble in his way to the top. A pebble that had yet to give a fight worth winning. "Is that all you got? Is this really the loser that scared half the class? You're still below me." Bakugo had just enough time to finish his remarks before another tendril shot out. Not at him this time, but at a piece of debris that was at Izuku's feet. Then he had to dodge said debris being swung at him like a whip. The chunk shattered upon impact with the ground and sent shards flying in all directions. Then another flew through the air and crashed at his feet. Dust and specks got in his eyes, got in his lungs, making his cough as the awful taste of cement coated his throat. 3 more rocks smashed into the ground in front of him, sending up enough particulate to blind him for a moment. "You think this'll take me out?" Bakugo charged his hands with sweat, aiming his palms together and igniting them. Stun grenade. The 2 explosions fed each other into a flash of light and sounds. Despite his suspicion that it would have been enough to down his opponent, the blonde readied himself for another onslaught as he blinked as fast as he could to clear his eyes. Once his sight fully returned, he was greeted to an empty, destroyed arena. Izuku was nowhere to be seen. He had won. He had won. That med nerd was gone. He was gone? Bakugo looked everywhere. Behind him, to his sides, even above him in case his foe had taken to the skies. But there was no sign of anyone else in the arena. Midnight, who was just recovering from the blinding flash of the stun grenade, was just as confused. Technically, there was no sign that either contender was unconscious or out of bounds, yet only Bakugo was visible in the arena. "Where are ya?" the blonde screamed. "Did you run away like the loser you are? Come back and let me beat you." Then the ground beneath him tremored. A soft but notable shaking grew into a rumble that threatened to knock him to his feet. Several threatening tendrils shot up in a circle around him like vines that were growing impossibly fast, then quickly wrapped around the blonde. With no time to respond, Bakugo set off as many explosions as he could. Despite the fact that his hands were being held shut by the long red appendages that wrapped him tight, his quirk was still effective enough to feel the grasp loosen ever so slightly. Then he was thrown into the air, but not by his quirk. Just like the chunks of the battered arena that had been used to distract him, he flew in an arc and was less than gently slammed into the ground just outside the arena. Spittle spewed from his mouth as the impact knocked the wind out of him, and left him momentarily paralyzed by the sudden lack of air in his lungs. And that was when Izuku decided to show himself. The winner emerged from the ground, his face covered in the red mass that he was known for, and his hands morphed into massive claws perfectly shaped for burrowing through even the tough cement that composed the fighting stage. Izuku Midoriya wins. Izuku took a deep breath. Bakugo seethed. Izuku returned to his seat in the stands, finding himself next to Tokoyami and Achiko. That was quite a move, Tokoyami stated in his usual demeanor. Yeah. Man, every time I think I got you figured out, you whip out something new that throws us all for a loop. It wasn't something I planned. Just a last-minute idea that happened to work, Izuku replied with a shrug, watching as Todoroki froze Yaoyorozu in an impressive glacier. Nevertheless, it would appear that you and I are to be rivals again. It is quite surprising how many times fate has decided to pair us as friend and foe. Dark Shadow squeezed between Tokoyami's back and the chair, forcing his host to lean forward and approach Izuku. Just so you know, we ain't gonna go down without a fight. So you best bring it on, Slimeball. I think he's running out of insults. I've heard that one a few times recently. But we agree. A fight is what you'll get. Izuku and Tokoyami observed Shinso and Shishida take the arena. The purple-haired teen began talking to his opponent right off the bat, which was followed by said opponent walking off the stage of his own volition. The two silently got up from their chairs and returned to the waiting areas, both receiving cheers and good luck wishes from their classmates. Here it is, folks. While not the final round yet, the two most verbal quirks we've even seen at UA are about to duke it out. Here comes Tokoyami, the one that revels in the dark with the help of his companion, Dark Shadow. And from the other side is Midoriya, the boy who, with the help of his friend, Scarlet, has come to see if his luck will run out. Let's get this party started. Izuku and Tokoyami stared each other down. Midnight asked for both to confirm they were ready. Once they did, she declared the beginning of the match. Dark Shadow, let us show them something we learned from them. You mean the Sabbath armor? Tokoyami nodded, and Dark Shadow draped himself over his host, acting as a helm and cloak that also granted Tokoyami large, dark claws. Well, I can't let you show us up. Scarlet? Let's start off with Red One. Izuku's body began bleeding from everywhere. Long trails of crimson and black liquid oozed from his limbs and head, but quickly swirled around his body and coated his form. Soon he had transformed into a less frightening form that his classmates had seen in the first heroics lesson and again at the USJ. Your move, Izuku said as he made a gesture that dared Tokoyami to attack. Bakugo was livid, to put it lightly. He was supposed to be the best. Everyone had told him that for as long as he could remember. He believed it every time without so much as a second thought. Then he came to UA, still riding the high of being better than everyone around him, and his world flipped upside down. He was still the best, but only at times. He had utterly dominated Stumphead and Purple Dwarf in the heroics class, but then that stupid nerd had to come in and one-up him almost every time after. And now, in the greatest event of the year, in front of practically all of Japan and even a fair chunk of the rest of the world, he was not even going to make it to the podium. Not even third place. Second would have been unbearable as is, but even third was out of his reach. And for the cherry on top? The nerd had not even used his full power against him. His teeth grated hard enough to risk stripping away the enamel, and he could feel his fingernails digging into his palms. Was he anywhere near as good as everyone told him he was? Would he have any shot of being the future #1 hero? The very notion that the answers were both no could have sent him into a coma. Tokoyami dashed forward, using his newfound power of flight to move inhumanly fast in the charge at his opponent. Izuku's hand raised and swung down. His palm made contact with Dark Shadow's coating and was pushed back by the sentient quirk. Gonna take more that than, Greenie? The paired comrades of darkness flew out of Izuku's reach. Or what they knew he could reach without the tendrils. Well then, guess I have to actually try now. The red and black being placed his hands on the ground, and Dark Shadow dragged Tokoyami into the air. They had seen this move just moments ago and knew what to expect. Or so they had thought. In the brief moments that they were busy taking flight, Izuku had actually sprouted a pair of wings that ran down his arms and pushed off the ground with incredible force. Oh shit! Izuku managed to tackle his opponents in the air and re-angled himself downward, bringing all four of them crashing to the ground. Midoriya was quick to get up, Tokoyami and Dark Shadow not as fast. Ready to give up? Dark Shadow and Tokoyami both spat out a resounding no. So the battle resumed. Todoroki keenly observed his soon-to-be foe with eagle-eye precision. He needed to memorize any potential move that could be used against him. Izuku was absurdly versatile with Scarlet at his side, but he had little doubt that he could overpower the two. Once he beat Shinso, he would step into the ring and walk away victorious, proving to his old man that his ice was all he needed to win. He would make sure to hammer into his father's head that the two of them were nothing alike. Izuku rushed to Tokoyami's side. The battle had been a little more drawn out than he had expected, and a heavy tendril to the back of his feathered friend's head had sent the teen flying and landing limply. There was still a pulse. He was just unconscious. Izuku let out a sigh of relief, noting the medical droids that had been sent to retrieve the loser of the match. But he could not rest now. He had one last fight, be it against Shinso or Todoroki. Either way, getting too comfortable could lead to a loss. He was proud of himself to have made it this far, but just like everyone else, he wanted to win. Soft orange flames added to the already well-lit hallway the teen traversed to find his water bottle that was left in a waiting room. "You are a strange one, Midoriya. Strange, but powerful. Once Shoto defeats you, he will just further his journey to taking All Might's place at the top." Endeavor stood at the end of the hall, tall and threatening. Izuku could feel Scarlet cower ever so slightly at the flames dancing from the hero's skin. All he has to do now is accept who he is. If he can get over this long-lasting tantrum he's been throwing, his fire will all but char you and your friend to a crisp. You know, Endeavor, I think a good parent would encourage his son to push himself with the limits they set upon themselves. Endeavor scoffed loudly at the jab as the boy walked past him. After all, you wouldn't want another incident like that fire by your house, would you? Endeavor caught a glint in the boy's eyes. A glint that told him the child knew more than he would have wanted him to. Before the hero could scold the boy or demand an explanation, the boy ran off and ducked into a waiting room. He would talk to Shoto about this later. You know, everyone here is more than aware of your relation to Endeavor. Todoroki sneered and sent a glacier towards the boy. This one was much smaller than the ones in the previous rounds. He needed to save his energy for Midoriya. Either due to his holding back or by sheer luck, the purple-haired teen barely avoided the attack and went back to talking. A lot of us think it's unfair. You were born into power, gifted a seat in UA without trying, and now you're just blowing through the competition. In fact, it's almost just like your father's story when he attended here. Shinso knew he had struck a nerve, and took full advantage of the opening. The son of Endeavor started to spit out a retort, but went still as his quirk took over. Shinso hated his quirk sometimes, always being told it was villainous, but he could admit he liked seeing the eyes glaze over when it came to cocky BSTRDS that underestimated him and his lack of physical power. Normally I would tell you to just walk away. But I want to enjoy this. Why don't you bark like a dog first? Then leave the arena. Todoroki could feel his body obey the command without hesitation. His vocal cords contracted as he made an embarrassing display of making dog-like noises in front of everyone watching. Then his legs began to move. Against all effort he put into making them stop, against every scream that was trapped in his head, his body walked closer and closer to being out of bounds. Then he slipped. A little slip on the ice he had made moments earlier brought clarity and a nasty panging sensation to the back of his head. Todoroki turned to Shinso, absolutely furious. He could see his foe's panic through the remarks he made about him and Endeavor. Each comment stung, but all he knew was if he kept his mouth shut, he should be able to win. You're really ignoring me? You really are just like him. The bichromatic teen focused all of his hatred for the remark into a single blast. A glacier larger than any of the ones before it erupted from the ground and swallowed Shinso. Only the boy's face was free of the ice that shadowed over the crowds and was visible even from outside the stadium. Midnight declared the obvious winner and Todoroki approached his defeated opponent. Guess I really struck a nerve with that one, huh? Todoroki glared with every remark still fresh in his mind but willingly used his heat to melt the boy out of his prison. Far more heat than necessary, but he knew Recovery Girl could heal Shinso's small burns. Izuku stood just out of sight from the audience. This was the final round, and he knew Todoroki was not going to go down easy. Especially if his plan worked. Why can't we just brute force him out of the arena? Because we need to get him to use his fire. Even if this is the most unhealthy way of doing so. Besides, there's a week's worth of chocolate waiting for you when we get home. Scarlet needed more incentive. For as close as he and Izuku had gotten, he was less than a fan of the prospect of being burnt potentially past healing. As is, I'm going to need all the help you can give me. Now he was intrigued. Izuku heard Present Mike announce his name, so he steeled himself and returned to the arena yet again. Shoto stood opposite him, clearly wanting this to be over. I need you to do something. Izuku whispered, seemingly to himself. Yes. Scare him. Scare him to the point that he has no choice but to fight with everything he has. Hell, feel free to rough him up to your heart's content. The only restriction is you are not to kill him, or anyone else for that matter. Are we clear? Midnight announced the beginning of the final match. Clear. Scarlet felt Izuku relinquish all control over the body they shared. The unrestricted form, something not even Red 2 could compare to, erupted into existence in the most horrifying display of self-mutilation most of the crowd had seen. Scarlet stood in full glory, towering at nearly 8 feet tall with limbs almost as long as Izuku's classmates. Razor-sharp claws with exaggerated serrations flexed with unmatched power. A laugh that stopped blood in the veins of many bellowed from the monster. Come, you little pest. Show me how little effort you are truly worth. Todoroki's eyes widened at the jagged white eyes that stared from across the stadium. Teeth that could puncture all the way through his chest glistened in a smile that was anything but friendly. Out of fear that he had not felt in so long, Todoroki sent as much power as he could muster into a glacier that rushed at Scarlet. Just to be shattered to bits by a single blow. The thing took a step forward. One step, but so much menace was in the motion. Todoroki sent forth another wall of ice, just for it to be shattered like thin glass hit with a sledgehammer. Scarlet took another step forward, like a predator that was toying with the meekest prey it could find. It spoke no words, but the sheer aura that it exuded did more than enough speaking to make up for it. Multiple attempts at freezing the creature were made, and each attempt was met with devastating failure and one step closer by the thing. Todoroki did not even notice the frostbite covering his right side. Soon Scarlet was directly in front of him. A clawed hand large enough to wrap around his entire body darted directly at his face. Survival instincts that had never been used kicked into overdrive. In a desperate attempt to stay alive, Todoroki let forth a fireball at the creature. For the first time that fight, Scarlet retreated. Hisses and screeches no human or animal could hope to make nearly shattered his eardrums as the oily substance spasmed in painful-looking contractions. Then Scarlet fully receded, leaving a pained but otherwise fine Midoriya mere steps away from him. That felt good, didn't it? Well there folks, things just got heated. Present Mike excitedly announced, followed by a vocalized Batis. Todoroki, still as a statue, silently eyed his opponent. Somehow, despite everything his father had put him through and years of promising to never use his fire, Izuku had gotten him to unleash the half of his quirk that he absolutely despised. There it is, the potential you're not showing anyone. The part of you that you're too scared to use. Todoroki felt the shock start mingling with rage inside him. Was Izuku just taunting him? Was this just some game that he was playing as revenge for challenging him in the changing room? Do you even realize that you were 2 or 3 more attacks away from dying? Your body can only take so much cold, even with a natural resistance. And now there was concern thrown into the mix. What was Izuku planning? Do you really want to end up like Toya? You think that'll show your dad anything? Todoroki raised his arm and shot out a plume of flame, so confused and angry that even years of ingrained instincts to only use his ice powers were forgotten for a moment. He hated how good it felt. He hated that the heat was soothing the biting cold that had latched onto him for a good portion of the match. And he absolutely despised that part of him wanted to use more fire just to burn away the rest of the chill coating his right side. He saw Midoriya's form change in response to the incoming attack. Red matter spewed from beneath his skin to cover him and was burned away just as quickly. The substance, which had always demonstrated incredible durability and strength, ashened almost instantly when the bursting flames contacted the matter. He could hear both Izuku and Scarlet screaming and returned to his senses enough to stop the attack. The billowing smoke dispersed and revealed his classmate covered in burns that would require hospitalization in any other circumstance. Instead, Izuku smiled at him in a startlingly friendly manner as the charred flesh seemed to pull itself back together until it looked like nothing had happened at all. "Look, Shoto, I still understand that you don't like his fire. But this isn't his, it's yours. You don't have Hellflame, you have half in it." Izuku stepped towards his classmate, who looked ready to attack at a moment's notice. "You don't have to be your father. Just this once, give it everything you have. Show the world that you're not Endeavor's son, that you're Shoto Todoroki." The teen looked at his left hand, a small wisp of fire lighting from the tip of his pointer finger. Several emotions flashed across his face. There was anger, despair, hope, and a brief moment of acceptance. "This can't end well for you," the boy announced as his left side ignited into a glory of orange and yellow. "After all, I've seen what fire does to you." "Yeah, that's just the nature of the business," Izuku replied with a grin that morphed into Scarlet's unnatural smile. The beast's right arm extended in length and widened where the hand would have been, forming a makeshift shield before charging forward. Todoroki, seeing his opponent give it everything that could in the situation, allowed himself to let forth a volley of fire. The use was of his own will, no survival instinct or sudden rage drove him. Just respect for a classmate that had probably saved him from accidentally killing himself with his own quirk. The shield held for only a few moments before breaking apart, only to be repaired and replaced by more of the crimson substance that composed Scarlet's being. With a sudden push, Scarlet leapt at his opponent with claws stretched ready to grab, only to be met with a thick wall of ice. Fire and ice filled the arena as Scarlet used multiple techniques to attack in return. 4 minutes the two traded blows as Present Mike and Endeavor shouted encouragements. The two had separated and stood several feet apart, showing different signs of wear and tear. "Midoriya, you really are a strange one." A small smile graced Todoroki's lips, the first smile Izuku could remember from the teen. "I wanted to beat you with my ice. I wanted to show my father that I didn't need his. That I could win without fire." Todoroki took 3 steps back, leaving his right foot just inches away from the boundary of the arena. "I still despise him. I want to hurt him, but I think this might be a better way." Todoroki lifted his left foot and placed it on the other side of the line. Todoroki is out of bounds. Izuku Midoriya wins. All Might stood in front of the 3 students on the podium. He approached Tokoyami and Shinso first, who were sharing the 3rd place spot. "Both of you have done well. Tokoyami, you and Dark Shadow fought valiantly and with great teamwork. I know you will go far as a hero." Tokoyami silently bowed and allowed the symbol of peace to drape the medal around his neck. Dark Shadow eagerly swiped at the shiny medallion, and Tokoyami allowed his companion to entertain himself instead of telling him to compose himself. "Shinso, I understand you have a disliking of the hero students and your own quirk. But every quirk has its purpose. You might not be in the hero classes now, but that does not mean you cannot be a hero in the future. I'm sure if you can brighten your outlook, you can achieve many great things." Shinso nodded, visibly enthused to praise, especially from someone as influential and renowned as All Might, and bowed to allow the medal to be placed around his neck. Once All Might had moved on, he gently lifted the prize and rubbed it with his thumb, introspective and deep in thought. "Young Todoroki, you have much to learn if you wish to become a hero, but I believe you already learned an important lesson today." The man held up the medal, and once more a recipient bowed for the medal to be hung. "Your father is a good hero, but I can already tell you will go above and beyond him when your time comes." The man ended the praise with a gently pat on the boy's shoulder, noting the lively glint in the boy's eyes. Then he stepped towards Midoriya, golden medal shining in the sun and waiting to be given. Midoriya repeated the motion of the 3 before him, and felt the weight of his reward drop onto his neck. "Midoriya, one of these days you're going to give a villain a heart attack," the #1 hero remarked with a chuckle. "But you and Scarlet, just like Tokoyami and Dark Shadow, are an amazingly great team. If you keep up the hard work and practice, I can't see anything stopping you from becoming one of the best heroes I've ever seen." Izuku, looking to be on the brink of tears, gave a big nod at his lifetime idol, cherishing the prospect of becoming someone even All Might would be proud of. The greatest hero in Japan turned away from the students and addressed the crowd. "I would like to thank all of you from the bottom of my heart. Your attendance and trust in us after what happened at the USJ truly means the world to me and the rest of us at UA. But now the festival has ended. Everyone, go beyond." Plus Ultra. The crowd cheered in unison, causing Izuku and Scarlet to flinch at the sudden volume change. But in the heat of the moment, and the rush of having won his first tournament, nothing in the world could bring them down now. He was finally home. The day had been non-stop excitement and strain. He would do it all again right at the moment if he was given a chance, but he also wanted to just relax in his room after a long day. But first, there was something he needed to do. His mom was still in the house, but at least he knew he was free from potential listening ears. "We need to talk." The all-too-familiar shape of Scarlet's head extruded from beneath his shirt and faced him, noting the unusual seriousness in his tone. "I know you still have secrets. I know you probably want to keep them, but just today I found out about another weakness you have that could get us killed later if anyone decides to use it. So I need you to tell me everything you know about your kind." Scarlet pet his head to the side. "There is much I do not know." Izuku, clearly about to protest, was cut off. "As I said earlier when we first started talking, my kind does not tend to stick in groups. We go off to find hosts that are suitable for us. It has been so long and I have forgotten much, but I do remember floating through space. The heartless vacuum puts our kind into a sort of cryosleep until we either find a planet with life or simply die slowly without even realizing. I remember landing on a small rock that flew by and burrowing inside, letting it protect me from the harsh environment. Eventually, I landed on Earth and was scooped up by Tanaka and Drake. They experimented on me, kept me locked in a glass prison for years. I don't remember what I was like before, but I do know that over time, I grew resentful, bitter, enraged. I wanted nothing more than to find a suitable host and tear down every last wall of the facility. None of the hosts they subjected me to were good enough. So many attempts ended in failure for both of us, but I tasted an inkling of revenge when I saw Tanaka grow frustrated with each failure. I wanted nothing more than to irritate him more. Then I was introduced to you, and I was ready for another failure. But instead, I found that there was finally a suitable host. Embedded myself into your DNA to hide. I knew that they would not find me with their simple X-rays and scans. Unless they decided to inspect you at the genetic level, I was as good as gone to them. Doing such cost me more than I would have expected. I slipped into a dormant state, not entirely aware of anything, yet not exactly asleep. Clearly though, my presence made itself known as mild changes developed in yourself over time. Then that day on the beach, when you first tapped into my powers accidentally, I began to reawake. I began to observe you long before I was able to make myself known. How kind you were to others without reason. How you and your mom loved each other. How you pushed yourself to be better in any way you could. I guess you could say you changed parts of me too. Not all at once, but I feel very little of the hatred I used to feel for this planet. And that is my story. I know it answers none of your questions about my species, but I hope that telling you everything I remember can make up for it. Izuku sighed and deemed it necessary to take a minute to digest everything. Scarlet was right. It answered none of his questions, but at least the symbiotic being had told him as much as he could recall. What do you think the odds are that another of your kind lands on Earth? And do you think they will be friendly or not? As he spoke, he walked towards and opened his closet, revealing a stash of assorted chocolates that he grabbed from every day. As he had promised, the entire stash was up for grabs, and Scarlet was more than happy to grab almost everything with several tendrils that engulfed the sweets and leaked out wrapper after wrapper, each one as clean as could be. Unlikely. The fact that I am here is a 1 in several million chance. I cannot say that they would be friendly, but at least we could deal with them if necessary. Do you suspect they all have the same weaknesses as you? Or do you think it changes from individual to individual? It's possible that each of my kind would have different reactions to things that do or don't bother me, but most of the time, a species has a shared reaction to outside stimuli. Be it heat, cold, poison, or even blunt force, humans would react the same way without taking quirks into consideration. Izuku nodded in agreement and caught the sound of his mother calling him for dinner. Scarlet may have been fed, but he had not realized until that moment how hungry he was himself. A good distance from Yue, a man huddled over a screen. A man with a large, beak-like mask that covered a large portion of his face. He watched as a boy with green hair altered several of his own body parts in various situations. A pair of wings here, a lot of tendrils there, even a transformation into something entirely new. He could see why one of his underlings had recommended he tune into the sports festival. A quirk like this would be mostly useless when it came to his mission, but not entirely useless. Plus, the sender had left a note mentioning the possibility of the boy joining the 8 Bullets if he was deemed not worth kidnapping for his quirk. He was certain his little group of societal rejects could stop anyone that tried to interfere with his goal. But then again, maybe one more bullet in the magazine would be useful. Heck, the kid was even young enough to be Aries' older brother. Maybe a sibling figure in her life would help her get her powers under control and stop erasing his goons from existence. But even if he decided to take the kid in, he had far too much attention on him for the time being. And he clearly had a family that was paying for him to go to UA. A sudden disappearance would raise more than a few questions, and ever unnecessary risk was exactly that, unnecessary. So Overhaul made a mental note of the boy and shut off his computer. It was time to see if he could make any more progress with Aries' quirk.